Hudson felt a wave of panic wash over him as soon as he heard Charlie's words. He quickly pointed at Linda and exclaimed, "Mr. Wade, that's my second aunt. She called me last night to tell me she was planning to set a trap for a woman to swindle her out of money. She asked me to come here to intimidate the old woman when the moment arrived. That's why I went along with her scheme." In a rush, Hudson added, "Mr. Wade, I was truly manipulated and exploited." Linda's heart raced as Charlie turned his gaze toward her. Charlie gestured toward Linda, beckoning her to approach him. "You, come here." Linda felt compelled to comply with Charlie's command and quickly stepped forward, her voice shaking as she said, "Mr. Wade, this is all a misunderstanding. If I had known Elaine was your mother-in-law, I wouldn't have dared to deceive her, no matter how brave I felt." Then Linda pointed at Hannah and exclaimed, "This deceitful woman, Hannah, tricked me into doing this. She told me her brother-in-law and sister-in-law are extremely wealthy and ruthless. She wanted to teach her sister-in-law a lesson and asked for my help to set up this trap. She intended to cheat your mother-in-law out of her villa at Thompson first." Hannah, visibly shaken, quickly interjected, "Charlie, this is all just a misunderstanding. I didn't lie to your mother-in-law, I was also misled by Linda. She always pretended to be terrible at mahjong in front of me. I thought I could bring your mother-in-law here for a chance to win big. I never imagined she would lose so much money to Linda." Elaine's anger flared as she heard Hannah's words, and she shouted, "Hannah Wilson! You bitch! You were trying to con me out of my money and Charlie's villa?" Hannah took a quick step back, waving her hands defensively. No, don't say that. I wouldn't dare." Linda glared at Hannah, her voice laced with contempt. "Are you still trying to deny it? Fine, I will show Mr. Wade our chat history." With that, Linda quickly retrieved her cell phone, opened her messages, and played a voice note for Charlie. Immediately, Hannah's voice filled the air. "Sister Linda. I heard you're back in Oris Hill." Linda's voice followed, "Yes, I returned 2 days ago." Hannah responded, "Sister Linda, I heard you were a croupier in Macau for many years. You must be skilled at the gambling table, right?" Linda replied, "I wouldn't say that. I can barely rank among the top 5 in Macau, but I can confidently say there's no one I can't beat in Oris Hill." Hannah exclaimed, "Wow! That's impressive, Sister Linda. I wonder if you'd be interested to know I have a way for you to make a fortune." Linda asked, "Why don't you tell me more?" Hannah continued, "I have a wealthy sister-in-law who owns a villa at Thompson First, worth over $100 million. She's addicted to gambling, and I was thinking of setting a trap to cheat her out of her money. Should I invite her over to pull this off?" Linda responded, "Her villa is worth more than $100 million. Is that really true?" Hannah affirmed, "It's true." Linda then stated, "All right, but I want 60% of the profits once we're done with the scam." Hannah agreed, "No problem. You can have 60%, and I'll take 40%. As the voice note ended, Hannah trembled with fear. "Charlie, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm still your aunt, no matter what." Charlie looked at Hannah and said, "I'll handle you later." He then signaled for one of Albert's men to take her aside. Turning to Linda, Charlie smiled and asked, "I heard you're quite adept at cheating when it comes to gambling." Linda quickly clarified, "Mr. Wade, I only know a few tricks." Charlie nodded and inquired, "Can you explain how you cheated in the mahjong game today?" Linda began to explain, "Well, I can customize the settings on the automatic mahjong machine. I preset the tile arrangements on my computer and can activate them via my cell phone. When the machine shuffles the tiles, it follows my specifications." She continued, "At the right moment, I can control the number of tiles and determine which tiles each player receives. I intentionally gave your mother-in-law all but one tile needed for the heavenly hand, leaving her with a dead end. She could never win, as I had already given the crucial tile to another player. Moreover, both Hannah and Gianna were in on it with me. It was practically impossible for your mother-in-law to win." After hearing Linda's detailed explanation, Charlie nodded thoughtfully and asked, "How many people have you harmed and cheated using this method?" Linda hastily replied, Not many. I don't usually engage in such activities. Charlie frowned and pressed, so, how many gamblers did you help the casino cheat while you were a croupier in Macau? Among those you've deceived, how many have gone bankrupt, sold their own children, or even taken their own lives because of you? Linda was drenched in sweat at that moment. Throughout the years, she had committed numerous heinous acts. The number of lives she had destroyed was beyond her reckoning. Gambling, in essence, was a bottomless pit capable of consuming everything. Some individuals fell into this pit willingly, while others were dragged in along with their entire families. Yet Linda had never once cared about the fate of her victims. To her, this was simply a way to make a living. How could she possibly succeed if others didn't lose? As a result, she had never felt an ounce of guilt over the lives she affected. Charlie could see straight through such people. Individuals like her were among the most ruthless and cold-hearted in existence. She thrived by draining the life out of others, indifferent to whether they would survive her predatory ways. Charlie had no sympathy for such characters. With a playful expression on his face, he looked at Linda and said, "All right then, let's play a few games together." Linda was taken aback and asked, "Mr. Wade, what do you want to play?" Charlie responded, "I'm not familiar with gambling. I don't know how to play poker, mahjong, or anything else. The only game I know is rock paper scissors." Linda, puzzled, inquired, "You want to play rock paper scissors with me?" Charlie nodded and said, "Yes, I want to play rock paper scissors with you. We'll wager $10 million on each game. What do you think?" Linda felt a wave of anxiety. "Mr. Wade, I don't dare to play against you." Charlie insisted, "You'll play whether you want to or not." Linda reluctantly nodded and replied nervously, "All right then. I'll do as you say, Mr. Wade." She then asked, "Mr. Wade, are we playing now?" Charlie smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not in a hurry. I need to prepare to cheat before we start." "Prepare to cheat?" Linda was taken aback. Charlie grinned and asked, "You don't understand. Just as you made all those plans to cheat my mother-in-law out of her money, I'm going to do the same to win all of yours today." "Ah!" Linda was even more confused. How could Charlie possibly cheat at rock paper scissors? She had spent a lifetime deceiving others, yet she couldn't fathom how someone could cheat in a simple game like this. Was he going to deliberately delay his response? Would he wait to see what she played before revealing his hand? But that seemed so low and underhanded, didn't it? Before Linda could figure out Charlie's plan, he suddenly seized her right hand, straightened all 5 fingers, and snapped them simultaneously. Crack! All 5 of her fingers broke at once. Linda screamed in agony. But Charlie wasn't done yet. He lifted her left hand and snapped all 5 fingers on that hand as well. Linda could no longer control any of her fingers. They hung limply, distorted and unnatural. At this point, Charlie calmly said, "Now that your hands are in that state, I'll assume you're showing paper by default. To form a rock, you need to curl your fingers into a fist, and to show scissors, you must create a V shape. Do you understand?" Linda cried out, "Mr. Wade, all my fingers are broken. How can I possibly show rock or scissors now?" Charlie replied with disdain, "That's not my concern. It's irrelevant to me. After all, when you swindled others out of their money, you ensured they had no chance of winning. Today, I'm simply giving you a taste of your own medicine. This is what they mean by treating others as you would have them treat you." Linda was utterly heartbroken. She never imagined that Charlie, with his seemingly harmless and innocent demeanor, could turn out to be so heartless and cruel. He had shattered all 10 of her fingers and insisted that they play rock paper scissors together. With her broken fingers, she could only manage to form the shape of paper, which meant she was doomed to lose every time. Charlie looked at her blankly and declared, "All right, let's get started." He shook his hand while mumbling, "Rock, paper, scissors." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly formed a scissors hand. Linda found it impossible to control her fingers. She shot Charlie a sorrowful glare. Charlie smirked slightly and said, "All right, scissors beat paper. I win. You owe me $10 million. Let's move on to the second round. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh, I won again. Now you owe me 20 million. Let's go for a third round. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, why do you keep showing paper? You're quite amusing. Now you owe me 30 million. Charlie was clearly enjoying the game. Before long, he had won 10 rounds, racking up a total of 100 million. Time to settle the score. Linda's face twisted in horror. Master Wade, I don't have that kind of money. Charlie waved his hand dismissively and replied, I'm not concerned. Call your family, your children, your in-laws, and your husband for assistance. Tell them to bring every penny from your accounts, as well as any properties that can be mortgaged to pay off your debt. If you fall short by even a penny, I'll send you and every family member over 18 to work in the black coal mine to repay your debts at a meager salary of $2,000 each per month. You'll only be free when the 100 million is paid off. He then turned to Albert and asked, Do you know anyone who owns coal mines? Yes, Albert replied, I have some acquaintances who fled here and went to Erith. They own several coal mines there, you can send them to work. Excellent, Charlie nodded and turned back to Linda. Now, be honest, how many family members do you have? Linda knelt on the ground, wailing and pleading, Please, Master Wade. My children are exceptional students who graduated from prestigious universities. They are professionals in their fields, don't ruin their lives. Oh, your children graduated from esteemed universities, huh? What about the families you've devastated? Are there meals on the tables for their children? Can their kids attend school? Are they even alive? Why didn't you think about them when you destroyed their lives? Linda trembled in sheer terror, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Indeed, she had harmed many individuals, and countless families had been shattered by her actions, but she had never cared. All she ever wanted was to make money, dismissing the misfortunes of others as mere collateral damage. Now, the consequences of her actions were catching up to her. Charlie intended to send her beloved children, whom she had worked so hard to provide for, to the coal mine as laborers. There was no better punishment than dismantling her deceitful schemes. Linda was taken aback by Charlie's comment. She cried out, Master Wade, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I can give you all my money. I made a significant amount while I was in Macau, and I currently have a total of 20 million. Please, spare my children. Desperately, she pulled out her phone, opened her mobile banking app, and displayed the balance to Charlie. Indeed, her personal account showed a balance of over 21 million. Charlie replied flatly, Donate that money to the official donation account of the Hope Foundation. He took out his own phone, searched for the official account, and showed it to Linda, saying coldly, Transfer it now. Master Wade, will you free me after I make the donation? Oh? Are you trying to negotiate now? Linda was stunned. She grabbed his phone, entered the account number Charlie provided, and proceeded to donate all the money to the charity. Handing the phone back to Charlie, she pleaded, Master Wade, I've donated everything. My account balance is now 0. Can you please let me go? After confirming the donation, he responded coldly, Don't forget that you still owe me 100 million from the rock-paper-scissors game earlier. With the 21 million you just donated, you still owe me 79 million. Master Wade, that 21 million was all I had. Charlie nodded indifferently. I told you, didn't I? I'll send you and your family to work in the coal mine. You can pay off the $79 million debt with your $2,000 monthly salary, and I'll let you go once the debt is cleared. Master Wade, at $2,000 a month, we would only earn $24,000 a year. We'd never clear the debt in our lifetimes. And what about the families you've harmed? How did they manage to pay off their debts? Have you ever considered that? Karma is a bitch, isn't it? Charlie then turned to Hudson and asked, Be honest with me, how many immediate family members does your aunt have? Hudson took a deep, nervous breath and replied, She has a husband, a son, and a daughter. Her son got married last year, and his wife's family runs an underground casino in Oris Hill. Her daughter got married last month, and her husband provides microloans to college students. Several students have even committed suicide because they couldn't repay their loans. Wow, that's impressive. A con artist gave birth to 2 children, one of whom married into the family of an illegal casino owner, while the other married someone involved in predatory lending. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. He then sent a message to Isaac. There's a con artist named Linda Howard in Oris Hill who just returned from Macau. Find out where her family is right now, and bring her husband, son, daughter, and their spouses to Thompson First C11 Villa. Even though Albert ruled the underworld in Oris Hill, he had limits on what he could do, especially when it came to dealing with the aftermath of kidnapping those individuals. Isaac, however, was different. As the Wade family's representative in Oris Hill, even the esteemed Lord Moore of the Moore family had to be cautious around him. This meant there was practically nothing Isaac couldn't accomplish in Oris Hill. Following Charlie's command, Isaac swiftly began his investigation and sent his men to locate Linda's family. Meanwhile, Linda was a picture of despair, her face, neck, and body drenched in tears and snot. She knelt before Charlie, banging her head on the floor in a desperate plea for mercy until her forehead bled. Yet Charlie remained unmoved. After everything she had done to the families she conned, it was time for her to experience her own medicine. However, he could only allow her to taste a fraction of the pain she had inflicted on others. As Linda wept inconsolably, Charlie commanded Albert's men to bring Hannah before him. Hannah trembled in fear. Looking at Charlie, she implored, "Charlie, I'm your aunt. We're part of the same family. For the sake of the Wilson family, can you please find it in your heart to forgive me?" Charlie let out a chuckle, as though he had just heard a hilarious joke. "Enough of your nonsense. Now tell me, how much money do you have?" Hannah's heart raced. In a panic, she exclaimed, "I don't have any money. Honestly, I have no money." "I'm giving you a chance to be honest," Charlie warned. "You'd better take it, or you might end up like Linda." Fear coursed through Hannah. Trying to think clearly amid her terror, she stammered, I have 5 million. That's all our family has." Charlie nodded knowingly. "All right, open your mobile banking app and show me your balance." I don't have the app," she stuttered. "Is that so?" Charlie replied coldly. "If I discover a mobile banking app on your phone, I'll break your leg." "Oh, okay, I'll show you, I promise." She hastily pulled out her phone and opened the mobile banking app. Upon seeing her balance, panic surged through her. She had 15 million in her account. This was her and her husband's hard-earned savings, along with the money Wendy received from Kenneth for being his mistress. The funds hadn't previously been in her account, they had been in Christopher's account until he quickly transferred them to her due to Lady Wilson's incessant inquiries about the money. She had intended to use it to purchase a house. However, after an unfortunate encounter with Elaine during a house viewing, she scrapped the idea. After that incident, she had planned to con Elaine out of some money and seize the Thompson First Villa before searching for a better property. If Charlie discovered she had 15 million, he would certainly leave her with nothing. As she pondered her next move, Charlie snatched the phone from her grasp, glancing at the screen with a frown. "Didn't you claim you only had 5 million? Desperately, Hannah pleaded, "Charlie, this is all we have. The Wilson family is finished, and Mom's house is about to be taken by the bank. We need this money to buy a new home." With a pitiful tone, she continued, "Harold isn't married yet, and neither is Wendy. This is all the money we have." Charlie scoffed, "That's not my concern. Don't say I haven't given you a way out. If you donate this money now, I'll forgive you. But if you refuse, I'll let Albert throw you into the ocean. Make your choice." Hannah grimaced in terror as she glanced at the imposing Albert, her voice shaking as she replied, "All right. I'll donate the money. Please spare my life. I'll donate everything right now." Taking her phone back, she quickly transferred the entire balance to the Hope Foundation. Charlie nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Since you're being reasonable, I'll spare your life." Relief washed over Hannah. "So, Charlie, can you let me go now? Let you go? Charlie raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I said I'd spare your life, but I never promised you could leave. What? Hannah exclaimed in shock, her voice rising in panic. But I just donated 15 million like you asked. And? What's your point? Charlie replied dismissively. You orchestrated this entire scam, so do you really think it's fair for Linda to take the fall alone? Exactly. Linda interjected angrily. She's the real mastermind behind this. With a sly grin, Charlie turned to Hannah. Look, even your partner in crime agrees you're at fault. You and your friend here are heading to the coal mine, where you'll be responsible for contributing to the Hope Foundation. He then gestured to a woman named Gianna, sternly commanding, you two. All three of you need to prepare for a stint in the coal mine to make amends. Gianna was distraught. She shook her head vigorously, pounded her fists on the ground, and cried out, no, please. I'm innocent. Linda dragged me into this mahjong game, that's it. I had no idea about any plan, I swear I don't know anything. Charlie's expression remained cold. Do you really think I'd fall for that? Keep quiet while I'm being civil, and maybe I'll spare your family. But if I hear even a peep from you, just know you'll end up like Linda, and your entire family will join you in the coal mine. Gianna quickly fell silent, trembling in fear. Despite her terror, she didn't utter another word. Charlie then directed Albert, take a head count of all these troublemakers, including Hudson, and send them off to work in the coal mine. They'll endure the worst living conditions and receive meager meals, earning just $2,000 a month while working year-round. He raised his voice, emphasizing, if they prove themselves by working hard and putting in extra hours, consider giving them a small pay raise. But if they're lazy and slack off, their pay will be adjusted downward. Regardless, they must collectively earn $300,000 to donate to the Hope Foundation before they can leave. At $2,000 a month, that would mean over a decade just to reach that donation goal. Even if their pay was increased to $3,000 a month, it would still take at least 9 years to accumulate the necessary amount. Charlie believed that since these individuals were part of the gambling racket, they owed it to the families devastated by gambling and the children who suffered due to their parents' habits. Thus, working in the coal mine and donating their wages was the most fitting punishment. Albert nodded, responding, understood, Master Wade. I'll arrange for a bus immediately to transport them. Charlie added, before they board the bus, make sure to break their legs to prevent any escape attempts. Of course, Master Wade. I'll take care of it right here. Then they'll be shackled with iron chains throughout their time at the coal mine to ensure they can't run away. Good, Charlie said, satisfied with Albert's response. Desperate, Hannah cried out, Charlie, you can't imprison me at the coal mine forever. I have a husband and children to care for, not to mention my mother-in-law. Charlie replied flatly, it's simple. You'll also be subjected to the same rules. You can go free once you've helped raise the $300,000 donation. Hannah wailed, no, Charlie, please don't do this. We're family. Family? Why didn't you consider that when you deceived my mother-in-law? Where was your sense of family then? Exactly. Elaine, who had remained silent until now, shouted angrily, Hannah Wilson, you heartless con artist. You tried to scam me, and now you want to talk about family? Hannah fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Elaine, I'm truly sorry. I know I've wronged you, but I'm still your sister-in-law. Please, forgive me. Elaine kicked her aside, fuming, you conned me out of $2 million, then set your sights on my home and villa. You tried to drive us into a corner. You're nothing but a cruel, greedy woman. Suddenly, an idea struck Elaine. She slapped her thigh and shouted, oh no, my money. Elaine was so caught up in the chaotic scene of people crying and wailing that she completely lost track of her money. Then, it hit her like a bolt of lightning. She turned to Charlie and shouted, quick, tell them to give my money back. They won more than $2 million from me. Charlie, however, had other plans. He urged the group to donate their winnings to the Hope Foundation, motivated by two reasons: to teach them a lesson and to show his mother-in-law the consequences of her actions. You've always been so greedy and dissatisfied with what you have, haven't you? You've been addicted to gambling, haven't you? You honestly believed you could strike it rich by playing mahjong, didn't you? Well, I let you lose it all so this lesson would stay with you. Charlie turned his gaze to the women on the floor, already anticipating their response. Hey, about the money you won from my mother-in-law, can you quickly figure out how to repay her? They exchanged confused looks and cried out, we've donated all our winnings to the foundation, including her money. Charlie turned back to Elaine with a nonchalant shrug. Sorry, Mom. They don't have your money. What? Elaine gasped in disbelief before erupting in a fit of rage. She lunged forward, grabbing Hannah by the hair with one hand and Linda by the hair with the other, shaking their heads violently. She even smashed their heads together like bowling balls. Give me back my money, you bitches. I want it back, she screamed, her voice filled with fury. In the chaos, clumps of hair were torn from their scalps, and their cries of pain echoed throughout the house. Hannah, in despair, pleaded, Elaine, please let go. Your money mostly went to Linda, I only won a little from you, and I donated it all. Elaine released Hannah and then seized Linda's hair with both hands. After letting go with one hand, she slapped and scratched Linda's face until it was bloodied and swollen. Linda Howard, you'd better give me my money back today, or I swear I'll ruin your face. Do you hear me? Despite the pain, Linda didn't dare to retaliate. She could only sob and beg, Elaine, I'm so sorry. Please, I don't have any money left, I donated everything to charity as your son-in-law instructed, including the money I won from you. Elaine, now completely unhinged, continued scratching at Linda's mouth, shouting, I don't care. I want my money back. Now! Soon, Linda's mouth was torn and bleeding, and she grimaced in agony, wailing in horror. At this point, Elaine was beyond reason. All she wanted was her money back, everything her family had. These people had deceived her out of all her savings. She had only managed to reclaim her house, leaving everything else lost. In a fit of rage, she knocked Linda to the ground, crouched over her, and relentlessly slapped her. Linda was in excruciating pain, screaming and thrashing about. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound came from Linda's jacket pocket, causing both women to freeze. After a moment of silence, Elaine roared, my bangle. My jade bangle. She shrieked like a maniac and reached into Linda's pocket. But as she did, she yelped in pain and withdrew her hand, which was cut and bleeding. Undeterred, she plunged her hand back into the pocket and pulled out a small piece of the shattered jade bangle. Elaine sank to the floor, howling in despair as she stared at the broken bangle. This was the jade bangle worth $5 million. And now it was ruined. The most precious jadeite jewelry pieces are bangles. A high-quality bangle could sell for $4 or $5 million, but once broken, it could only be turned into rings or pendants worth around $200,000. Elaine was on the brink of a breakdown. She couldn't gather the $2 million, and to make matters worse, she had shattered her $5 million jade bangle. It was a devastating blow. Fuming, she turned to Gianna, screaming in a frenzy, You didn't donate your money. Return my money. Hand it all back or I swear I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Gianna, trembling on the floor, cried out, I don't have any money. I'm broke. I've only got about $60,000 in my savings. If you want it, I'll transfer it all to you. In a fit of rage, Elaine slapped her and growled, I don't believe you. Show me your bank balance. Now. I swear I'm telling the truth. I earn just over $2,000 a month. If I were wealthy, I wouldn't have teamed up with Linda to scam people. She quickly retrieved her phone, opened her banking app, and displayed her balance to Elaine. It indeed showed only $63,000. Elaine nearly lost her composure. What could she possibly do with $63,000? She had lost 100 times that amount. Fuming, Elaine directed her anger at Charlie, bellowing, It's all your fault. Why did you allow them to donate the money? Why didn't you make them pay me back? Charlie, clearly annoyed, replied in a flat tone, Mom, I just saved your life. Nothing is more important than that. Ugh. Elaine stomped her foot in frustration. I don't need you to save my life. I want my money back. What's the point of living if my money is gone? Give it back. Now. Charlie rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore her outburst. He had intentionally let her lose the money to teach her a lesson. Without it, she would only land herself in deeper trouble in the future. He didn't care if she faced dire consequences, he just didn't want Claire to be upset. Observing the chaotic scene, Albert felt a mix of agitation over Elaine's irrational behavior and sympathy for Charlie. What kind of mother-in-law was she? How could she still be causing a scene after he had just saved her life? Albert glared at her, indignantly rebuking, Listen, I'm warning you. Don't think you can disrespect Master Wade just because you're his mother-in-law. If you don't calm down, I'll send you to the coal mine with them. Elaine was taken aback by his booming voice. She suppressed her anger and muttered defensively, It's none of your business. Then, pointing at Charlie, she declared, Do you realize this guy is a total liar? You're being duped by him. He's using you as a weapon and a shield. One day, when you wake up, you'll be the one to take him down. Albert's fury boiled over. He slapped her and shouted, If you dare to create rifts between me and Master Wade again, I'll make you regret it. Elaine crouched in fear. She understood just how formidable Albert was. If she pushed him, her life would be in serious jeopardy, so she took a step back and fell silent. Albert positioned himself protectively in front of Charlie and, with a heavy heart, said, Master Wade, I'm truly upset and angry on your behalf. I need to express something, even if it might offend you. He raised his voice slightly and blurted, As a man with immense power and capability, why would you want to remain the son-in-law of this shrew? Even if you and your wife are deeply in love, there's no justification for allowing someone like her to exist. She has disrespected you time and again. You should just eliminate her. Charlie shook his head slightly and said, Forget it, Albert. There are times when you just have to accept things as they are, whether they're good or bad. Albert shot an indignant glare at Elaine, who was crouched on the side, trembling in fear. She remained silent about the money, burying her grief and bitterness deep within her heart. At that moment, several cars screeched to a halt in the villa's courtyard. Isaac stepped out and personally escorted 5 adults, bound and fearful, into the house. Fear was etched on the faces of the 5 captives. As they entered, a young man cried out, Mom, what's happening, upon spotting Linda. Linda took in the scene and let out a wail of despair when she saw her husband, children, and children-in-law being led inside. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't mean to drag you all into this. A man in his 50s rushed forward and asked, Dear, what's going on? Charlie responded coldly, Are you aware that your wife is a con artist who has ruined countless lives? I had no idea, the man mumbled, his face full of embarrassment. Charlie observed him closely, a smirk forming on his lips. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Your wife has been doing this for so long that it would be hard for you not to know her true nature. Then he scanned the group and asked, Which of you are Linda's children? A young man and woman hesitantly raised their hands, still trying to grasp the gravity of the situation. Charlie sneered, I've heard the 2 of you graduated from prestigious universities. Do you know where your tuition came from? They exchanged nervous glances, neither willing to respond. Linda's husband began to understand the severity of the situation. Assuming his wife had been caught in a scam, he quickly said, Sir, did you catch my wife cheating? If so, just tell me how much she owes you, and I'll compensate you. Will that settle things? Linda cried out, Dear, all our money has been donated to charity, 20 million in total, including the 2 million I just won today. What? You donated it? Her husband exclaimed in disbelief. To whom did you give it? Charlie replied in a chilling tone, To the Hope Foundation. He then looked at the 5 family members with the intensity of a predator watching its prey and rebuked them sharply, You blood-sucking bastards. How many people have you scammed? How many families have you destroyed over the years? And yet you live comfortably and lavishly, sending your children to top universities and letting them succeed. Do you honestly think you can escape the consequences? Linda's family looked terrified and distressed. Charlie continued, "Today, I will send all of you to the coal mine in Erith to do hard labor, using your blood and sweat as penance for your sins." "What?" the young adults gasped in shock. A man protested, "No. I'm not part of their family, I'm just their son-in-law." Charlie nodded. "And? Do you really think you can escape this? I hear you're a microloan lender. Tell me, how many young lives have you ruined?" He stuttered. "From this moment on, if you utter another word, you won't just go to the coal mine, I'll dig a pit and bury you alive. You'll turn into coal in 1,000,000 years." Another attractive young woman cried, "I'm just their daughter-in-law, I haven't done anything wrong." Charlie asked, "I've heard your family runs an underground casino. Is that correct?" Blood drained from the woman's face as she stammered, trembling, I've never participated in the operations. I only handle the accounting." "Accounting?" Charlie replied flatly. "That makes you an accomplice. You'll go with them to make amends. You're all truly disgusting." Isaac interjected, "Master Wade, I know this woman. Her father is Lucas Frank, the one operating the underground casino nearby. Should I take care of them? Look into their operations and history. If their wrongdoings are beyond redemption, eliminate them," Charlie instructed coldly. The woman collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed with fear and confusion. Shortly after, 3 Toyota Coaster minibuses arrived at Thompson First, parking in front of the villa. Albert's men violently broke Hudson's leg along with those of his gang before forcing them onto the buses. Charlie turned to Elaine and said, "Mom, it's time to go." A hint of embarrassment crossed Elaine's face. She pulled Charlie aside and whispered urgently, "They filmed me in a really shameful way. We need to find that video." "Shameful way?" Charlie asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Elaine paced anxiously. "That kind of video. They made me strip and recorded it. You have to help me find it and delete it. If that video gets out, I might as well die right here." Charlie was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation about his mother-in-law's ordeal. He gave a dejected shake of his head, then yanked Hudson closer and demanded, "Did you record her?" Hudson whimpered in terror, "Sir, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking clearly." "Cut the excuses. Where's the video?" "It's on my phone." "Did you send it to anyone?" No, I swear." Charlie nodded, took Hudson's phone, handed it to Elaine, and said, "Mom, find the video and delete it yourself." Elaine snatched the phone, quickly found the video in the album, and deleted it. After a moment's thought, she threw the phone to the ground and smashed it. With frustration, she declared, "I'm going after them once they get on the bus." Charlie shrugged. "All right, I'll hurry them up. It's getting dark, and I need to get home to cook for Claire." After watching everyone get loaded into the 3 buses, Elaine huffed and tossed the car keys to Charlie. "You drive." Charlie said goodbye to Isaac and Albert before getting into Jacob's BMW and driving away from Thompson First. As soon as they left the premises, Elaine exclaimed, "Oh my God, today has been a nightmare. I lost $2 million and only got 60,000 back. And I broke the jade bangle." The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became. She glared at Charlie, her eyes brimming with tears, and scolded, "This is all your fault. What were you thinking? Why did you ask them to donate the money to the Hope Foundation? Why didn't you let them pay me back?" Charlie remained calm as he replied, "Mom, if you had taken their money just now, what do you think would happen when the police find out they're missing? They'd investigate their past activities and discover that you took their money right before they disappeared. You wouldn't be able to clear your name. And then Dad and Claire would find out about this too." Elaine was stunned by his words and exclaimed, "Hey! Don't tell Dad and Claire about this, do you understand?" Elaine was acutely aware that if she got caught, she might face charges for gambling. The thought of her husband and daughter discovering that she had bet a hefty sum of money was even more daunting. Their anger would be unimaginable. She knew she would face severe judgment for her actions. Even though the money was lost for good, she considered herself fortunate not to be among those sent to the coal mines for the next 1 to 2 decades. Still, the loss of both the money and her beloved bangle weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her in a state of deep sadness. At least she had a plausible explanation for the damaged bangle. She had taken the broken fragments with her and could easily claim to her family that it had simply fallen apart. But what excuse could she possibly concoct for the missing money? Jacob didn't have a separate bank account. All the household finances, including the income from reselling antiques that her husband managed, were handled by her. Now, she had squandered all that money on gambling. If Jacob found out, his fury would be beyond measure. Elaine sighed, overwhelmed with regret and agitation over the day's events. Meanwhile, on his way home, Albert called Charlie and reported, "Master Wade, I personally saw the team leave for the highway, and they are currently en route to Erith. I should have gone myself to oversee the situation, but I have business at Heaven Springs tonight. A prominent figure has booked the Diamond Suite for a banquet, so I need to check on that." He then reassured him, "But don't worry, I'll fly over tomorrow to follow up. The convoy will be waiting for me when I arrive in the afternoon." Intrigued, Charlie asked, "Do you have distinguished guests at your restaurant tonight?" "Who are they?" "The Webb family from the South region, Donald Webb and his son, Shawn," Albert replied. Charlie frowned, puzzled. It had been several days. Why hadn't they departed yet? Were they planning to remain in Oris Hill to dig up dirt on him? After all, he was the reason Key and Webb had been suffering so greatly. The Webb family must have sensed that there was more to the situation and decided to stay to uncover the truth. However, Charlie felt no concern. Regardless of the Webb family's influence, they could never rival the Wade family. Besides, even without the Wade family's backing, Charlie was powerful enough to protect himself. If they chose to pursue him, he was ready to fight back. Thus, Charlie replied over the phone, "All right, understood. Take care, then." "Got it, Master Wade." They were nearly home when he hung up. Elaine instructed him, "Pull over, I'll drive the rest of the way. You can walk home, I don't want your dad and Claire to see us arriving together." Charlie nodded, unfazed by her request. He stopped the car and got out, planning to visit the market for some dinner ingredients. While at the market, he called Jacob to check if the party at Glorious Club had concluded. Jacob told Charlie that he had just returned home from the event and expressed his gratitude for restoring his honor that night. When Charlie returned from the market, he found Jacob in the living room, happily humming to himself while sipping tea. Jacob beamed when he saw Charlie walk in. "Welcome home, my dear son-in-law." Charlie greeted Jacob with a smile. After noticing that Claire and Elaine were missing from the living room, he asked, "Have Claire and Mom come back yet?" "No and yes," Jacob replied with a casual wave. "Your mom went straight to her room as soon as she got home, saying she wasn't feeling well. I wonder what's bothering her. Maybe she lost some money at Mahjong and is feeling down." Charlie listened carefully and asked, "Dad, don't you think you should check on her? Just to be sure." "Oh, forget it," Jacob dismissed the idea. "She's obsessed with Mahjong and nothing else. I'm tired of it. Even if she loses, it's just a few thousand. Let her cry it out for a couple of days." Charlie struggled to stifle a laugh. "A few thousand? Dad, multiply that by 8,000. Your wife actually lost over 60 million today." As he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh at Elaine's foolishness. Losing more than 60 million in a game of Mahjong against those aunties? What kind of fool makes such a staggering mistake? Meanwhile, at the Wilson family villa, Christopher was lounging comfortably in the living room, sipping tea and humming cheerful tunes as he awaited Hannah's triumphant return. There was no doubt that Christopher and Jacob were brothers. Their celebrations of good fortune were nearly identical. Christopher kept glancing at his phone and chuckling every time he reread the message Hannah had sent him an hour earlier. "Dear, we now have Elaine's $2 million in savings, her current house, and the $5 million jade bangle. She's also mortgaged the Thompson First Villa to us as collateral for her debts. Charlie is sending over the housing contract now. We're about to get rich." Christopher quickly calculated in his head. Even ignoring the smaller items, the villa alone was worth at least $120 million. Divided among 4 people, that meant nearly $50 million for him. $50 million, that was more than enough. And when he factored in his cash, Elaine's house, and the jade bangle, they could potentially net a few million more. Altogether, they could end up with over $50 million. Adding that to the $15 million he already had would bring him close to $70 million. That amount would ensure a luxurious lifestyle for quite some time, even if the Wilson family went bankrupt. He even began planning how to spend the money. First, he would give his mother $8 million. The old lady had been pestering him about that $8 million for ages. He told her that the fund manager needed a couple of days to withdraw the money from a fixed deposit and promised to transfer it to the Wilson Group's account once he received it. So he decided to hand over $8 million to his mother and silence her for good after Hannah tricked Elaine out of her money. As for the rest, he intended to keep it hidden from his mother. He planned to buy a mansion and move in after the family went bankrupt. Christopher was in high spirits as his imagination ran wild. He sighed with a grin, "Oh, Elaine, you bitch, how dare you get so cocky after acquiring the villa, huh? Do you feel the sting now? Serves you right, bitch. Think of your losses as compensation for our emotional suffering." He felt no remorse or sadness over Elaine's financial ruin. This bitch deserved to be cheated and taken advantage of. In fact, he should find a way to scam her every time she had money, turning her into a long-term source of income for them. As Christopher daydreamed about turning Elaine into his perpetual cash flow, Lady Wilson entered the room, her expression dark and troubled. Startled, Christopher sprang from his chair and exclaimed, "Mom, you're back. How did everything go?" With a huff of indignation, Lady Wilson replied, "The bank is about to initiate the bankruptcy liquidation process starting next Monday. Once that begins, they will seize our house. Where is the $8 million you promised? Why haven't you sent it to me yet?" Christopher let out a hollow laugh. "Mom, please don't rush me. Didn't I explain that the money is tied up in a fixed deposit? My fund manager is working to withdraw it as quickly as possible. I assure you, I'll get you the funds, just be patient." Deep down, he didn't want to give her a single penny. However, his perspective had shifted significantly. He relied on Lady Wilson in order to inherit the hidden assets she had tucked away, which included millions in life insurance upon her passing, several million worth of jewelry she owned, and antiques belonging to his father valued at over $20 million. Christopher knew his mother well. Those jewels and antiques were her last hope. She would never part with them to save the company. Moreover, the location of these treasures was a secret known only to her. She had likely stashed them away long ago to ensure that when the bank and court came to seize the company and its assets, they would remain undiscovered. If he were to fall out with his mother now, there was a real chance she would disinherit him. Thus, he had no choice but to come up with that $8 million. Once Linda sold Charlie's Thompson First Villa, he could finally provide Lady Wilson with the $8 million. Though Lady Wilson couldn't read his thoughts, her agitation grew as she listened to his excuses. "Chris, I raised you. I can tell when something's going on in your mind just by looking at you. Don't even think about dragging this out to keep the money for yourself. If you don't give me the funds, I'll move to Jacob's house tomorrow. When I die, I'll leave my life insurance, jewelry, and your father's antiques to Jacob. Don't say I didn't warn you." In a panic, Christopher realized his mother was threatening him with the inheritance. He rushed to her side, trying to soothe her. "Mom, what are you saying? I promised I would give you the money, and I will. I'll have it ready for you by today or tomorrow at the latest, all right?" Lady Wilson collapsed onto the sofa. "Okay, then bring me the money right now." Christopher spread his arms, frowning. "Mom, I truly don't have the cash at this moment. But don't worry, I'll have it for you by tomorrow." Before he could finish, Lady Wilson cried out in frustration, "Arg! Tomorrow, tomorrow! You ungrateful brat, how dare you keep throwing the word tomorrow at me? I've raised you for nothing. Gently, Christopher patted his mother's hand. Mom, please calm down. There's no need to shout. I genuinely don't have the money right now, it's with Hannah. She went out today to take care of some matters. I promise when she returns, I'll get it to you no later than tomorrow. Lady Wilson stopped her tears and asked, It's getting late, why hasn't she come back yet? I'm not sure. She went to the bank and should be back soon. He then pulled out his phone and messaged Hannah, Dear, where are you? Are you on your way home? However, there was no response. Frowning, he said, Mom, I'll call Hannah now. When he called Hannah and put the phone on speaker, a system voice announced, Sorry, the person you have called is unavailable. Huh, that's strange. See, Mom? You heard it, her phone must be dead. I just can't reach her. Keep trying until you connect. Lady Wilson snapped angrily. Let me warn you, don't try to trick me. Hand me the phone, I'll call her myself. With a sigh, Christopher passed the phone to his mother. Here, you can call her. After seizing the phone, Lady Wilson attempted to call Hannah, but she was met with the same notification again. In a state of bewilderment, she exclaimed, What's wrong? Why has she turned her phone off? Mom, it's actually quite common for phones to shut down when the battery dies. Plus, she's out and about, so charging her phone might not be easy, Christopher explained gently. Frustrated, Lady Wilson tossed the phone back to him and snapped, Then keep trying until you get through. With a sigh, Christopher sank onto the couch, repeatedly dialing and hanging up. This went on for half an hour, yet he still couldn't reach her. As he prepared to call her again, a sense of unease washed over him. Something didn't feel right. Logically, the mahjong scam that Hannah and Linda had orchestrated was supposed to take place indoors, not outside. Charging a phone shouldn't have been a problem. Moreover, he had reminded her time and again to keep in touch so he could rush to her aid if needed. It was simply impossible for her to turn off her phone without warning. What could possibly be happening? As his thoughts spiraled, he sat up straight, furrowing his brow and murmuring, Something's not right. Lady Wilson shot him a sidelong glance and demanded, Cut the act. What on earth is going on? Feeling as though he had stumbled into a tangled mess, Christopher felt increasingly uneasy and irritable. He looked at his mother and said, Mom, please, just stay out of this for now. I can't reach Hannah, so I'll try calling someone else to see if they're with her. Next, he searched for Linda's number and dialed. To his dismay, the same automated message played, her phone was switched off too. He then tried calling Hudson and Gianna, only to receive the same frustrating outcome. This was bizarre. What on earth was happening? Christopher felt utterly confused and agitated. He ran a hand through his hair in distress, the ominous feeling in his gut intensifying. Lady Wilson observed her son with growing concern. Gradually, she began to sense that he was genuinely troubled, and it dawned on her that something must have gone wrong. She straightened up and urgently asked, Chris, what's going on? You need to tell me. Christopher shook his head and muttered, I don't know what's happening. Then why do you look so anxious? Why hasn't Hannah reached out? What are you not telling me? After a brief hesitation, Christopher took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and said, Mom, I need to be honest with you. Hannah actually set a trap for Elaine today. She hired a con artist to play mahjong with Elaine to swindle her out of money and Charlie's villa. Once the bank repossesses our house, you can finally move into the Thompson first villa you've always dreamed of. Lady Wilson's eyes widened in excitement. So, did Hannah manage to get the villa? When can I move in? When Lady Wilson heard the phrase, Thompson first, her eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. For a long time, she had yearned for Charlie's luxurious villa, dreaming of moving in and making it her own. In fact, she envisioned dying in that very house. Local superstitions circulated, suggesting it was unwise to pass away in a hospital, as one might struggle to find their way home. Another saying warned that one should wear a shroud before death to avoid being naked in the afterlife. There was also the belief that dying in a mansion could lead to reincarnation into a wealthy family, allowing one to relish in glory and riches in the next life. Thus, Lady Wilson's aspiration was to live in an upscale villa like Thompson First until her final breath. Recently, she had instructed Harold to break into the villa, but it ended disastrously. Harold and his bodyguards returned battered and defeated. Since that incident, she had abandoned the idea of forcibly taking the villa, yet her greed persisted. Her excitement soared upon learning that Christopher and Hannah were plotting to wrest the villa from Elaine's grasp. At that moment, Harold and Wendy had just come home, equally exhilarated as they overheard their father and grandmother's conversation. Harold rushed forward, his voice filled with urgency. "Dad, did I hear you correctly? Is Mom actually planning to take Charlie's villa from Elaine? What's the outcome? Did she succeed?" Wendy chimed in, her face beaming with enthusiasm. "Yes, Dad, what's the latest?" Christopher let out a heavy sigh, sounding disheartened as he replied, "In the last message from your mom, she mentioned that she had obtained Elaine's cash, her current house, and Charlie's Thompson First villa." Before he could finish, Lady Wilson interjected excitedly, "That's fantastic news. Splendid. If the bank seizes our house, we can move straight into Thompson First." "Ha ha ha. Elaine, that ignorant, pitiful creature. She deserves every bit of this. Let's make her destitute and miserable." Christopher forced a bitter smile. "Mom, even if the scheme works out, we'll still have to share the profits with the partners. If we want to keep the villa, we need to pay those con artists several $100,000. The bigger issue is that I can't get in touch with Hannah. She and her partners who orchestrated this scam have vanished." "Vanished?" Lady Wilson exclaimed, taken aback. After a brief pause, she frowned and said, "Chris, do you think she might have absconded with the money?" "Absconded?" Christopher replied incredulously. "No way. I can't believe that. Why would she run away?" Harold added reassuringly, "Grandma, Mom wouldn't just run off with the money." "Don't worry." Lady Wilson shook her head, expressing doubt. "It's hard to say. Look at where we are now, we're practically finished, and Hannah knows we can never reclaim our former glory. And you, foolish boy, you handed her all the cash. If she decides she doesn't want to endure a miserable life with you, she could easily take off with the money." Her tone shifted to seriousness. "Consider this, what if she has sold the villa and pocketed tens of thousands or even millions? She would have every reason to disappear. Perhaps she's already left the country without a trace." Christopher defended her. "Mom, Hannah has been my wife for years. We have our disagreements, but our relationship is solid." Lady Wilson retorted coldly, "That's only because she lacked financial independence. She depended on us, but now? The moment you gave her all your savings, the power shifted to her. She no longer needs you." Then she raised her voice. "If she secures Charlie's villa today, her net worth will skyrocket with tens of millions in assets. To her, you are no longer a husband but a liability." Christopher froze where he stood. Though he was reluctant to accept his mother's words, a nagging feeling told him that something was indeed amiss. Hannah might actually consider running away if she truly had that much cash on hand. After all, she and Elaine were like two peas in a pod, driven by greed and a love for money above all else. Mother is right, Christopher thought. Given that our children, and even my mother have all become burdens, it's possible she's chosen to bolt with the money. A shadow of resentment and gloom crossed Christopher's face. He spoke in a deep voice, "I need to call Elaine and find out." With that, he picked up his phone and dialed Elaine. His call was answered almost instantly. "Hey, Elaine, it's your brother-in-law, Christopher." Elaine gritted her teeth in disgust upon hearing his voice. This old dog. He must have known about Hannah's scheme to con her. Maybe he was the true mastermind behind the whole situation. As she thought about the huge losses she had suffered that day, she felt an urge to scream at him. But remembering that Hannah was headed to the coal mine, she stifled her anger and replied coldly, "Christopher Wilson, my husband and I were expelled from the Wilson family, remember? Why do you still call yourself my brother-in-law? Christopher let out a heavy sigh, but since he had an important reason for calling, he knew he needed to stay calm. Clearing his throat, he said awkwardly, "Sorry, Elaine, I misspoke." Elaine scoffed. "Fine, but I don't have time for your nonsense. Just get to the point, what do you want?" Christopher quickly asked, "Elaine, have you seen Hannah today?" Elaine immediately replied, "No. I haven't seen her since our last meeting at Summer's house." "What's going on?" "No?" Christopher exclaimed, feeling frustration boil inside him. "Lying bitch, who do you think you're fooling? Hannah has been giving me live updates all day. She told me when she arrived at your house, when she was in your BMW, and even when she was playing mahjong with you. She even reported how much money and assets she won from you. And you dare say you haven't seen her?" Although Christopher was seething, he forced himself to stay composed and asked again, "When Hannah left this morning, she said she was going to play mahjong with you. Are you absolutely sure you didn't see her?" Elaine felt a pang of anxiety. The 3 women who had played mahjong with her today, along with their gangster, had been sent to the coal mine. If their families discovered the connection, they might seek revenge on her. Even worse, if they reported it to the police, she wouldn't be able to prove her innocence. Thus, she had no choice but to continue denying it. She replied impatiently, "You're hilarious, you know that? How could I not know if I saw her? The answer is still no. I didn't meet her today." Christopher was too frantic to care about being exposed. "Elaine, please don't hang up. Just be honest with me, did you see her? Where did she go?" "At noon, she sent me a message saying she was at a friend's house playing mahjong with you and that she even won Charlie's Thompson first villa. How could you not have met her?" "Christopher, are you joking? Because this isn't funny. When did she win our villa? I've told you already, I haven't seen Hannah today. I can't stand her, there's no way I would have played mahjong with her." As she spoke, Elaine began to suspect that Christopher might be behind the scam. Grinding her teeth, she said, "It's possible your wife has run off with someone and is using me as a cover. I heard a rumor that she used to hang out with a gigolo at the KTV lounge who's about the same age as your son, Harold. They might be planning to save money and elope together." Christopher shouted furiously into the phone, "Elaine, you're throwing mud, those are a pack of fucking lies." Elaine replied, her voice tinged with anxiety, "Oh, you don't believe me? Fine. If you can find Hannah, I'll admit I'm wrong." "What do you mean by that?" "Figure it out yourself. I'm too tired for this, I don't want to talk to you anymore." With that, Elaine abruptly ended the call. In a fit of rage, Christopher nearly smashed his phone against the wall when he heard the busy signal. Harold quickly grabbed his father's arm and urged, "Dad, calm down. Right now, we need to focus on finding Mom." Unfortunately, Harold was unaware that their mother was heading toward the gullies in Erith, making it nearly impossible for the Wilson family to locate her with their current resources. Wendy leaned against her father and chimed in, "Yeah, Dad. Don't get so worked up. What did that bitch say?" Christopher huffed, indignantly replying, "Elaine claimed that your mom is having an affair with some guy and that she ran away with him." "What?" Harold, Wendy, and Lady Wilson were taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. "An affair?" Lady Wilson exclaimed. "Is this true?" "I don't know, Mom." Christopher responded, his voice laced with anxiety. "That's what Elaine said. She claimed it was all a setup, a scam to distract me while Hannah bought herself time to escape." Harold cursed in disbelief, "That bitch is lying, Dad. My mom wouldn't cheat, let alone run away with someone." Christopher's expression twisted slightly, and he spoke in a calmer, colder tone. "We can't be sure. Thinking back, though, your mom did seem a bit off." "What do you mean?" Harold and Wendy asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by that?" "Your grandma has been asking me for the $8 million, but your mom didn't want to give it to her. She suggested I transfer all the money into her account and tell your grandma it was tied up in the fund management account." That's why I transferred all our money to her, 15 million, all of it. Upon hearing the amount, Lady Wilson's eyes widened in disbelief. She slapped Christopher across the face and scolded, "Didn't you say you only had 10 million? Christopher, taken aback by both the slap and the truth he had just revealed, felt a surge of frustration. Raising his voice, he retorted, "Mom. You're the one who estimated I had 10 million. I didn't say it myself. Then why didn't you just tell me the truth? I'm your mother. Why couldn't you come clean about how much money you really had?" Christopher stood there, momentarily speechless. He knew it was his fault for hiding the true balance in his account. He felt guilty about it. Lady Wilson sighed in distress. "I always believed you were different from your brother. I thought you were smarter and more capable. But how could you lie to me like this?" She bit her lip and muttered, "A wise man can be ruined by his own wisdom, foolish boy. Instead of being honest with your mother, you handed all the money to your wife. Now that she's run off with everything, we're finished." Wendy interjected, her voice filled with concern, "No. Grandma, my mom wouldn't do that." Lady Wilson shot her a sharp glare and snapped, "She wouldn't do that, you say? Then where is she? Where did she go? Why has she vanished?" Continuing with intensity, she added, "Your mom keeps talking about a scam, yet all her accomplices, including her, have disappeared, except for Elaine. There's something very wrong with this picture." Harold suddenly blurted out an idea that had just struck him. Could it be that Elaine is behind all this? What if she's the one taking care of my mom and her accomplices? Lady Wilson scoffed in disgust. "Elaine? Do you really believe that dimwit could pull something like this off? Only your foolish uncle would fall for her tricks. I won't get into your mother's character right now, but she is 10 times smarter than Elaine, that's the truth. If she wanted to fool Elaine, there's no way Elaine could retaliate." Christopher wore a look of uncertainty mixed with doubt. He was almost convinced that his wife had absconded with their money. What other explanation could there possibly be? How could 4 adults simply vanish into thin air? If they had indeed left, surely there would be some sort of clues or traces left behind, wouldn't there? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Hannah had betrayed him. After all, she was now quite wealthy thanks to their $15 million winnings. In anguish, he bit his lip and huffed, declaring, "No, I can't just sit here. I need to go confront Elaine and ask her directly." Lady Wilson, visibly annoyed, struck Christopher with her cane and snapped, "You'd better get some answers from her and locate Hannah. Even if you can't find her, bring back the 15 million. If you fail, don't bother coming back, I'll just assume I have only one son." With a heavy heart, Christopher nodded. "All right, I'll head out now." Just then, Lady Wilson interjected, "Hold on. I'm coming with you." "Why?" "Mom, your presence will only complicate matters." "Did you just call me a troublemaker?" Lady Wilson exclaimed in anger. "After losing all that money, you dare to say that? I'm going, and nothing you say will stop me. If you don't sort this out, I'll cut ties with you and live with Jacob." Frustrated and upset, Christopher reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let's go then." They hurriedly left to catch a taxi, heading straight for Elaine's house. Meanwhile, Charlie and Jacob were in the living room, watching TV. In another room, Elaine lay under a blanket, crying over the $2 million she had lost along with her broken jade bangle. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang on the door. Charlie opened the door, frowning at the sight of Lady Wilson and Christopher. With a cold tone, he asked, "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Charlie, Lady Wilson's agitation escalated. She pushed past him, exclaiming, "Move aside, loser. I need to see Elaine." Charlie's frown deepened. "Old lady, we're no longer associated with you, and you're not welcome here." "What did you just say?" Lady Wilson growled, her anger flaring. "How dare you? Mind your manners, you disrespectful jerk. Do you really think you still hold the authority of the Wilson family? Your pompous attitude doesn't work here anymore. You're unwelcome, so leave." Charlie attempted to shut the door, but Jacob rushed over after hearing the commotion. He frowned at the unwelcome guests and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lady Wilson scoffed, adopting an air of superiority. "Jacob, do you still consider me your mother?" Startled, Jacob replied firmly, "You were the one who wanted to sever ties. You should be asking yourself whether you see me as your son." Lady Wilson's expression twisted in humiliation. "Blood is thicker than water. I'll always be your mother, no matter what." Jacob sighed in frustration. He was tired of being belittled by his own mother. "You disown me when you're fed up, but now you act as if you're my mother when it suits you. Seriously? I don't want a mother like that." With that, Jacob turned and walked back inside. Charlie smirked at the unwanted visitors, saying, "Well, you heard my father-in-law. It's best if you leave." Lady Wilson was completely taken aback by Jacob's newfound audacity and confidence in her presence. Her feelings of anger and frustration bubbled to the surface. For countless years, she had kept Jacob in check with her authoritative demeanor, and he had never dared to challenge or even question her commanding nature. He hadn't even protested when she expelled him from the Wilson family estate. Yet now, he was bold enough to speak to her in such a defiant manner. He claimed he didn't want such a mother. How could he possibly utter such a rebellious statement? This was utterly unacceptable. As she simmered with rage, ready to confront them and reaffirm her authority, Christopher, on the other hand, remained humble and said, "Charlie, we're not here to cause trouble. I urgently need to speak with Elaine, so could you please ask her to come out quickly?" Charlie realized that Christopher was probably here because of Hannah, but he had no idea, nor could he have imagined, that Hannah, Linda, and their group had been secretly sent to Erith. To him, it seemed as if Hannah had vanished completely. Thus, Charlie replied, "Well, you can tell me what you need, and I'll relay the message to her." "My wife is missing." Charlie feigned surprise and asked, "Missing? How did that happen?" Christopher, irritated by Charlie's curiosity, managed to hold back his anger and explained, "I just can't locate her. I haven't been able to reach her. Before she disappeared, she mentioned she was with Elaine, which is why I'm here, to see if Elaine knows anything." Charlie chuckled lightly. "Actually, you can figure this out without needing to ask." "What do you mean?" Christopher asked, perplexed. "It's simple. I think your wife has left you." Charlie then cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds, and continued, "Have you looked in the mirror recently? Just take a look. No money, no power, no friends. I wouldn't be surprised if you're on the verge of bankruptcy, right? I bet they're about to seize your villa. Auntie Hannah has never had to endure hardship. Did you really think she'd want to live with you in some dingy rented apartment?" Fuming with rage, Christopher retorted, "This is none of your concern, just shut the fuck up." Jacob stepped forward, speaking earnestly, "Brother, I think Charlie is onto something. The Wilson family is in shambles now. If I were in Hannah's shoes, not only would I refuse to live with you, but I'd also take all your money and start fresh on my own." "You?" Christopher was taken aback by Jacob's harsh words. He huffed indignantly and shouted, "Jacob Wilson, don't you dare insult my wife. I would have already broken your nose if you weren't my brother." Before his angry growl could fade, Charlie delivered a sharp slap across his face, causing stars to dance before Christopher's eyes. Before he could gather his thoughts, Charlie coldly reprimanded him, "Christopher, how dare you act so arrogantly in my house? Have you forgotten what happened to your beloved son and your lackeys?" Christopher fell silent, knowing he was in a precarious position. Despite still being the former Christopher, he knew he stood no chance against Charlie. He couldn't grasp when or how Charlie had honed his martial arts skills to the point where he could single-handedly take down the Wilson family's formidable bodyguards. There was no way Christopher could handle a confrontation with him. Feeling defeated, Christopher suppressed his anger and spoke softly, "Jacob, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I really need to speak with Elaine about something important. Could you please arrange it?" Jacob was overjoyed at this moment. He felt an urge to embrace his beloved son-in-law and shower him with affection. After being frustrated by Christopher's earlier provocations, Jacob had found immense satisfaction when Charlie slapped him. It was truly a sight to behold. With a secret smile of joy, Jacob adopted a serious expression and asked, "Brother, didn't you and Hannah go to check out a villa a couple of days ago?" "How did you know that?" Christopher replied, suspicion in his voice. "Elaine mentioned it. She was at a friend's house playing mahjong when you and Hannah went to look at the property," Jacob explained. Christopher nodded. "Yes, that's true, but what does that have to do with today?" Meanwhile, Lady Wilson frowned in confusion and asked, "Chris, what's happening? Are you planning to buy a house? When? Why haven't I heard anything about this?" Christopher was taken aback and sighed deeply, realizing that in his anxious state he had forgotten to keep this a secret from his mother. Noticing Lady Wilson's displeasure, he took a calming breath and replied patiently, "Mom, Hannah and I were worried about being left without a place to stay after the villa is seized, so we were just exploring our options." "That's nonsense," Lady Wilson exclaimed. "You think my house will be seized just because you refuse to contribute financially to the family? You're so miserly when it comes to helping the company, and now you're house hunting behind my back." Christopher felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He knew it would take a while to calm his mother's fury. In frustration, Lady Wilson slapped him and shouted, "You ungrateful child! You trust an outsider over your own mother. Fantastic job, now your 15 million is wasted. You're leading us straight to ruin, you fool." Jacob felt a pang of bitterness as he realized Christopher had 15 million at his disposal. Once part of the family, he had only managed to save 1 million, which later grew to 2 million through trading antiques and Claire's help. Seeing Christopher's wealth made Jacob feel a bit envious. "So that's it. Brother, you transferred all that money to Hannah, didn't you?" Christopher replied indignantly, "That's none of your business." Jacob sighed and said, "Brother, you've given Hannah a fortune. Even if she remains loyal to you, there are plenty of young men out there who would love to latch onto a wealthy woman for support, treating her like their lifeline." "What do you mean by that?" Christopher asked, frowning in irritation. Feigning surprise, Jacob responded, "Haven't you seen all those real-life stories online? There are countless similar situations. Young men often target rich older women like Hannah, charming them with their youthful appeal. Before you know it, they might say something like, 'I don't want to work anymore,' and those women would be ready to shower them with gifts, cars, houses, or even run away with them." Shaking his head regretfully, Jacob continued, 15 million, Chris, 15 million. Just imagine how many young men might be circling around Hannah like bees to a flower. I worry she might struggle to make the right choice." Christopher was seething with rage at Jacob's intentional sarcasm. He had occasionally stumbled upon such stories on various online news sites. In fact, he admitted to having envisioned a similar scenario in his mind. He imagined that one day, when he became incredibly wealthy, he might run into a young and attractive woman who would declare she was done with work. He would simply send her an address and invite her over. Of course, that was merely a fantasy. He had never possessed the courage or the means to bring such a dream to life. However, when Jacob spoke about his wife in that manner, a strikingly vivid image flashed through Christopher's mind. In this imagined scene, a young man was nestled against his wife's embrace, sweetly calling her name. Christopher felt a wave of agitation wash over him, questioning how many times his wife had betrayed him. He stomped in fury and shouted, "Jacob, don't you dare mock my wife. Your own wife isn't any better. You should be grateful you're poor, otherwise, Elaine would have a dozen toy boys on her payroll." Just then, Jacob's bedroom door swung open. Elaine stormed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Christopher and yelling, "You bastard! Your wife ran off, so why are you here causing trouble? How dare you insult me? Just take a look at yourself, you pathetic old fool." Upon seeing Elaine, Christopher demanded sharply, "Elaine, have you seen Hannah or not? I told you I haven't seen her. You're so annoying. I already said that Hannah eloped with her toy boy, taking all your money with her. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. You claim she cheated on me with a toy boy. Do you have any proof?" "Huh, your wife vanished along with the cash. What kind of proof do you expect?" If you're so desperate for evidence, go look for it yourself. Why are you here? Christopher was so infuriated that he felt his heart might explode. Lady Wilson interjected coolly, that's enough. Let's go home now. Stop making a fool of yourself. With a venomous glare, Christopher pointed at Elaine and declared, you vixen, just wait. I'll come after you. Elaine spat at him and retorted, come if you want, but soon enough, you'll be broke and unable to afford even a decent meal. You'll starve to death, you bastard. With that, Elaine slammed the door shut in their faces. Christopher was furious, but he was too intimidated to confront them again, fearing that Charlie would strike him once more. He could only leave, feeling defeated, alongside Lady Wilson. As they reached the gate, Lady Wilson issued a chilling warning, you have 3 days, find Hannah or bring me the money. If you fail, don't bother coming home. With that, she stormed off, leaving Christopher utterly devastated. The world felt impossibly vast, making the search for Hannah seem like an impossible task. With no other options, he decided to visit Hannah's family first. After Christopher departed, Elaine felt a slight lift in her spirits. Jacob, unaware of the day's events, believed the tale of Hannah running away with the money was true. He chuckled, saying with glee, haha. No man is wise all the time. I bet Chris never saw this coming. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. Charlie observed Elaine quietly, impressed by her quick thinking. She had maintained her denial about seeing Hannah until the end and had even accused Hannah of eloping with a toy boy. It took only a small effort from her to redirect Christopher's focus entirely. Meanwhile, Elaine shot a bitter glare at Charlie, wishing she could devour him with her eyes. It was all because of this loser that Linda and Hannah had squandered all their money. Now that she had lost the family's savings, she was left wondering how she would hide the truth from Jacob. In that moment, the cheerful Jacob exclaimed, oh yes, dear. Please give me 20 grand. I want to host a get-together tomorrow. Elaine responded with a hint of anxiety, a get-together? Why on earth do you need 20 grand for that? Did you invite the president? With excitement, Jacob replied, I joined the Oris Calligraphy and Painting Association, remember? Now there's an opening for the executive director position, and I want it. I need to invite the chairman and other directors for dinner to strengthen our connections. With a smug expression, he added, if I get elected as an executive director, I'll be quite popular in the city's antique social circle. Elaine, now furious, shouted, are you out of your mind? 20 grand for dinner? Do you really think we have a money tree at home? No way, I won't allow it. Jacob quickly defended himself, oh, darling, I'm just trying to rise through the ranks. Once I'm a director, I'll have better access to rare antiques and the chance to snag some treasures at great prices. You've seen how well I've done before, I made hundreds of thousands using the same approach. Despite feeling guilty about the money, Elaine maintained her angry facade. But still, you can't possibly spend 20 grand on a dinner. Do you think our money just grows? Jacob felt irritated. Every penny I spend will come back to me in the future. Or you could think of it as a loan, how about that? Elaine scoffed, oh please, do you think I don't see through your nonsense? So what if you become a director? You still won't earn much. You're starting to act just like Charlie, lying and deceiving everyone. Why do you always look down on me? Jacob exclaimed, frustration creeping into his voice. Yes, I do look down on you. You want money, right? Look at my lips, no, she declared, turning and storming into her room, feigning anger. Jacob stood there, utterly baffled and irritated. What was wrong with her? Why wouldn't she give him the money? Part of it belonged to him. As he contemplated going to her room for another argument, Charlie stepped in with a smile, Dad, if Mom doesn't want to give you the money, there's nothing you can do. Annoyed, Jacob huffed, but I already told them I wanted to host a get-together. I only have a little over 1,000 in my pocket, it's not enough. He continued, the president mentioned there's a good chance I'll be appointed as director, and it all hinges on my performance. Charlie let out a quiet sigh. He knew all too well how poorly his father-in-law fared in authenticating antiques. Jacob had been scammed repeatedly, losing a significant amount of money. The only time he had made a profit from antiques was through Zachary. Unfortunately, Zachary was now avoiding Jacob completely, ignoring his calls and even fleeing his shop whenever he spotted Jacob on Antique Street. Jacob's true reason for joining the association was just to fill a seat, but he wouldn't voice that. Instead, he said, "Dad, I've got some spare cash, I'll transfer you 20 grand right away." Jacob's face lit up with joy. "Oh, my wonderful son-in-law, you're the best. Thank you. You've done me a huge favor." Charlie sighed again as he processed the transfer. "All right, Claire will be back soon. I need to start making dinner." Jacob beamed as he received the money and said in a playful tone, "Let me help you, dear son-in-law." As Charlie busied himself with dinner preparations, Donald and his son, Shawn, departed from the Moore family mansion and headed to the Heaven Springs. Donald had extended invitations to some of the most influential and esteemed figures in Orris Hill for a banquet dinner he was hosting that evening. His motives were twofold. He sought leads regarding his youngest son Kian's abrupt illness, and he also aimed to establish a foothold for the Webb family in Orris Hill. While the Webb family held the title of the premier family in the South region, this did not equate to absolute control or dominance throughout the entire area. The Webb family's stronghold was in Sudbury, granting them significant influence there. However, since the Moore family was based in Orris Hill, the Webb family's power in that region was notably less than that of the Moores. As each affluent family in the South region maintained its own areas of influence, they shared an unspoken understanding and mutual respect, avoiding encroachments on each other's territories. Donald wasn't seeking to expand his influence in Orris Hill, but his eldest son, Shawn, had a keen desire to marry Jasmine from the Moore family. To facilitate this ambition, Shawn would need to remain in Orris Hill for an extended period. Thus, Donald aimed to establish connections with the prominent families in the area to ease Shawn's future endeavors. Recently, Shawn had been feeling more irritable than usual. His discomfort stemmed partly from Lord Moore's outright rejection of Donald's marriage proposal during their last discussion, leaving Shawn feeling embarrassed and awkward. Additionally, Shawn was troubled by Jasmine's behavior. During their stay at the Moore family mansion, Shawn noticed that Jasmine consistently left early in the morning and returned home late at night. He recalled Reuben mentioning that Jasmine used to have breakfast at home before heading out and would come back early to share dinner with her grandfather. However, in the past few days, Jasmine had skipped breakfast at home entirely, rushing to her car as soon as she emerged from her bedroom each morning. She even began dining out before returning home late at night, going straight to her room without a moment to interact with Shawn. This lack of contact left Shawn feeling increasingly disheartened. He never anticipated that Jasmine might view him in a negative light. It seemed to him that she was unwilling to marry him, and he couldn't help but wonder why. As they drove, Donald quickly sensed his son's troubled mood. He advised, "Son, patience is crucial in these matters. You may not find another girl like Jasmine anywhere in the South region. If you truly wish to win her heart and marry her, you'll need to invest your time and effort." Shawn, feeling frustrated, retorted, "Dad, you know there's no other young man in the South region who can compare to me, right? Why can't she simply recognize her good fortune that I'm interested in her and want to marry her?" Donald responded gently, "You may not realize this, but young women from prestigious families tend to attract more attention than young men from similar backgrounds." He continued, "A woman like Jasmine will certainly have many suitors, including young men from the most elite families in Eastcliff. They will all be vying for her hand because she is not only beautiful and talented, but her family's prestige is also significant. Jasmine would bring much honor to her future husband and comes with a substantial dowry. However, securing a marriage with a girl from such a powerful family is no easy feat. They will evaluate not just your personal qualities but also the overall strength and wealth of the Webb family. In simpler terms, within upper-class society, a woman with a comprehensive rating of 70 could marry a man with a rating of 80, but a man with a rating of 70 would struggle to marry a woman also rated at 70. Shawn, feeling a mix of agitation and disbelief, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that marrying Jasmine would elevate my social standing?" Donald replied, "As much as you might dislike hearing this, it's the truth. Jasmine will undoubtedly find someone better suited for her, but it will be significantly harder for you to find a woman who matches her caliber. Shawn paused, taken aback and somewhat unconvinced. Yet, after some reflection, he realized his father had a point. Of all the women he had encountered, Jasmine truly stood out as the one with the highest appeal. Even among the daughters of the elite families in Eastcliff, finding anyone with Jasmine's combination of beauty and charm would be a challenge, despite their potentially greater wealth compared to the Moore family. Additionally, even if the girls were drawn to him or showed interest, their families might not be open to accepting him. Donald let out a deep sigh before addressing Shawn, saying, "I've received some news from home regarding your younger brother, and I'm afraid his condition isn't looking very promising." "What's wrong?" Shawn asked urgently. "Has his condition worsened?" "No, that's not the case," Donald replied. "His illness remains unchanged, he still endures the same ordeal every hour. However, it appears that your brother's emotional and mental state has significantly declined. Previously, he would feel suicidal if he missed his hourly routine, but now, after each episode, he feels the same despair. He expressed that living like this is too painful and pointless for him." With that, Donald sighed again, unsure of who Kian had angered to end up in such a dire situation. Shawn clenched his teeth and declared, "If I ever find the person responsible for my brother's suffering, I swear I'll kill them." Yet, deep down, even as Shawn spoke of vengeance, his true desire lay not in avenging his brother or seeking a cure. What he truly yearned for was to win Jasmine's heart. In reality, Shawn was rather indifferent to his brother's plight. On the contrary, he believed it would be more advantageous for him if Kian remained in his current state. This way, he wouldn't have to contend with a rival for the family fortune in the future. If Kian remained as he was, without any hope for recovery, he would never be able to inherit any family wealth or property. Instead, he would likely be confined at home, reliant on his family just to survive. This scenario would leave Shawn free to claim the entirety of the Webb family fortune for himself. Donald sighed once more and said, "Shawn, don't worry about your brother's situation. I'll take it upon myself to investigate further. Focus on pursuing Jasmine with all your efforts. You need to make sure you win her over. Do you understand?" Shawn nodded eagerly. "I understand, Dad." Donald then continued, "I've organized an event at the Heaven Springs tonight. The guests include the heads of the White family, the Quinton family, the Lloyd family, the Zimmerman family, and the Klein family. Each of these families has deep roots in Oris Hill, with their own strengths and resources. I've also invited Don Albert, the owner of the Heaven Springs. While he may seem intimidating and lacks a prestigious background, he is deeply connected in Oris Hill's underground world. He's aware of almost everything happening here. So, forging connections with these individuals tonight will certainly benefit you in your pursuit of Jasmine." Shawn was familiar with the White and Quinton families, knowing Zeke White and Graham Quinton as their heads. However, he was less informed about the other families mentioned by his father. Curious, he asked, "Dad, what about the Lloyd, Zimmerman, and Klein families? What can you tell me about them?" Donald chuckled and explained, "The Zimmerman and Klein families are fairly ordinary, they've built their wealth through real estate. There's nothing particularly remarkable about them. The Lloyd family, however, is more intriguing. They operate a financial company involved in dubious activities, essentially functioning as loan sharks. They've gained prominence in the last 2 years, backing numerous gangsters in the debt collection business." Shawn was taken aback and asked, "So, they have a similar nature to Don Albert?" "Yes, they share some similarities," Donald confirmed. "But the Lloyd family can't match Don Albert's power. Don Albert has far more men at his disposal throughout Oris Hill. His operations dwarf Kane Lloyd's collection team. That's why, despite his hatred for Don Albert, Kane doesn't dare to confront him." "Kane hates Don Albert?" Shawn asked, surprised. "Did something happen between them?" Donald smiled and replied, "It seems there was a significant conflict. Kane has an only son, Marcus, who recently crossed Don Albert. As punishment, Don Albert carved 2 words onto Marcus's forehead." "What words?" Shawn inquired, intrigued. Pathetic jerk. Donald revealed. Oh my God. Shawn couldn't contain his shock as he exclaimed, Don Albert actually carved the words, pathetic jerk, into Kane's son's forehead? If that doesn't show deep-seated hatred, I don't know what does. Absolutely, Donald replied with a slight smile. Kane and his son can only fantasize about getting rid of Don Albert. Curious, Shawn asked, Dad, if you know there's a rivalry between Kane and Don Albert, why did you still invite Kane to the banquet dinner tonight? With another smile, Donald explained, isn't this a perfect opportunity for us? Kane is like a stray dog that wants to bite but lacks the courage. What he needs is someone to support him so he can find the confidence to act. Shawn responded, but if you plan to use Kane, why hold the banquet at the Heaven Springs? Given their animosity, isn't that complicating things for yourself? Donald regarded Shawn thoughtfully and replied, Kane and Don Albert are both dogs, but there's a key difference. Kane is a stray with no master, while Don Albert has the backing of the powerful Moore family. Shawn nodded and asked, so, what's your ultimate goal here, Dad? If you intend to marry Jasmine one day, you need to show your influence in Oris Hill. Although the elite families are polite to us, they don't truly see us as equals. They view the Moore family as the real power here. We must cultivate our own strength in Oris Hill. Donald continued, in this world, there are two types of forces, public and underground. The public forces consist of reputable families engaged in legitimate business, while the Lloyd family and Don Albert represent the underground forces. If we can't take Don Albert down, we should train someone who can. I believe the Lloyd family is well suited for that role. Looking intently at Shawn, Donald offered a serious warning. To inherit the Webb family legacy, you need to be strategic. Do you understand why I invited Kane to dinner at the Heaven Springs tonight? First, I want to surprise Kane. He's just a stray with no support, yet here he is dining with someone as powerful as me. At the same time, I want to humiliate him. As a stray, he will have to swallow his pride when faced with his enemy, Don Albert. This humiliation will only fuel his desire for revenge. When the time is right, I'll extend an offer to him to become my ally. This will give him a chance for vengeance, and he'll be grateful, eager to help us take down Don Albert. Once Don Albert, the mob boss of the underground world, is dethroned, the Webb family will rise to power. Do you see my plan now? Shawn's eyes widened in realization. Dad, that's brilliant. Kane will see you and the Webb family as his saviors. The Lloyd family can pave the way for our entry into Oris Hill. Exactly. This is how we secure Oris Hill as an unassailable stronghold for the Webb family. Shawn admired his father's cunning, sighing, I just wish I could have even a fraction of your talent someday, Dad. Donald chuckled softly and said, your current demeanor already reminds me of my younger self. Just gain more experience, think things through, and practice patience. Taking his father's words to heart, Shawn responded, I understand now. Good, Donald nodded, satisfied. Now, regarding Jasmine, be patient and steady, like an eagle watching its prey. Make sure to win her over and bring her into the Webb family. Shawn replied earnestly, I will, Dad. I won't let you down. As soon as he finished speaking, they arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Springs. As their car came to a halt, Shawn peered out the window and spotted a middle-aged man briskly approaching them. The man greeted both Shawn and Donald with a respectful salute as he drew near. Donald gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and turned to Shawn, saying, This is Kane Lloyd, the person I mentioned to you earlier. Shawn felt a bit taken aback by the introduction. Once the car was fully stopped, Kane quickly opened the door for Donald. With a warm smile, he greeted them, saying, Kane Lloyd at your service, Mr. Webb and young Master Webb. Donald nodded in return and remarked, You've arrived quite early today. Kane replied promptly, I truly never expected to receive an invitation to your banquet dinner tonight. I was afraid I might be late if I didn't come sooner. In fact, Kane had never expected to have the chance to visit the Heaven Springs in his lifetime. This was largely because of Albert, who had not only branded his son with the words, pathetic jerk, but also forced him to report to the Heaven Springs every Friday. Albert would even inspect his son's forehead each week, warning that if the scar faded, he would carve it deeper again. He was nothing short of a tyrant. Cain harbored deep resentment toward Albert because of the humiliation he and his son had endured. As a result, he had always avoided setting foot in Albert's domain. However, this occasion was entirely different. Cain could hardly believe that Donald, a member of the illustrious and influential Webb family, had personally invited him to attend the banquet at the Heaven Springs. This was Donald Webb, a prominent figure from the most esteemed family in the South region. He was undoubtedly one of the most powerful individuals in the area. Cain had thought he might never get the chance to meet someone of Donald's stature. Thus, he was filled with excitement upon receiving the invitation. Cain was eager to forge a connection with the Webb family during tonight's dinner. It was a prime opportunity for him to position himself as a loyal subordinate to the Webbs, finally granting him a chance to seek revenge against Albert. Donald smiled approvingly as he said, "Cain, your attitude is commendable. Keep it up." Hearing Donald's praise made Cain tremble with excitement. He bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Mr. Webb, I have long admired the Webb family. Your reputation is truly inspiring. If you would accept me, I would be honored to serve the Webb family. I will do everything in my power to assist you." Donald glanced at Cain, noting that this man clearly understood how to behave respectfully in front of someone of his status. However, Donald had plans to keep Cain on his toes. He responded coolly, "I don't believe the Lloyd family is quite qualified to become the Webb family's servant. That said, I must admit I'm impressed by your demeanor. As it happens, I need someone to run a few errands in Oris Hill. You can assist me with those tasks for now. If you perform well, I won't forget your efforts in the future." Cain beamed with happiness and replied respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Webb. I am more than willing to serve you, and I will do my utmost." Donald nodded and said, "All right, it's nearly time for us to head inside. Don Albert should have everything ready for tonight's banquet. You can accompany me." At the mention of Don Albert, a flash of hatred crossed Cain's face, but he quickly concealed it, bowing respectfully and gesturing for Donald to lead the way. "After you, Mr. Webb," he said humbly. Donald felt quite pleased with Cain's demeanor. He gave a slight nod before stepping inside the Heaven Springs. Albert had already organized everything at the Heaven Springs, ensuring that the staff was fully prepared and all the dishes for the banquet dinner that evening were ready. Meanwhile, the other guests invited to the banquet had arrived early and were waiting for Donald's arrival. Albert, Graham, and Zeke shared a similar stance regarding the Webb family. They were not there to flatter Donald or seek any favors, but they also had no intention of offending him or the Webb family. This was why they accepted the Webb family's invitation to the banquet dinner that night. In fact, the three had thoroughly discussed their approach beforehand. They had met privately to strategize, deciding to show the Webb family some respect and courtesy toward Donald while still adhering to Charlie's directives. As for the heads of other families, their main goal for attending the banquet was to endear themselves to the Webb family. No matter the circumstances, it was an undeniable truth that the Webb family stood at the pinnacle of society in the South region. To many smaller and medium-sized families, they were like a towering, fruit-laden tree, and it was only natural for these lesser families to cling to it as tightly as possible. When Donald and his son, Shawn, entered the diamond room, the heads of the other families immediately rose to greet and welcome them. Among them, the head of the Zimmerman family was the first to shower praise on Donald. "Mr. Webb, you truly are an exceptionally talented individual. Your son shares your remarkable abilities and undoubtedly belongs to the most prestigious family in the South region. Both of you radiate extraordinary charm and presence." The head of the Klein family also nodded in agreement, adding, "Absolutely. I've never met Mr. Webb before, but now that I have the honor, I must say you surpass even the impressive rumors I've heard about you." Donald acknowledged their flattery with a slight nod, surveying the room with a dignified expression. It was evident that everyone present in the private room was a notable figure in Oris Hill. The heads of the Zimmerman, Klein, and Lloyd families were clearly trying their utmost to impress and flatter him. In contrast, Zeke, Graham, and Albert remained calm and composed. They displayed indifferent expressions but maintained a polite demeanor toward Donald out of courtesy, without offering any genuine compliments. Despite his silence, Donald felt a simmering displeasure toward Zeke. Meanwhile, Cain trailed closely behind Donald, almost like a devoted grandson. Upon spotting Albert as he entered the private room, Cain couldn't help but fix him with a glare full of resentment. In Cain's eyes, Albert was the architect of his troubles. His son had become a laughingstock in Oris Hill, branded with the words, "pathetic jerk," etched onto his forehead thanks to Albert. Another joke circulating in Oris Hill was about Kian, the Webb family's second son, who was humorously dubbed a poop-eating monster. However, fear of the Webb family's influence kept people from openly mocking these incidents. They could only laugh about them in private. Conversely, the Lloyd family lacked the strength and influence of the Webb family, so the unfortunate situation surrounding Cain's son, Marcus, became public fodder for ridicule among many. Just 2 days ago, while Cain was out, he overheard two 10-year-old boys arguing. One called the other a pathetic jerk, only for the second boy to retort, "I'm not a pathetic jerk. Marcus Lloyd is the real pathetic jerk." Furious, Cain rushed over and slapped the boy, sending him to the ground in shock. When the boy's father confronted Cain, he ordered his driver and bodyguard to retaliate, resulting in the man receiving a brutal beating that landed him in the hospital. Despite this, mocking remarks about Marcus continued circulating in Oris Hill, and Cain felt completely powerless to stop them. Moreover, there were numerous influential individuals in Oris Hill whom Cain could not afford to offend. This constant humiliation left Cain seething with rage. Had Albert not been significantly more powerful than him, he would have stormed in with his men to exact revenge. It was this simmering anger that surged within Cain as he faced Albert, his eyes ablaze as he encountered his adversary. Truthfully, Albert hadn't anticipated seeing Cain at the banquet. Donald had only instructed him to secure a table for the dinner without providing a list of guests. Despite the tension in the air, Albert had no interest in confronting Cain directly. When he caught sight of the murderous look on Cain's face, he merely shot him a cold glare while casually raising his hand to touch his forehead. Cain, consumed by rage at Albert's gesture, trembled but remained silent. He dared not confront Albert or take any action against him. Deep down, Cain knew that Albert held far more power than he did. Moreover, Donald had made it clear that Cain was still under probation, unworthy even of being considered a servant of the Webb family. This realization left Cain feeling extremely uneasy. What kind of world was this where he had to endure a trial period just to become someone else's subordinate? Yet he resolved to endure the probation. He believed that once he passed it, he would gain the strength necessary to oppose Albert and seek revenge. As the saying goes, a lack of patience in small matters can derail great plans. For now, he would swallow his humiliation to achieve his greater goals. As the owner of the Heaven Springs and one of the esteemed guests at the banquet, Albert took the initiative to invite Donald to take the main seat at the table. Once Donald was seated, Shawn promptly sat down at his right side. The seat to Donald's left was empty, and many attendees eyed it eagerly, hoping to position themselves close to him. However, Cain, who had been closely trailing Donald, was the quickest to act. As soon as Donald settled into the main seat, Cain hurriedly took the seat next to him on the left. Meanwhile, the group continued to shower Donald with praise. Though he spoke little, he exuded a commanding presence. After everyone had offered their greetings, Donald finally addressed the gathering. "I invited all of you to this banquet to get to know you better. As I'm still relatively new to Oris Hill, I may need your assistance in the future." Cain was the first to rise, grinning as he said, "Of course, Mr. Webb. The Lloyd family is honored to serve the Webb family. We will definitely pledge our loyalty and support." Cain understood that Donald needed someone to break the ice and speak up first, so he bravely took the lead in expressing his allegiance. Donald regarded Cain with an approving nod and replied, "Cain, if you perform well for me in the future, I'll be sure to look out for you and offer you more benefits." Cain was indeed astute, recognizing the importance of seizing the moment. "Thank you, Mr. Webb. I will do my utmost to serve you well," he responded earnestly. At that moment, the heads of the Zimmerman and Klein families also hurried to express their loyalty, eagerly aligning themselves with Donald and trying to board the Webb family's big boat. Meanwhile, Zeke, Graham, and Albert exchanged silent glances, choosing to remain quiet. They understood that Donald expected them to declare their support for the Webb family. By pledging their allegiance, they would be publicly announcing their desire for refuge under the Webb family. However, the three of them were resolute in their loyalty to Charlie alone. They could not bring themselves to pledge allegiance to Donald. In their eyes, Charlie was the true powerhouse, a dragon among men. Compared to him, even the formidable Webb family and Donald were mere mortals. Donald noticed the three of them and remarked, "It seems that you're unwilling to work for the Webb family, then?" When Donald posed his unexpected question, Zeke offered a faint smile before responding, "Mr. Webb, it's true that the three of us have already pledged our loyalty elsewhere. Because of this, it would be quite challenging for us to switch our allegiance to the Webb family. We hope you can understand our predicament and forgive us." Graham lightly touched his nose and added, "Mr. Webb's intentions align with mine." Donald turned to Albert and inquired, "And what about you, Don Albert?" Albert smiled and replied, "I'm just a minor player in the upper class, merely a mob boss. However, I place great importance on loyalty. The person to whom I've pledged my allegiance treats me well, and I have no intention of betraying him for anyone else." Donald frowned, taken aback by the resolute stance of the three men. He couldn't comprehend why they would remain so loyal to the Moore family. What sort of benefits could the Moore family offer to inspire such unwavering loyalty? Upon hearing their responses, Kane shot to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at them. "Don't the three of you have any respect for Mr. Webb? Do you even know the Webb family? There are countless people eager to be associated with them. You should feel honored that Mr. Webb has acknowledged your presence. How dare you reject his request?" Donald raised his hand to halt Kane's outburst and calmly said, "Everyone has their own plans and goals. I will not compel anyone to comply with my wishes." He continued, "However, even if you're unwilling to pledge your loyalty to the Webb family, would you at least be willing to assist me?" Albert responded lightly, "Mr. Webb, certainly. As long as your request aligns with my principles, I will be happy to assist." Donald nodded and explained, "I have two main reasons for visiting Oris Hill this time. First, the Webb family is currently facing certain issues, which I'm sure all of you are aware of." No one answered, but the awkward expressions on their faces conveyed their understanding. Donald knew that the situation involving his youngest son was severely damaging to the Webb family's reputation. This incident had turned them into a laughingstock for many. Yet, the humiliation only fueled his determination to uncover the culprit behind his son's troubles. With a cold expression, he stated, "The first favor I request is for you to help me identify the person responsible for the incident involving my youngest son. I'm not well versed in the dynamics of Oris Hill, so I greatly appreciate any assistance. Have your men monitor the situation and inform me as soon as you find any leads. I can assure you that the Webb family will offer a substantial reward, at least $100 million, for any crucial information." Donald's willingness to offer a cash reward of $100 million demonstrated the Webb family's wealth and power. Kane immediately interjected, "Mr. Webb, you can count on the Lloyd family to fully support you in this matter." The heads of the Zimmerman and Klein families quickly followed, eager to express loyalty. Despite this, Zeke, Graham, and Albert remained silent. Frustrated, Donald asked, "So, are you truly unwilling to show me any regard?" Graham, Zeke, and Albert exchanged glances before responding, "It's not that we're unwilling to give you face, Mr. Webb. We will certainly strive to assist you. We're simply pragmatic individuals who prefer not to make empty promises." The other three men, who had been trying to curry favor with Donald, wore disgruntled expressions but could not refute the truth in those words. Donald nodded slightly, accepting their stance. He understood that while they were willing to help, they were not going to submit themselves to him. Under ordinary circumstances, Donald might have lost his temper, but today was different. He knew the next matter he wished to address was far more critical. Casting them a cold glance, he continued, "That covers the first request. The second concerns Jasmine from the Moore family." "The Moore family?" Albert echoed, immediately frowning. He then stated firmly, "Mr. Webb, Miss Moore has always treated us with kindness. If you intend to target her, I, Albert, will stand firmly against you." Donald responded nonchalantly, "I'm not seeking your assistance against the Moore family. My son has recently fallen for Jasmine and wishes to marry her. However, I've heard she seems to have feelings for someone else. I would greatly appreciate your help in identifying the man she loves. If you find him, I will reward you handsomely." Zeke and the others exchanged knowing glances. If Donald meant Jasmine was interested in someone, they suspected it was none other than Mr. Wade. But revealing anything about Charlie to Donald was absolutely out of the question. At that moment, Kane inquired earnestly, "Mr. Webb, should I eliminate this person as soon as I locate him?" Donald waved his hand dismissively. "I don't need your assistance beyond finding him. After that, I'll decide how to handle the matter myself." Everyone at the dinner table fell silent, deep in thought. The Webb family had organized this banquet for two main purposes. Donald sought help to locate someone and was offering generous rewards for any clue about the identity of the man Jasmine loved. Donald then said, "All right, that's everything I needed. Let's begin our meal. Allow me to propose a toast to everyone here." Everyone raised their glasses and drank with Donald. Kane then turned to Donald and asked, "Mr. Webb, how is your second child, Kian, doing?" Donald instinctively frowned at the question. What was this man trying to achieve by bringing that up? However, since Donald needed to gather support, he couldn't afford to react harshly. He simply shook his head and replied, "He isn't improving. I've sent him back to the Webb family mansion in Sudbury." Kane quickly responded, "Mr. Webb, I've heard that a brilliant doctor recently arrived in Oris Hill. He's reputed to have exceptional medical skills and has treated many affluent clients in Eastcliff and Raventon. Why not seek his help for Kian?" "Oh?" Donald set down his chopsticks and eagerly asked, "Who is this genius doctor you're referring to? What's his name?" Kane replied hastily, "He's the widely respected Dr. Anthony Simmons. It's said that his medical expertise surpasses even that of the physicians at the National Medical Center." Donald was taken aback and asked again, "Dr. Simmons is in Oris Hill? I thought he was still in Raventon." Even though the Webb family was the most influential family in the southern region, their influence did not extend to Raventon, a municipality renowned for its rapid economic development and abundance of talented individuals. Consequently, no one truly knew how many gifted experts resided there. It was rumored that Anthony spent most of his time in Raventon, occasionally traveling to Eastcliff to treat wealthy patients. Donald had certainly heard of Anthony's skills but never imagined he would be in Oris Hill. After all, Oris Hill was merely a second-tier city, far less significant than Raventon or Eastcliff. Kane chuckled lightly and added, "I'm not sure why Dr. Simmons came to Oris Hill, but he opened a clinic here called the Serene World Clinic. It's always packed with patients, and even if you're willing to spend millions, you might still fail to book an appointment." Kane continued, "I also heard he recently performed the miraculous feat of curing a patient suffering from high paraplegia. The entire medical community was astonished by this breakthrough. Is that true?" Donald felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. He had never imagined that the genius doctor, Dr. Simmons, would actually be in Oris Hill. In that moment, Donald couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for his second son. If he sought out Anthony and requested his help, there might still be a chance to save Kian. Upon hearing that Anthony was in Oris Hill, Donald felt a surge of excitement. He had long been aware of Anthony's exceptional medical abilities. After all, if Anthony could heal someone with high paraplegia, surely he could treat the strange illness afflicting Donald's second son, Kian. With this optimistic thought, Donald's mood lifted. He turned to Shawn and said, "Prepare a generous gift. We're visiting Dr. Anthony at the Serene World Clinic first thing tomorrow morning." Shawn nodded and replied, "Sure thing, Dad. I'll handle all the arrangements." "Good," Donald said, a rare smile appearing on his face. He continued, feeling relieved, "It would be ideal to resolve everything at once. First, we'll cure your brother, and then we'll uncover who is responsible for his condition. After that, we can focus on winning over Jasmine from the Moore family. I sincerely hope Kian recovers and returns to his normal self so he can attend your wedding with Jasmine." Shawn quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure everything you hoped for becomes reality. When my wedding day comes, I'll ask Kian to be my best man." Donald nodded, letting out a long sigh of relief. I'm incredibly proud to call you my son. Although Shawn maintained a pure and sincere smile, inside he felt a twinge of frustration. When Kian was healthy, Shawn hadn't paid much attention to the future struggle over the Webb family inheritance. Kian hadn't even graduated from university yet, nor had he begun to learn about the family's business affairs. However, with Kian's sudden condition, Shawn realized the situation might actually benefit him. This realization led him to secretly hope that Kian would never return to normal. Shawn knew he couldn't openly defy his father's wishes, so deep down he hoped Anthony wouldn't be able to cure Kian's bizarre illness. Meanwhile, those gathered at the dinner table continued praising Donald. Some even stood occasionally to toast him humbly. Albert, Zeke, and Graham noticed that Donald and Shawn were determined to uncover Charlie's identity. If they discovered Charlie was the man Jasmine loved, they would definitely take action against him. Having spent many years in the underground world, Albert possessed sharper instincts than most. As he reflected on everything, a disturbing thought struck him, that the person responsible for transforming Kian into a poop-eating monster was none other than Charlie. Albert couldn't think of anyone else in Oris Hill capable of such a mysterious and terrifying act. However, one question lingered: why would Charlie target Kian? Kian was just a young man in his early 20s, uninvolved in the underground world, merely an ordinary student at Oris University of Finance and Economics. There seemed to be no logical way for him and Charlie to have crossed paths or become enemies. Suddenly, a thought struck Albert. He recalled that Graham's daughter, Aurora, also attended Oris University of Finance and Economics. Initially, he hadn't seen a link between Charlie and Kian. But now, he began piecing the clues together. Aurora. Had Charlie and Kian clashed because of Aurora? Albert believed Charlie would never have turned Kian into a monster without a valid reason. In Albert's eyes, Charlie was inherently humble and low-key, never flaunting his abilities. Generally, Charlie never retaliated unless someone provoked or challenged him. Thus, Albert concluded that if his theory was correct, Charlie must have clashed with Kian due to a dispute involving Aurora. Albert couldn't shake the unease growing within him. He realized that Donald harbored deep hatred for the person who had harmed Kian. It was equally clear that Donald was consumed by anger and frustration toward the man Jasmine loved. If these two feelings were directed at two different people, both targets would undoubtedly face severe consequences. In Donald's eyes, the only resolution would be death for each. However, if both resentments were aimed at the same person, Albert feared the Webb family would stop at nothing to hunt down and eliminate that individual. This left Albert genuinely worried for Charlie. Although he recognized Charlie's strength and capability, he couldn't ignore the threat posed by a powerful and influential family like the Webbs. After dinner, everyone accompanied Donald and Shawn to the ground floor of the Heaven Springs. Several of the sycophants, including Kane, insisted on escorting Donald and Shawn to their car in the parking area. Albert, Zeke, and Graham chose not to join them. After bidding farewell to Donald and Shawn, the three exchanged meaningful glances before heading back inside the Heaven Springs. Once they gathered in Albert's office, Graham voiced his concern: "Brothers, it seems the Webb family will certainly go to extreme lengths to track down Mr. Wade and deal with him. What should we do?" Zeke sighed before replying, "While Jasmine's feelings for Mr. Wade are quite clear to us, I believe only a handful of people know about it. Outsiders remain unaware." Albert waved his hand dismissively and said, "If the Webb family is determined to investigate, I doubt we can keep this matter hidden for long. Besides, I suspect we aren't the only ones who know Miss Moore's feelings for Mr. Wade. Anyone close to the Moore family likely knows it. Moreover, anyone who's seen Miss Moore interact with Mr. Wade would immediately notice her feelings." With a serious expression, Albert added, "But my concerns don't end there." He turned to Graham and asked, "Mr. Quinton, is your daughter, Miss Aurora, currently studying at Oris University of Finance and Economics?" "Yes," Graham answered with a smile. Oris University of Finance and Economics is one of the top financial institutions in the country. I've heard their business management program is outstanding. I hope she gains valuable experience that will allow her to contribute to our family business in the future." Albert nodded slightly before stating, "Did you know that Kian, the second son of the Webb family, also attends Oris?" University of Finance and Economics? Yes, I'm aware, Graham replied. But what's the significance? Albert responded, I suspect Kian's recent illness may be connected to Mr. Wade. What? Graham and Zeke exclaimed simultaneously in disbelief. Graham pressed for clarification, what makes you think that? Albert explained, I believe it has something to do with Aurora. If you truly want to uncover the truth, you should call your daughter and ask her whether she knows anything about Kian's condition. Graham's expression grew serious as he considered Albert's words. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, all right, I'll call Aurora right now. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Aurora. Meanwhile, Aurora was diligently practicing her fighting skills at the family villa. The Quinton family villa featured a spacious room dedicated to Aurora's workouts and training. Since childhood, Aurora had been passionate about fighting and fitness, spending her free time practicing at home. Her admiration for Charlie fueled her determination to train even harder. In her eyes, Charlie was a remarkable and powerful man who would never be interested in someone weak. Therefore, she was committed to becoming stronger. Although she knew she could never match Charlie's capabilities, she refused to let him think she was inferior. Aurora was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from her workout. She had finished a series of exercises she had set for herself. Once she completed her routine, she took a moment to scrutinize her reflection in the large mirror before her. Indeed, Aurora had an impressive physique. Her regular workouts had given her a fit and muscular body, with a silhouette that outshone that of the average girl. At that moment, she wore a snug shirt and yoga pants that accentuated her waist, hips, and legs, with her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail. She looked absolutely stunning. As she admired her appearance, her mind was filled with thoughts of Charlie. But as she reflected on him, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Her father had often encouraged her to find ways to connect with Charlie. However, Charlie was always elusive, appearing and disappearing seemingly at will. Even if Aurora wanted to seek him out, she found herself lacking any valid reason. The last time she had turned to Charlie for help was to rescue her best friend. To her surprise, Charlie not only assisted her friend in overcoming psychological manipulation but also made Kian the subject of ridicule nationwide. Aurora couldn't help but admire Charlie for his impressive actions. She had always been drawn to powerful men, those who could captivate her body and mind, making her love, trust, and obey them. For Aurora, Charlie was the quintessential example. Just as her thoughts lingered on Charlie, her phone, resting on the floor, began to ring. The ringtone jolted her back to reality. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her father calling, prompting her to answer without delay. Dad! Graham's tone was serious as he quickly asked, Aurora, I need to ask you something, and you must promise to be honest with me. Aurora felt a wave of apprehension at her father's stern demeanor. She replied hurriedly, Okay, Dad. I promise to answer your questions truthfully. Go ahead. Graham pressed on, just tell me the truth. Did you ask Mr. Wade to do what he did to Kian? Aurora was taken aback, quickly asking, Dad, how did you find out? Did Mr. Wade mention it? Graham was stunned. It was indeed her doing. This girl had really crossed a line. Why had Charlie intervened with the Webb family's second son? Wasn't this just inviting trouble for Charlie? Lost in thought, Graham exclaimed, You little brat. I sent you to Aurora University of Finance and Economics to study, not to create problems for Mr. Wade. Didn't you realize Kian's family background? Aurora replied, feeling wronged, I honestly didn't know. I knew his family was well off, but I didn't know the specifics. She continued, besides, I didn't ask Mr. Wade to deal with Kian at all. Kian was the one who used psychological manipulation to control my best friend. My best friend almost took her own life several times because of him. I had no choice but to ask Mr. Wade for help. In fact, I only wanted Mr. Wade to help save my friend. However, Mr. Wade was upset with Kian and decided to teach him a lesson, not wanting him to continue hurting others. Sigh. Graham let out a deep breath, clearly distressed. He then said, You've caused quite a bit of trouble for Mr. Wade this time. Now, the Webb family is searching for him. Donald is rallying all the influential families in Oris Hill to gather information about Mr. Wade. What? Aurora's panic was evident as she exclaimed, "Dad, do you think the Webb family will try to blame Mr. Wade?" Graham responded, "The Webb family is out for Mr. Wade's life." Aurora, filled with anxiety, urged, "Dad, this whole situation happened because of me. Can you please tell the Webb family that Kian's condition is my fault? I don't want Mr. Wade to get dragged into this because of my actions." "Are you really that naive?" Graham exclaimed in frustration. "Do you honestly think the Webb family will be reasonable? Since Kian fell ill because of Mr. Wade, do you really believe they would let him go if they find out you were the one who sought his help? If the truth comes out, they will come after both you and Mr. Wade." Graham reassured her, saying, "The Webb family hasn't discovered that Mr. Wade was involved yet. But you need to be completely honest with me. How many people know about this?" Aurora replied, "Only Mr. Wade and I know about it." "Just the two of you?" Graham asked, puzzled. "What about your best friend? Doesn't she know anything?" Aurora quickly explained, "It's strange, actually. My friend doesn't seem to remember Mr. Wade at all. She only recalls having a sudden realization that she should live a good life and contribute to society." Graham sighed, impressed. "Mr. Wade's abilities are truly remarkable. Both Kian and your friend have completely forgotten him after the incident." Feeling slightly calmer, Graham continued, "In that case, I feel a bit more at ease. Still, you need to be extra careful, and don't mention this to anyone else. Understand?" Aurora quickly affirmed, "Yes, Dad. I understand." "Good," Graham said. "To avoid causing any more trouble for Mr. Wade, you must focus on your studies from now on. Stay away from him for the time being so no one discovers your connection. Do you understand?" Although Aurora felt sad and disappointed at her father's request to avoid Charlie, she knew he was trying to protect him. She promptly replied, "Dad, I'll do what I need to do. Don't worry. I'll be obedient and follow your advice." "All right then," Graham said, feeling a bit relieved. "Let's proceed with that plan for now. I have other matters to attend to." As soon as he hung up, Zeke quickly asked, "Graham, was Mr. Wade really the one who caused Kian's strange illness?" Graham nodded seriously. He then turned to Albert and said, "Don Albert, your analysis was spot on." Albert suggested, "Should we inform Mr. Wade about this? It's important he knows everything so he can prepare for what's ahead." "Absolutely," Graham replied. "We not only need to tell him everything, but we must also clarify our stance. If Mr. Wade finds out we were dining with Donald, it could lead to serious misunderstandings." With a heavy heart, Graham sighed, "If I had known Donald and Shawn were plotting against Mr. Wade, I would have skipped the banquet tonight, no matter the cost." "I feel the same," Albert exclaimed. "I thought it would be respectful to attend the Webb family's banquet at the Heaven Springs. I never imagined they were scheming against Mr. Wade. Had I known, I would have preferred to offend them rather than allow Donald to use the diamond room that Mr. Wade previously occupied." Zeke chimed in, "Mr. Wade has been incredibly kind to us. I carry the magical pill he gave me everywhere. We must remain loyal to him. It's vital we inform Mr. Wade about this situation and express our loyalty." Graham nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I'll call Mr. Wade right now." Charlie had just finished his dinner and was tidying up the kitchen when his phone rang. He quickly picked up and asked, "Mr. Quinton, what can I do for you?" Graham responded hurriedly, "Mr. Wade, I need to inform you about something significant after discussing it with Mr. White and Don Albert." Charlie smiled with an air of indifference and replied, "You don't have to be so formal with me. If there's something on your mind, just say it." Graham nodded, saying, "All right, Mr. Wade. I'll get straight to the point. Today, Donald from the Webb family in Sudbury held a banquet at the Heaven Springs. He invited several influential figures from Oris Hill, including Mr. White, Don Albert, and myself. During the dinner, He sought our assistance with some issues, which raised our suspicions. We thought it best to report this to you. Upon hearing that the Webb family had hosted a banquet, Charlie inquired, "What prompted the Webb family to reach out to you?" Graham elaborated, "Kian from the Webb family recently faced a grave situation. The family is desperately searching for clues to identify the person responsible for his condition. I just spoke to Aurora, and she has confessed to everything that transpired. I fear that the Webb family might come looking for you." Charlie smiled again, saying, "Yes, I am indeed the reason Kian is in that state. The main reason I took action was due to his unacceptable behavior and attitude. He thinks it's acceptable to pursue relationships with girls, but I find it utterly unforgivable for him to toy with their emotions and push them toward harming themselves. I felt compelled to teach him a lesson to prevent him from hurting others in the future." Graham was taken aback by this revelation. His surprise wasn't at Charlie's actions, but at how candidly he admitted them. To Graham, it felt as though Charlie viewed turning the Webb family's second son into a laughingstock as casually as squashing an ant. He couldn't understand how Charlie remained so calm despite the potential backlash. Graham wondered how Charlie could possess such confidence when facing the formidable Webb family. In the South region, even the mention of the Webb family inspired fear and respect, yet to Charlie, they seemed insignificant. Once he regained his composure, Graham quickly assured him, "Mr. Wade, don't worry. The three of us will keep this matter confidential. Even if the Webb family learns that you're involved and seeks retribution, we won't help them at all." Charlie smiled and replied, "There's no need for you to be anxious. They can try to retaliate if they wish. I am Charlie Wade, and I fear nothing." He continued, "In fact, you could even tell them that I was responsible for Kian's situation. If Donald has any doubts or wants to confront me, he's welcome to come." Graham quickly cautioned, "Mr. Wade, I understand that you don't view the Webb family as a threat. However, they hold significant power in the South region. If you make them your enemies, it could lead to serious complications." Graham suggested, "I advise you to keep a low profile and make sure the Webb family remains unaware of the truth. Otherwise, you might find yourself in considerable trouble." Charlie smiled once more, saying, "Mr. Quinton, I appreciate your concern, but there's no need to worry. Every problem has a solution, and we'll handle things when the time comes." "All right, then." Graham paused, then added, "By the way, Mr. Wade, there's another reason the Webb family decided to host this banquet tonight." Curious, Charlie asked, "What's the second reason?" Graham responded, "The Webb family wants to arrange a marriage between Shawn and Jasmine. However, according to Donald, Jasmine has openly admitted she has feelings for another man. They want us to help identify who that man is." At this point, Graham cautiously asked, "Mr. Wade, are you the one Miss Moore is in love with?" Charlie paused before replying, "You shouldn't say such things without evidence. After all, I'm a married man. Rumors like that could damage the girl's reputation." Graham quickly apologized, "Yes, Mr. Wade. I understand. I won't make such assumptions again." "Good," Charlie said calmly. "The three of you don't need to worry about me. Focus on your responsibilities and don't let this matter trouble you. The Webb family poses no real threat to me, and they won't be able to harm me." In truth, Charlie was well aware that Jasmine did have feelings for him. But he wasn't sure how to handle them yet. So, he pretended to be unaware, hoping to deal with it when the time was right. The following morning, Donald rose early. He had tossed and turned all night, consumed with worry about finding Anthony to treat his second son, Kian. Kian's condition remained extremely grim. The torment of being forced to eat shit had not improved at all, and his emotional state was deteriorating rapidly. Who could blame him? Enduring something so horrific more than 20 times a day would break anyone. Moreover, Kian had lived a life of comfort and privilege. The thought of suffering like this for the rest of his life was a fate worse than death. Thus, Donald was desperate to cure his son as soon as possible. He wanted Kian to return to his former self, and he felt an intense need for revenge against whoever caused this nightmare. It wasn't just about vengeance, he wanted to ensure no one else ever suffered this way again. With that determination, Donald skipped breakfast at the Moore family mansion. Instead, he woke Kian, gathered several bodyguards, and headed straight to the Serene World Clinic. As they drove, Donald was filled with hope, while Shawn, Kian's brother, felt uneasy. In truth, Shawn secretly hoped his brother's condition would never improve, it would spare him a great deal of trouble. So he asked tentatively, "Dad, do you really think Dr. Simmons can cure Kian?" "I believe he can," Donald replied firmly. "If Dr. Simmons can treat high paraplegia, then he can certainly help your brother." Shawn nodded, but discouragement lingered in his heart. They soon arrived at the Serene World Clinic, where a bodyguard quickly opened the car door for Donald and Kian. Stepping out, Donald noticed a long line of people waiting outside. He sighed and remarked, "It seems this genius doctor is quite remarkable and in high demand." At that moment, an assistant approached respectfully and said, "Mr. Webb, Dr. Simmons sees only 10 patients each day. However, he chooses based on the severity of their condition, not the order of the queue. Even if you're first in line, if he believes your case isn't urgent, he may refer you elsewhere." "Understood," Donald replied, glancing at the long queue. Disgusted by the crowd, he instructed his bodyguard, "Take some cash from the trunk and offer each person $1,000 to leave the line immediately." The bodyguard nodded, retrieved the money, and announced loudly at the front, "The Serene World Clinic is closed for the day. If you are already in line, come forward to receive $1,000, then leave and return another day." The crowd was furious. Someone shouted from the back, "Why should we leave? We should respect the genius doctor's rules. Everyone has to wait their turn." The bodyguard leader scoffed, "Why are you complaining when we're giving you $1,000 for nothing?" The man retorted, $1,000? My mother is seriously ill, and I brought her here for help. Do you think that amount is worth more than her health? How about I give you $1,000 to get the hell away from here? You ungrateful bastard. You don't appreciate our generosity?" The bodyguard leader snapped, then ordered his men, "Beat him up. Teach him a lesson." As soon as the order was given, a group of bodyguards sprang into action, swiftly grabbing the man and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Nearby, an elderly woman in her 70s, who happened to be the man's mother, began to weep and scream in distress at the sight of her son being assaulted. "Please, I beg you, stop hurting him. We'll leave, we promise. Just stop," she pleaded. The bodyguard leader retorted angrily, "What the hell? You should have done that from the start." With a swift kick, he sent the middle-aged man sprawling to the side, then tossed $1,000 onto the man's face and barked, "Get out of here now." Meanwhile, the old lady continued to cry, using all her strength to help her son to his feet. Onlookers gathered outside the Serene World Clinic were filled with rage at the scene unfolding before them. Yet, the sight of luxury cars and a host of bodyguards made them realize they could not afford to confront such power. They remained silent, swallowing their indignation. At that moment, a few other bodyguards approached the people in line, handing out $1,000 each while commanding, "Get lost." Some individuals quickly accepted the cash, fleeing the scene without a second thought. However, others, holding on to their dignity, refused the money and chose to leave quietly, knowing better than to provoke the powerful group. Amid the chaos, a staff member from the Serene World Clinic rushed outside, alarmed by the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking people? Why are we attacking him?" The bodyguard leader shot back, his expression darkening. "We're from the Webb family in Sudbury. If anyone steps out of line, we'll teach them a lesson to keep them in check." After delivering this warning, he glared at the crowd still lingering outside the clinic. "Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave. Are you looking for trouble? Dr. Simmons isn't seeing any patients today. You'd best go while I'm still being generous." The staff member replied, filled with righteous indignation, "Don't you think you're going too far? Do you know the rules at the Serene World Clinic? If you want to see Dr. Simmons, you need to queue like everyone else." Shawn, a member of the Webb family, interjected coldly, "Those rules are for the common folk, not for the Webb family. In the South region, whatever the Webb family says goes. These people need to leave immediately, they're not worthy of being here with us." Unbelievable, the staff member fumed. How can you be so unreasonable and domineering? Shawn shot back icily, who gave you the right to speak to a member of the Webb family like that? Are you looking to get yourself in trouble? The staff, unwavering, replied, the Serene World Clinic is a place for the genius doctor to heal and save lives. Everyone here must follow the rules set by Dr. Simmons. Rules set by the genius doctor? Shawn scoffed. Even he has to follow the Webb family's rules. If you doubt me, go ahead and summon the genius doctor. He'll confirm it. Shawn was deliberately acting as arrogantly as possible, hoping that Anthony would refuse to see the Webb family because of his attitude. If that happened, Anthony would surely deny treatment for his younger brother. Donald, who had been silent throughout the ordeal, had only instructed his bodyguards to pay off the onlookers. He hadn't intervened as they forced people away, believing this was simply how the Webb family operated. The Webb family was notorious for ensuring that ordinary people stayed far from them whenever they were out in public. Even during a simple shopping trip, bodyguards would clear out the store, ensuring the Webb family could move freely, accustomed to their privileged lifestyle. However, as Donald observed Shawn's excessive behavior, he felt a twinge of discomfort. While it was one thing to intimidate ordinary people, targeting Anthony was crossing a line. After all, Anthony was far from an ordinary individual. He was a renowned doctor, celebrated and respected across the entire nation. On top of that, Anthony had numerous connections with influential and affluent individuals. Many prominent figures sought his expertise for diagnoses and treatments. Therefore, Donald understood that he needed to approach Anthony with the utmost respect if he wanted to enlist his help for his youngest son's condition. However, Donald was unaware that Shawn's behavior was intentional. He merely assumed his son was acting out due to being spoiled and indulged. As a result, he thought Shawn had lost his temper because he was accustomed to being overbearing and domineering. Quickly, Donald said, Shawn, the reason we are here today is to seek the expertise of the genius doctor to treat your younger brother. We must not be rude or disrespectful. Shawn responded hastily, I understand, Dad. I apologize for my outburst earlier. I'm ready to accept any punishment you deem necessary. Donald waved his hand dismissively and addressed the staff at the Serene World Clinic, saying, Young man, please inform Dr. Simmons that Donald from the Webb family in Sudbury is here for a visit. Despite his dissatisfaction with the group, the young man dared not voice his feelings, especially with the leader of the bodyguards glaring at him menacingly. He hurried back into the clinic to relay the message to Anthony. Before long, Anthony emerged from the clinic, his expression icy. He glanced at Donald and Shawn standing at the entrance and frowned as he asked, Are you the ones who drove away my patients without my permission? Don't you think that's unreasonable? Donald offered a slight smile and replied, Dr. Simmons, I'm Donald from the Webb family. I believe you may have heard of me. Anthony shot a cold glare at Donald and responded, Yes, I'm aware of the Webb family, the leading family in Sudbury and the entire South region. However, today I've truly witnessed the extent of your family's influence. Still smiling, Donald said, Dr. Simmons, please don't remain upset. Can we step inside and talk? With that, Donald walked confidently into the Serene World Clinic, acting as if he were more than just an unwelcome guest. Furious, Anthony scoffed, I'm sorry, but I can't afford to treat you. The Webb family is simply too powerful. I don't think there's anything we need to discuss. Donald maintained his smile, saying, Dr. Simmons, you're a genius recognized nationwide. Why should you be angered by a few less fortunate individuals? You are celebrated in high society, surely you should prioritize treating influential families. Would you even cover your rent by focusing solely on the poor? Anthony responded earnestly, I opened the Serene World Clinic to help those in need, not just for profit. There have been many instances where I treated patients without charging a single penny. I even donate medicine and money when necessary. If my goal was purely financial, why would I choose to establish my clinic in Orris Hill? Donald was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Anthony had not opened his clinic for monetary gain. He found it hard to believe that someone could act without the motivation of money. The only explanation he could think of was that the offered compensation was insufficient. Thus, Donald spoke up, Dr. Simmons, I've long admired your reputation. I know there isn't a disease you can't cure. That's why I'm here, to seek your assistance for my youngest son. He continued, how about this? You can close the clinic for the day, and I'll arrange a private jet to take you to Sudbury. I will offer you $10 million for the trip to examine my son, and if you manage to cure him, I'll give you an additional $50 million. Anthony waved his hand dismissively and replied coolly, I'm sorry, but I only practice at the Serene World Clinic. Besides my close friends, anyone who wishes to see me must come here for treatment. He continued, furthermore, anyone seeking treatment at my clinic must abide by the rules I have established. Your behavior today, which drove away my patients, is truly unacceptable. Therefore, you and your family are not welcome here. Anthony had encountered numerous influential figures throughout his life, some of whom held even greater power than Donald. Yet, those powerful individuals always treated him with reverence and respect. This was the first time Anthony had come across a family like the Webbs, who were openly disrespectful toward him. Despite the Webb family being the foremost and most powerful clan in Sudbury and the entire South region, Anthony stood his ground without fear. He firmly declined their request without hesitation. Donald's frown deepened. He had not anticipated that Anthony would so brazenly reject his request. After personally traveling to invite the renowned doctor to examine his youngest son, he expected an immediate agreement. The outright refusal caught him off guard. Frustration bubbled within Donald as he coldly remarked, Dr. Simmons, I sincerely hope you can speak to me with more courtesy. Do you truly need a reminder of the Webb family's power and influence? Anthony let out a dismissive snort and replied with arrogance, I've lived a long life, and I've always spoken this way. If you can't handle it, you are free to leave. You. Donald was seething with rage. Ever since arriving in Oris Hill, he had sensed that the locals were rather peculiar. Everywhere he turned, he encountered resistance, and even invoking the Webb family's name seemed to carry no weight here. The banquet the previous night only strengthened this impression. Despite Zeke, Graham, and Albert showing surface-level politeness, they had completely disregarded his requests. Now, even Anthony was being so impolite and disrespectful. Did the people of Oris Hill truly have no fear of the Webb family from Sudbury? Seeing the fury in his father's eyes, Shawn realized this was his chance to step in. He shouted, Old man, how dare you speak to my father like that? Do you think I won't destroy your hospital today? Quickly, Donald intervened, stopping Shawn's outburst. He turned to Anthony with a forced smile and said, I apologize, Dr. Simmons. Please don't take my son's words to heart. He's young, impulsive, and has a bit of a temper. Suppressing his own anger, Donald continued, Dr. Simmons, the reason for my visit today is to ask if you would be willing to come to Sudbury to examine my son. It's only an hour away by private jet, and I'm prepared to offer you $10 million for your time in evaluating his condition. How does that sound? Anthony simply shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I cannot cure your son. Please leave now. You, Shawn retorted angrily, you old man. You don't even know what illness my younger brother has. How can you claim you can't help him? Are you really disregarding the Webb family? Donald's expression darkened as he glared at Anthony and said coldly, Dr. Simmons, why do I get the impression that you harbor a grudge against the Webb family? Anthony shot him a cold glare and responded, you came to my clinic today, disregarded my rules, and drove away my patients without permission. Aren't you the one causing trouble here? Donald retorted sharply, I've already told you, I wasn't targeting you. I was only addressing those I deemed unworthy of being in my presence. Anthony sneered, what a ridiculous notion. All beings are equal in this world. Can you truly control everyone under the same sky as you? Donald responded, I may not control everyone in the world, but I can control those who are under my roof. Then, Donald added firmly, Anthony Simmons, I am showing you great respect by making this personal visit. I have prepared a generous gift for you. If you agree to come and see my son, I will give you the $10 million and the gift. But if you refuse to help, you will become an enemy of the Webb family. Anthony replied calmly, I've already told you that I cannot help your son. If you choose to see me as an enemy of your family, then so be it. I've dedicated my life to medicine, and your family's name means nothing to me. Even if you were from the Schultz family in Eastcliff or the Wade family in Eastcliff, it would change nothing. I have but one life, and you may take it if you wish." At that moment, Donald wore a dark, unpleasant expression. He had never anticipated that Anthony would stand his ground so firmly. All Donald had done was shoo away those unfortunate individuals from the clinic, yet Anthony was already criticizing him for it. Donald felt an overwhelming urge to slap Anthony across the face, especially after witnessing his arrogant demeanor. He had never experienced such humiliation and disrespect in his life. However, after careful thought, he realized that confronting Anthony was not an option. Anthony was a renowned expert in Chinese medicine, often regarded as one of the finest doctors in the nation. Donald had lost count of the influential people whom Anthony had treated and healed. Many powerful figures in Eastcliff had benefited greatly from his expertise. If Donald acted rashly today, he would only invite a storm of trouble upon himself. Thus, he swallowed his anger and said, "Dr. Simmons, you come from a long line of esteemed and benevolent physicians. Why are you being so unreasonable today? You haven't even met my youngest son, so how can you claim there's no hope for his treatment?" He continued, "I could accept your verdict if you reached it after examining Kian. If you truly are a genius doctor, I sincerely hope you'll make the effort to visit Sudbury for my son's sake." With a cold tone, Anthony responded, "Donald, are you truly oblivious to your youngest son's character? Even someone as old as I am has heard tales of his behavior. Just because he has money, he deceives young women and toys with their emotions, manipulating their thoughts. Your son takes pleasure in seeing young girls harm themselves or even take their own lives because of him. Even if I had only one day left to live, Anthony Simmons would never treat someone like him." Donald was seething with rage at this point. He thought to himself, "Simmons, I have tolerated you for far too long. It seems you're truly courting disaster today." He then replied coldly, "Anthony Simmons, are you really saying you intend to defy the will of the Webb family?" Anthony shot back, "You are free to think and say whatever you wish, but no matter your words, I will never treat your son. You both can leave now." With a stern, frosty expression, Donald stated, "If I don't show you the power and influence of the Webb family, it seems we'll have no standing in Oris Hill." He glared at Anthony and continued, "Have you ever considered the repercussions of crossing the Webb family?" "Repercussions? What kind of repercussions?" Anthony scoffed. "Is the Webb family planning to eliminate me?" At that moment, Donald's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The thought of killing Anthony flashed through his mind. Yet he understood the gravity of such an action. Killing Anthony could trigger massive backlash, especially if someone influential needed his medical expertise later on. After a brief silence, Donald replied with a grim expression, "I won't kill you, but if word gets out that you show no respect for the Webb family, our reputation will suffer greatly. Therefore, I'm here to inform you of the consequences and the price you will pay for offending the foremost family in the South region." When he finished speaking, Donald turned to his bodyguards and commanded, "Destroy his clinic now. I want everything smashed." Anthony shouted back, "Donald, I dare you to try it." Donald snickered coldly and replied angrily, "Simmons, I know you have connections with many powerful individuals. That's why I hesitate to kill you. But I have no hesitation about demolishing your clinic." With renewed fury, Donald added, "Let me make myself clear, Anthony Simmons, if you ever open another clinic, I will send my men to tear it down again. I will dismantle every new clinic you establish. I want to see who will come to your aid then." As soon as Donald's voice faded, his bodyguards stormed into the clinic without hesitation. They wasted no time, kicking over the medicine racks lining the walls and sending Chinese medicinal herbs and materials crashing to the floor. Next, they shattered medicine pots into fragments, further contributing to the chaos. In just moments, the once orderly medical hall transformed into utter disarray. Anthony shook with fury, but he realized there was no way to intervene. He could only stand by helplessly as the bodyguards wreaked havoc on his clinic right before his eyes. The clinic was now a wreck. It bore no resemblance to the pristine space it had been just moments prior. With a cold snort, Donald addressed Dr. Simmons, saying, "I'm giving you 3 more days to think about my proposal. If you dare to reopen your clinic before you agree to my terms, I'll return to destroy it again. You'd better consider your choices carefully." With that, Donald turned and exited the clinic, flanked by Shawn and his bodyguards. As the young staff member at Serene World Clinic surveyed the wreckage, he cried out to Anthony, "Dr. Simmons, should we call the police?" Anthony gestured dismissively, saying, "No. The Webb family is far too powerful and connected. Even if we call the police, it won't resolve anything." The young man anxiously asked, "What should we do then?" Anthony replied, "We need to repair the damage to Serene World Clinic so we can reopen and get back to business as soon as possible." The young man quickly countered, "But he just threatened to send his men again if you reopen your clinic." With a calm demeanor, Anthony responded, "Does that mean I should stop practicing medicine out of fear? I've dedicated my life to this field. I won't abandon my patients just because I'm afraid of his threats." Seeing Anthony's resolute expression, the young man sighed, recognizing the bravery of the old genius doctor. He understood how deeply Anthony cared for the patients who relied on him for treatment. At that moment, the young man asked, "Should I call Sister Zyla and tell her to come back quickly? She's probably waiting to take you to Lord Moore's birthday banquet." Anthony nodded, suddenly remembering that today was Lord Moore's birthday. A few days earlier, Lord Moore had come to him for treatment and had mentioned his upcoming 80th birthday celebration, personally inviting Anthony to attend. Zyla had driven to Raventon the day before to prepare a gift for Lord Moore. She planned to return to Oris Hill this morning to pick Anthony up for the celebration at the Moore family mansion. As Anthony thought about it, he recalled hearing rumors that Donald and his son were currently at the Moore family mansion. This meant they would certainly be present at the noon birthday banquet. Realizing this, Anthony made a sudden decision to skip the celebration. He didn't want to face the Webb family and risk creating a scene at the event, especially with Lord Moore being elderly. He felt it would be best not to attend. Furthermore, he was not in the right mindset for a celebration given the destruction of the Serene World Clinic. All he could think about was how to restore it and reopen as soon as possible. Anthony knew he could not focus on anything else at that moment. Even if he forced himself to go to Lord Moore's birthday banquet, he would be preoccupied and distracted by the situation at his clinic. If Lord Moore noticed something was off, explaining himself would place Anthony in an uncomfortable position. After some consideration, Anthony decided to call Lord Moore to decline the invitation, citing that he was feeling unwell. Lord Moore expressed concern for Anthony but was relieved when Anthony explained it was just a minor cold due to the chilly weather. He didn't push Anthony to attend the banquet but suggested they meet privately another time. Meanwhile, Donald and his son were on their way back to the Moore family mansion after leaving the Serene World Clinic. Initially, Donald had planned to discuss his youngest son's condition with Anthony, confident that Anthony would agree to help the Webb family. He had even arranged for a private jet to take Anthony to Sudbury immediately to treat his son, Kian, before attending Lord Moore's birthday banquet and returning afterward. Yet, Donald was taken aback by how harsh reality could be, despite his meticulous plans. To his dismay, Anthony had outright dismissed Donald's proposal without a moment's hesitation. He even went so far as to say that his youngest son was solely responsible for the difficult situation he found himself in. This infuriated Donald. Once inside the car, Donald's temper flared as he vented, "Anthony, that old man. He clearly doesn't recognize what's best for him. If it weren't for the trouble it would bring me, I would have ended his life." In stark contrast, Shawn felt a surge of satisfaction. Initially, he had been anxious that Anthony might actually have the ability to help his younger brother. However, after their visit to the clinic, Anthony had completely refused to provide treatment. This outcome meant Shawn wouldn't have to face a strong rival for the Webb family inheritance. Despite his inner happiness, he couldn't show it publicly. Therefore, he suggested, "Dad, why don't we hire a few men to take care of that old man one night?" "Absolutely not," Donald shot back without delay. "While this old man may not be wealthy, he has many powerful allies who owe him significant favors. They all expect him to live a long life. If we were to kill him, it would signal the impending demise of many influential figures. The Webb family would be subject to immense public backlash. Shawn nodded in agreement and replied, "Okay, then. We'll follow your lead. Dad. If he dares to reopen his clinic, we'll ensure it's completely destroyed." Donald responded, "That's just a minor intimidation tactic meant to force him into agreeing to treat your younger brother." Feeling anxious, Shawn interjected, "But Dad, that old man has already flatly refused your request." "That's why I plan to seek Lord Moore's assistance to intervene on my behalf," Donald explained. Shawn quickly cautioned, "Dad, today is Lord Moore's birthday banquet. Asking him for this favor right now might not be the best idea." "You're right," Donald conceded. "We can discuss it with him tonight or tomorrow." Then, turning to Shawn, he added, "You need to act fast and build a relationship with Jasmine. You have to get her to agree to marry you soon." Shawn nodded and assured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I've already instructed Kane to help me pick out a special gift for Jasmine. I'm confident she will love it." Donald replied, "This young woman is quite impressive. If you marry her, she will be a tremendous asset to the Webb family in the future. Your grandfather and I will rest easy knowing you have Jasmine by your side when you take over the family business." With determination in his eyes, Shawn declared, "Dad, I assure you, I will marry Jasmine and make her my own." As their conversation continued, they arrived at the entrance of the Moore family mansion. By this time, the lights outside the mansion were aglow, setting the stage for Lord Moore's grand birthday festivities. As the head of the most powerful family in Oris Hill, it was no surprise that his celebration was lavish and opulent. Although the banquet had yet to officially commence, numerous guests had already gathered outside, eagerly awaiting entry. Given the Moore family's prestigious status, many smaller families sought to curry favor with them, ensuring that no one dared to overlook Lord Moore's birthday event. At that moment, even though Marcus's father, Kane, hadn't received an invitation to the banquet, he had been waiting outside the mansion for quite some time. As soon as he spotted Donald and Shawn arriving, he hurried forward, carrying a beautifully wrapped gift box. When Shawn rolled down the car window, Kane quickly exclaimed, "Young Master Webb, here's the gift you asked me to prepare. This is a stunning piece crafted by top Italian jewelry designer Mr. Fisher. You entrusted me with $100 million for it, but I only spent $98 million. Shawn accepted the gift box and, upon opening it, was greeted by the sight of a gorgeous bracelet adorned with dozens of exquisite pink natural diamonds, a truly valuable piece. Donald inquired, "Did you get this bracelet for Jasmine?" "Yes," Shawn beamed. "The bracelet she's wearing now is cheap and unattractive. I believe it must have only cost a few $100,000. She will absolutely adore this new bracelet." When Donald noticed that Shawn had already started to take initiative, he nodded with satisfaction and praised him, saying, "Great job, Shawn. You've learned to pay attention to the finer details, enabling you to leverage the situation for your benefit." Feeling proud, Shawn responded, "Dad, I've spent so much time following you that I've managed to pick up some of your skills. However, I recognize that I still have much to learn, as I'm not quite at your level yet." "That's not true," Donald said earnestly. "The fact that you recognize Jasmine's bracelet as being quite old and of little value is a significant achievement in itself. Plus, you took the initiative to purchase her a nicer, more costly bracelet. This shows that you're learning to take action and that you're maturing and stabilizing. You've done really well." Shawn beamed at his father's praise. As he glanced at Kane, who wore a desperate expression, Kane smiled and said appreciatively, "Shawn, this bracelet is truly beautiful. You've outdone yourself this time. If you keep delivering results like this in the future, I assure you I won't treat you poorly." Kane answered respectfully, "Yes, sir. I will do everything I can for you." Afterward, Kane quickly handed Shawn the $2 million that remained after buying the bracelet, saying, "This is the leftover amount after the purchase." Seeing Kane's genuine attitude, Shawn felt pleased and replied, "You can keep the $2 million for yourself." Though Kane didn't particularly care about the money, he understood it was Shawn's way of rewarding him. Excited, he nodded and expressed his gratitude, "Thank you, sir. At that moment, Donald looked at Kane with a satisfied demeanor. He hadn't anticipated that Kane would not only demonstrate a sincere attitude but also complete his tasks so impeccably. Moreover, Kane was the first person to pledge loyalty and agree to be part of the Webb family since their arrival in Oris Hill. Therefore, Donald felt it was only right to reward Kane for his allegiance. Then, Donald suddenly inquired, "Kane, did Lord Moore invite you to his birthday banquet today?" With a bittersweet smile, Kane replied, "Mr. Webb, honestly, someone of my status wouldn't be invited to Lord Moore's birthday banquet." Indeed, many like Kane lacked the qualifications to attend the banquet, yet they all dreamed of the chance to be part of it. This was because all the most influential figures in Oris Hill would be present, making it an excellent opportunity for networking. Donald looked at Kane, a slight smile on his face, and said, "I know you wouldn't be able to attend the banquet on your own. However, since you're working for the Webb family now, I'll introduce you to more people. I want the folks in Oris Hill to know you're part of our family." Kane was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate this incredible opportunity. I will certainly continue to do my best for you and your son." For someone like Kane, being allowed to attend Lord Moore's birthday banquet was a privilege he never expected to have. Donald's willingness to bring him along filled Kane with immense gratitude. Then, Donald casually said, "All right, let's get in the car. We can chat more once we're inside." Kane promptly took the passenger seat as Donald and Shawn drove toward the Moore family mansion. Upon arriving, they parked in the mansion's courtyard. As they stepped out of the car, they spotted Jasmine, impeccably dressed in a stunning red gown, rushing out of the house. At that moment, Shawn felt utterly defeated. He never imagined that the broken bracelet adorning Jasmine's wrist was a cherished relic from her mother. To make matters worse, he had foolishly dismissed it as nothing more than a piece of trash. This was a total catastrophe. Jasmine had already been distant and unapproachable. He had hoped to use the bracelet to gain her favor, but instead, he had only succeeded in digging his own grave. Now, his standing in Jasmine's eyes had likely plummeted to an all-time low. Meanwhile, Donald stood a short distance away, puzzled as he watched his son lost in thought. Hadn't Shawn just approached Jasmine with a gift? Surely, she must have been thrilled to receive something so extravagant. If that was the case, why did she leave so abruptly? With these questions swirling in his mind, Donald walked over to Shawn and gently patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "How did it go with Jasmine?" Noticing the diamond bracelet still clutched in Shawn's hand, Donald was taken aback. "Did Jasmine turn down your gift?" Shawn wore a crestfallen expression as he replied, "Dad, the broken bracelet Jasmine was wearing is actually a precious relic from her mother. I had no idea. I even called it a worthless piece of junk, unworthy of someone of her stature." "Oh no." Donald was equally shocked. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Shawn, you should have realized that someone like Jasmine would never wear a cheap bracelet without a reason. The fact that she was wearing it indicates it holds significant meaning for her. You really need to be more mindful." With tears welling in his eyes, Shawn looked at his father in distress and said, "But Dad, you just told me I was meticulous and focused. How can you now say I'm careless?" Flushing slightly, Donald collected his thoughts before responding seriously, "You have indeed shown some improvement in your observational skills, but you need to pay closer attention to details. Learn from this experience to avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future." Shawn sighed, "I understand, Dad." Then he added, "By the way, Dad, Jasmine left to pick someone up. She mentioned that this person is the most distinguished guest today. Who could possibly be important enough for the Moore family to take such care?" Donald frowned and replied, "I'm not aware of that. To my knowledge, the guests invited to Lord Moore's birthday celebration are mainly old friends and business associates from Oris Hill. I didn't hear anything about any special guests attending." "That's strange," Shawn remarked. "Do you think she's going to meet her sweetheart?" "I can't say for sure," Donald responded. "Just keep an eye out for who Jasmine returns with." "Okay." At that moment, Jasmine was en route to Charlie's house. Although she knew she should be helping out at her grandfather's 80th birthday celebration, Jasmine couldn't resist the urge to see Charlie. She decided to pick him up personally so they could enjoy a few moments alone together on the way. Once they arrived at the Moore family mansion, there would be no chance for private conversation with all the guests around. When Lord Moore learned that Jasmine was going to get Charlie, he readily agreed. Even though Charlie was married, Lord Moore had long viewed him as the future grandson-in-law of the Moore family. As Jasmine drove, she pulled out her cell phone to call Charlie. Being a weekend, the family would likely be sleeping in, so Charlie had only prepared breakfast for them at 10 o'clock in the morning. Claire stepped out of the bedroom, stretching her waist as she asked Charlie, "Do you have any plans today?" Charlie responded, "I'm attending a friend's birthday party later at noon." Curious, Claire then inquired, "Wife, do you need anything?" With a slight nod, Claire said, "Yes, I wanted to go shopping. But if you're busy, I can just ask Lorene to join me instead." Charlie replied, "I'm sorry, dear. You should go shopping with Lorene today. I'll join you another time." Claire smiled gently and said, "Okay, then." At that moment, Charlie's mother-in-law, Elaine, entered with a scowl and remarked, "Oh, Charlie, you're off to your friend's birthday party. Is he old?" Charlie nodded, saying, "Yes, he's turning 80. Elaine scoffed and retorted, "Are you planning to use your usual tricks to get ahead with those old men?" Charlie calmly replied, "I haven't deceived anyone." Elaine shot back, still pretending, "I see. Are there any wealthy, influential people in Oris Hill you haven't managed yet? Let me tell you, I can foresee your future. You'll either end up in prison or meet a tragic end." Elaine's recent anger toward Charlie stemmed from the fact that he had donated all the money she lost to Linda and Hannah to the Hope Foundation. Now, her finances were in disarray, and with her beauty salon card depleted, she had no means to replenish it. She dreaded the thought of explaining her financial troubles to her husband or daughter if they discovered she had spent all their money. In her mind, Charlie was the root of her problems, fueling her resentment toward him. As Elaine targeted Charlie again, Jacob quickly stood up to defend him, saying, "Why do you keep attacking him? What has Charlie done to you? Don't you see how well he's handled things lately? What nonsense!" Elaine was oblivious to the fact that Jacob had saved face at a recent gathering thanks to Charlie. Seeing her husband defend Charlie, Elaine exploded, "Jacob, don't let him manipulate you. Otherwise, you won't even realize when he's sold you out." Jacob, uninterested in Elaine's tirade, tossed his BMW car keys to Charlie and explained, "Charlie, Dad has booked a room at the Heaven Springs for dinner tonight. I'll be dining with the leaders of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. I'll likely have a few drinks, so I won't be able to drive home later. Can you hold on to my keys and pick me up from the Heaven Springs?" Charlie nodded and asked, "Dad, what time should I come?" Jacob replied, "We're set to meet for dinner at 7. We should be done by around 8:30 to 9. You can come to the Heaven Springs around 8:30 tonight." "Got it." As soon as Charlie agreed to pick Jacob up, Elaine interjected anxiously, "Jacob, are you really treating your guests at the Heaven Springs tonight? Where did you get that kind of money?" Not wanting to reveal that Charlie had funded it, Jacob snapped, "Why are you so concerned about where my money comes from? I'm not spending your money." Elaine shot back, "Do you have any idea how much it costs to book a room at the Heaven Springs? It's at least $20,000 to $30,000. Do you even have that kind of cash?" Jacob retorted, "I told you before that I'm competing for the standing director position. What's $20,000 or $30,000 for a meal? And again, I'm not using your money." Elaine was furious and exclaimed, "With $20,000, I could have multiple beauty treatments. Why waste that much on a dinner?" Jacob fired back, "I've never stopped you from spending $10,000 to $20,000 a month at the beauty salon. You've got over $2 million in savings in your account. You spend your money how you want, and I'll do the same." Elaine was taken aback when Jacob mentioned their family savings. The $2 million she had held was now gone, donated to the Hope Foundation. She didn't even have enough left to visit the beauty salon for facials anymore. How wonderful it would be to use the $20,000 Jacob was spending on dinner for her beauty treatments instead. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle when he witnessed Elaine's performance. He was well aware that Elaine was currently facing a financial crunch. Normally, she had a tendency to splurge, but now that her funds were entirely depleted, she must have been feeling quite despondent. Things took a turn for the worse when Elaine noticed that Jacob was planning to dine at the Heaven Springs that evening. Without hesitation, Elaine confronted Jacob, saying, "No. I want you to hand over the $20,000 you're about to spend on dinner tonight." "Why should I do that?" Jacob replied, his anxiety bubbling over. "Elaine, I'm telling you not to push your luck. Our family's savings are already in your hands. Even if you refuse to give it back, that's fine, but now you want my money." Even though Elaine felt a pang of guilt, she stubbornly pressed on, "Can't you just choose a more affordable restaurant? Spend $10,000 on dinner and give me the remaining $10,000 instead." Jacob shot back angrily, "You have plenty of money. Why do you need to take $10,000 from me? Don't you think that's excessive?" Elaine retorted furiously, "I don't care anymore. If you don't give me $10,000 today, I won't let you go out for dinner tonight. If I let you leave this house, it means I, Elaine, have lost." "You've lost your mind," Jacob exclaimed as he slammed his chopsticks onto the table. "I've finally managed to secure dinner with the president and board members tonight at the Heaven Springs. If you embarrass me, I will never forgive you." "Fine. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom?" Elaine was anxious, her desire for the $10,000 overwhelming her. If only she could get that money, she could renew her beauty pass and enjoy a facial with her friends later that afternoon. This morning, her group chat had been buzzing with plans for a facial appointment, But without funds in her account, Elaine had to decline, pretending she had other commitments. If Jacob could just spare her the $10,000, she could join her friends for the facial as she usually did. Jacob, feeling a surge of anger, stood up and glared at Elaine. "Elaine, why are you being so unreasonable? We always give you all the money we bring home. I even handed over the hundreds of thousands I earned from selling antiques. Why aren't you satisfied? Stop pushing your luck." Elaine clenched her jaw and responded, "Is $10,000 too much to ask for a meal? You need to curb your extravagant spending. I don't want you to waste money." Jacob's anger flared as he retorted, "Think about it. How much pocket money do I get from you in a year? When have I ever been wasteful? You're the one who splurges. Look at the countless clothes and jewelry you have, your cupboard is overflowing, yet you still keep buying." Elaine shot back, "I've endured so much since marrying you. Can't you let me buy some clothes? Have you no conscience?" As tears streamed down her face, she choked out, "I was ridiculed for being pregnant before marriage. I was bullied by your mother. And now, you're scolding me for wanting to buy clothes? My life is miserable." Jacob felt overwhelmed by her accusations. He remembered how Elaine had gotten him drunk, which led to their night together. If it hadn't been for that, his first love wouldn't have stormed off to the United States. Elaine had turned his life upside down, and the only reason he tolerated her was for their precious daughter. But now, she wouldn't even let him enjoy dinner with friends. Wasn't that pushing it a bit far? As he pondered this, Jacob trembled with anger. "Elaine, don't you see what you've done? How can you still blame me? What did I do? You got me pregnant." Elaine cried out, "I was just an innocent girl you took advantage of after getting me drunk. You're unbelievable." Jacob felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had quietly endured so much pain for years. How could Elaine twist the truth and lay all the blame on him? How shameless could she be? At that moment, Claire, feeling overwhelmed, interjected, "Dad, Mom, can you both just stop arguing? Can we please have our breakfast in peace?" Claire glanced at Elaine and said, "Mom, can you please stop making things difficult for Dad? He doesn't usually spend much money. Why are you confronting him now when he just wants to treat a few friends to dinner?" Elaine responded, "I'm just trying to save money for our family. Are we really the type of family that should be spending $20,000 on a single meal?" With a fierce glare directed at Jacob, Elaine added, "No matter what, you need to give me that money today, whether you like it or not." Deep down, Claire understood her mother's intentions. She recognized that Elaine was quite materialistic and obsessed with money. If her father refused to hand over the cash, it would be nearly impossible for him to leave the house peacefully. Quickly, Claire interjected, "Mom, please stop making this hard for Dad. You want $10,000, right? I'll give it to you." "Okay," Elaine exclaimed with excitement. "Then you'd better transfer that money to me right away." Claire nodded and pulled out her cell phone to transfer $10,000 to Elaine. Elaine eagerly checked her phone as soon as the transfer was complete, a grin spreading across her face when she confirmed the money had arrived. Without wasting a moment, Elaine texted her group of 5 friends, "Sisters, I'm joining you all for the facial this afternoon." One of her friends replied, "Wait. Didn't you say earlier that you had plans for this afternoon?" Elaine quickly responded, "I had planned to go shopping, but my legs are hurting a bit. So I decided to skip shopping and head to the beauty salon for some facials and relaxation instead." Claire couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness as she watched her mother's reaction after receiving the money. Little did she know that Elaine had already depleted their entire family's savings. At that moment, Charlie's phone began to vibrate on the dining table. It was a call from Jasmine. Charlie answered the phone, and Jasmine's gentle, pleasant voice came through, "Master Wade, I'll be at your house in less than 10 minutes. When would be a good time for you to come out?" Charlie replied, "Please hold on for a moment. I'll come down after I clean up the dishes once my family finishes breakfast." "All right, I'll be waiting for you outside." Jasmine felt a flicker of concern upon hearing Charlie's response. Master Wade was such an accomplished and capable man. Why did he still have to do the dishes at home? It seemed so unnecessary. In her heart, Jasmine thought that if Charlie were her man, she would never allow him to handle any housework. To her, a man should focus on building his career, and when he returns home, he should be treated like royalty by his wife. How could a man be made to do household chores? On one hand, Jasmine felt strongly about Charlie being undervalued, and on the other, she was eager to be the woman who would look after him at home. As soon as Charlie hung up, Claire asked, "Is your friend coming to pick you up?" "Yes," Charlie confirmed, "my friend's granddaughter is here to get me." Claire nodded and without hesitation said, "Then you should go now. I'll handle the dishes today. Don't keep her waiting." Charlie quickly responded, "My dear wife, it's fine to let her wait a bit. I'll leave as soon as I finish with the dishes." Claire insisted, "Oh, come on. Let me do the dishes today. You should leave since you have things to do. Don't make her wait too long." Seeing Claire's determination, Charlie nodded and said, "All right then, my dear wife. Thank you for all your hard work. I'll be on my way now." "Okay, go," Claire quickly added. "Since you're off to a friend's birthday banquet, have you gotten him a present?" Charlie hummed thoughtfully before responding, "Yes, I've already prepared a gift for him." Claire eagerly asked, "What did you choose?" "It better not be something trivial or cheap, otherwise, he might feel a bit let down." With a slight smile, Charlie replied, "I made something special for him myself. It's not the cost that matters, but the thought behind it. My friend values sincerity over money, so I'm sure he'll appreciate my gift." "That's wonderful." Claire nodded, beaming. "In that case, you should get going." "All right," Charlie agreed. Charlie then stood up, putting on a simple coat. He said his goodbyes to Claire and his in-laws before heading out the door. As soon as Charlie stepped outside, Elaine set down her phone and turned to Claire with a serious expression. "Claire, why are you indulging Charlie so much these days? What can he do besides help with the housework? I was thinking of having him do even more chores around here, yet you keep offering to do everything for him." Claire quickly responded, "Mom, since Charlie has plans, let him leave a bit earlier. I can handle these simple tasks like washing the dishes after breakfast. It's really no trouble." Elaine retorted, "That's not how I see it. You should train a man to be disciplined. If you're strict with him from the start, he won't misbehave, let alone jump on the furniture. In fact, he'll be eager to please you." Continuing in a serious tone, Elaine added, "But if you give him too much freedom, he'll only grow more arrogant, and one day, he might turn against you. Just look at how I've trained your father over the years, he's become quite obedient and respectful, hasn't he?" Upon hearing Elaine's words, Jacob's face darkened with frustration. Internally, he thought, "So, you've always viewed me as someone to be controlled?" Yet, Jacob didn't dare to express his anger toward Elaine. Instead, he swallowed his irritation and kept his thoughts to himself, feeling deeply upset. Claire glanced at her father sympathetically before saying, "Mom, I'll take care of the dishes and then head out myself." Ignoring Elaine's comments, Claire gathered the dishes and made her way to the kitchen. As Claire washed the dishes, she absent-mindedly looked out the kitchen window, which faced the entrance of the community. There, she spotted her husband, Charlie, walking outside. Unbeknownst to Charlie, Claire was watching him from the kitchen window. Upon stepping through the gate, Charlie noticed a red Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside the community entrance. Moments later, an elegant woman with a noble demeanor, striking beauty, and long, slender legs emerged from the car. It was none other than Jasmine, the young lady from the Moore family. Jasmine wore a stunning red custom dress and looked more radiant than ever. She exuded the grace and poise expected from someone of her affluent background. Though Jasmine claimed her glamorous attire was for her grandfather's birthday celebration, the real reason was her desire to impress Charlie. After all, the saying goes that a woman dresses up to please herself, and Jasmine hoped that Charlie would notice her beauty and show her more attention in the future. Surprised, Charlie couldn't help but admire Jasmine as he took in her appearance. Even though he had seen Jasmine's beauty before, he found himself saying, "Jasmine, you look absolutely stunning today." Jasmine gazed at Charlie with affection, her heart fluttering at his compliment, and she felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. With a gentle twirl to showcase her dress, Jasmine asked shyly, "Do you really think I look beautiful in this outfit?" Charlie smiled softly and responded, "Absolutely. You look breathtaking, and this dress suits your elegance perfectly." Feeling even more embarrassed, Jasmine could feel her ears burning. She then bowed respectfully and said shyly, "Thank you, Master Wade, for your kind words." Charlie offered a slight smile before saying, "Thank you for coming all the way here to pick me up today." Jasmine quickly responded, "Of course, it's my responsibility. After all, it's an honor for the Moore family that you can attend my grandfather's birthday banquet today." As she spoke, Jasmine eagerly took 2 steps forward, opening the door to the passenger seat. She bowed slightly and gestured toward Charlie, blushing as she said, "Master Wade, please get in the car." Charlie nodded and entered the car without offering any courtesy to Jasmine. Anyone witnessing Jasmine, the esteemed young lady of the Moore family, personally opening the car door for a young man would surely be left in shock. Yet, from Charlie's perspective, it felt entirely natural for him to receive such an act of courtesy from Jasmine. Regarding status, he was the young lord of the Wade family, which was undoubtedly more powerful and influential than the Moore family. As Master Wade, even Jasmine's grandfather treated him with utmost respect. Therefore, Charlie believed it was only fitting for Jasmine to open the car door for him. Unbeknownst to Charlie, Claire was nearby and had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Claire had met Jasmine once before, as Jasmine had attended the opening ceremony of her studio to congratulate her. During that encounter, Claire had felt inferior to Jasmine in every way imaginable. She recognized that she couldn't compete with Jasmine in family background, looks, demeanor, talent, or financial status. It left Claire feeling a bit ashamed, as if she were standing next to a stunning beauty who outshone her in every aspect. However, she never anticipated that Jasmine, a well-known figure in Oris Hill, would show such respect toward her husband. Not only had Jasmine driven to pick him up, but she even opened the car door for him. Why was Jasmine being so courteous to her husband? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Claire felt a twinge of frustration. Was she experiencing jealousy? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that Jasmine was interested in her husband? Yet, almost immediately, Claire dismissed the idea as absurd. What was Jasmine's status? She was the young lady of the Moore family, with a family fortune exceeding $100 billion. And who was her husband? Just an ordinary man. Even if Charlie possessed some mysterious skills in feng shui, it was inconceivable for him to be on the same level as someone like Jasmine. Still, Claire couldn't shake the question of why Jasmine was so respectful toward Charlie. The irritation grew as she struggled to find an answer to that puzzling question. Meanwhile, Jasmine had started the Rolls-Royce and was driving away from the community with Charlie. Claire felt a wave of discontent wash over her as she watched the luxurious car gradually vanish from view. Was there something unspoken happening between them? She instinctively reached for her cell phone, wanting to call Charlie, but hesitated as soon as she held it. After much thought, Claire decided it would be better to wait for another chance to discuss the matter with Charlie when he returned home. She resolved not to act impulsively. After all, they were husband and wife, and she needed to maintain a level of trust and respect for him. Inside the car, Jasmine was at the wheel, chatting with Charlie. "Master Wade, my grandpa has been mentioning you a lot lately. He was worried you might not have time to make it to his birthday banquet. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to see you." Charlie gave a small smile and replied, "I've already promised to attend the birthday banquet, so why would I go back on my word?" With a smile, he added, "This is the price they have to pay for harming others." "Absolutely." Jasmine agreed enthusiastically. These individuals must be held accountable for their actions. During their conversation, Jasmine had already maneuvered her car into the expansive grounds of the Moore family mansion. Meanwhile, Zeke, Graham, Albert, Liam, and Doris had been patiently waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. As soon as Charlie emerged from the vehicle, they quickly surrounded him and Jasmine. Once Jasmine parked, she promptly said, "Master Wade, please take a seat and allow me to open the door for you." Charlie quickly responded, "You don't have to be so formal with me. I can get out on my own." Jasmine insisted, "No. No. Master Wade, you are our esteemed guest today. I must show you the utmost courtesy. Otherwise, my grandpa will definitely reprimand me." With that, she hurriedly opened the car door and rushed to the passenger side to assist Charlie. Charlie could only smile in amusement as he stepped out of the vehicle. Although he felt that Jasmine was overdoing it, she believed these gestures were essential, especially considering how much her grandfather respected Charlie. At the same time, on the second-floor terrace of the mansion, Shawn observed the courtyard, catching sight of Jasmine's actions. He had been waiting there for quite a while, ever since Jasmine had left the mansion, eager to see who her distinguished guest was. Secretly, he hoped that the special guest would be an elderly person, allowing him to rule out any romantic competition. To his surprise, Jasmine had returned with a young man, someone around his own age. What shocked Shawn even more was seeing Jasmine step out of the car to open the door for this young man. He couldn't help but wonder why Jasmine held this person in such high regard that she would go to such lengths for him. Was this young man the object of Jasmine's affections? Could he be the ideal grandson-in-law that Lord Moore had always envisioned? It seemed likely. These thoughts filled Shawn with dark frustration, and his anger simmered just beneath the surface. He focused his gaze on Charlie, scrutinizing him from head to toe. While Charlie was indeed handsome and had a certain charm, his attire was that of an ordinary person. Shawn could easily tell that Charlie's clothes and shoes were worth only a few $1,000s. In fact, a single pair of Shawn's socks cost more than that. This young man looked like an ordinary person picked off the street. Why was Jasmine treating him with such reverence? Moreover, it was clear to Shawn that Jasmine was smitten with this young man, given her shy demeanor around him. Shawn clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Feeling the need to release his frustration, he slammed his fist against the railing, exclaiming, "Where did this man come from? How dare he try to take my place? He's truly asking for trouble." Jasmine nodded enthusiastically, saying, "I really think you're the person my grandpa is most eager to see today." As she continued, Jasmine sighed and added, "I can't quite figure out what's been going on with him. Ever since he visited the genius doctor, Dr. Simmons, a few days ago, he hasn't stopped talking about you. He even confided in me that his biggest wish is to have you at his birthday celebration today." Charlie paused for a moment, chuckling softly. He understood why Lord Moore was so keen to see him. It was likely that Lord Moore had noticed the remarkable changes in Anthony's health and physique, and he must have realized the incredible benefits of the rejuvenating pill. That would explain why he was so eager for Charlie to provide him with one of those pills. In fact, it wasn't just Lord Moore who would be tempted by the allure of the rejuvenating pill. Charlie knew that many elderly individuals would find it irresistible. When he received the invitation to Lord Moore's birthday banquet, Charlie contemplated what kind of gift would be appropriate. After much thought, he concluded that someone of Lord Moore's stature likely didn't need material gifts or money. Therefore, he decided it would be best to simply present him with a rejuvenating pill. To Charlie, the rejuvenating pill was not particularly special, especially since the most valuable ingredient was the 300-year-old purple ginseng. Moreover, after assisting Liam, the illegitimate child of the Weaver family, Liam had gifted Charlie his most cherished family heirloom, a snow-white ginseng over 1,000 years old. If Charlie used this ancient ginseng to create a new medicine, its effects would certainly surpass those of the rejuvenating pill. Thus, by giving Lord Moore the rejuvenating pill, Charlie would be doing him a significant favor at minimal personal cost, effectively achieving two goals at once. At that moment, Jasmine remarked, "Master Wade, Grandpa has invited many of your friends to celebrate his birthday today. You'll have a great time catching up with them later." "Oh, really?" Charlie replied with a smile. "Who did he invite?" Jasmine responded, "I know he invited Doris, the vice chairman of Grand Group. I heard you have a good relationship with her, right?" Charlie nodded, saying, "Yes, it's a decent relationship." Jasmine beamed and added, "She'll be attending today." Then she paused for a moment before mentioning, "And of course, the heads of the Quinton family and the White family have also been invited. They both have solid connections with you, right? Charlie smiled and confirmed, yes, that's correct. Continuing, Jasmine said, Grandpa also invited Liam, the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceutical. I heard you were the one who supported him. Charlie nodded slightly, explaining, yes. Liam has always been an outcast in the Weaver family. After his father and half-brother wronged me, I decided to back him. Jasmine pressed her lips together and asked, Master Wade, I heard you sent Don Albert to take the father and son from the Weaver family up to Mount Gallman to dig for ginseng? That's right, Charlie replied. Jordan had such a disdainful view of Mount Gallman, so I thought it would be a fitting punishment for him. Jasmine smiled as she said, I heard that their time on Mount Gallman has been quite harsh. They have to dig for ginseng just to get food. Recently, with heavy snow covering the mountain, they couldn't go out to collect anything, which left them without food or water. They even resorted to taking a chicken from a villager's house and ended up getting caught and disciplined. Charlie, intrigued, asked, why are you so interested in their situation? I've been out of the loop about them lately. Jasmine blushed slightly and admitted, I felt they deserved some punishment for their actions, so I wanted to find out what they were going through. Charlie chuckled and asked, are you also keeping tabs on the group sent to dig coal in Erith? Jasmine replied with a smile, yes, I've been following that too. They seem to be having a really tough time there. They work 12 hours a day in terrible conditions, and they often don't have enough to eat. I've heard them crying out in despair late at night. Shawn's thunderous growl caught the attention of many guests wandering on the second floor. They exchanged puzzled looks, trying to understand why the young master of the Webb family was suddenly in such a foul mood. With a glare that could pierce through stone, Shawn barked, what are you staring at? Move along. The startled guests quickly averted their eyes, leaving Shawn with a scowl on his face as he motioned for Cain to approach him. Cain hurried over, eager to assist, and asked, yes, young Master Webb, how can I help you? Shawn pointed toward Charlie, who was standing next to Jasmine in the yard, and murmured with irritation, find out who that man is. I want to know exactly who he thinks he is. Cain turned to look where Shawn was pointing and gasped in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't that Charlie Wade? He recognized Charlie instantly, even if he had been reduced to ashes. Charlie was the reason Marcus, his beloved son, ended up with the words, pathetic fool, etched across his forehead by Albert. If it weren't for Charlie, Albert would never have taken such drastic action against his son. To Cain, Albert was merely the executioner, Charlie was the one truly to blame. The incident involving his son had become the talk of the town, a source of mockery. Just thinking about it made Cain furious, and he wished he could take revenge on Charlie. Yet, he was too intimidated to confront Albert directly, so he forced himself to swallow his pride and keep his anger in check. Through gritted teeth, he managed to say, I know him. His name is Charlie Wade. Shawn asked coldly, and who exactly is he? What's his background? He must be out of his mind to mess with my girl. Cain felt a surge of excitement at Shawn's anger toward Charlie. He thought to himself, this is my chance for revenge. Leaning closer to Shawn, he explained, he's a nobody who married into the Wilson family as a live-in son-in-law. The Wilson family is nothing but a struggling family on the brink of bankruptcy. Shawn's frown deepened as he pressed, are you certain he's a live-in son-in-law? Cain replied confidently, absolutely. He continued, his wife is Claire Wilson, a beautiful woman who has many admirers in the city. Unfortunately, she decided to marry that man. Rumor has it that after their marriage, he became a house husband, doing all the household chores like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Everyone in Oris Hill knows that he comes from a poor background and is just a typical underachiever. A flash of cold anger ignited in Shawn's eyes. Previously, both he and his father had speculated that Jasmine's admirer must be from a prestigious family in Eastcliff, making it a tough competition for him. However, he never imagined Jasmine would be interested in an underachiever who was also a live-in son-in-law. A live-in son-in-law. That meant Charlie was married. An underachiever, a housebound man, and a married man. Shawn could still justify stepping aside if Jasmine had fallen for a wealthy man from a notable family, but to think she would choose a married underachiever was simply incomprehensible. It felt like a harsh slap in the face. After all, he was the young master of the leading family in the South region, boasting a net worth of nearly $200 billion. Why did he seem to pale in comparison to this man in Jasmine's eyes? Jasmine displayed a mix of care and coldness towards Charlie, making her demeanor feel particularly insulting to him. Shawn clenched his teeth in frustration and coldly ordered Cain, "I have a task for you. If you succeed, there will be great rewards waiting for you. But if you fail, don't ever approach me again." Cain perked up and replied eagerly, "Sure thing, Mr. Webb. Just give me the task, and I'll do my utmost." Shawn shot a menacing look at Charlie in the yard and instructed, "Think of a way to publicly humiliate Charlie in front of Jasmine. I want him to feel utterly embarrassed. Ideally, he should leave here feeling completely defeated." Cain's excitement grew at Shawn's directive. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. He exclaimed, "Understood, Mr. Webb. I'll head down to confront him right now." He had done his homework on Charlie, who had managed to impress several VIPs in Oris Hill with his feng shui skills, earning the title Master Wade. Notable figures like Don Albert, the White family, the Quinton family, and even the Moore family held Charlie in high regard, making him someone Cain knew he couldn't provoke directly. However, just because Cain couldn't challenge Charlie himself didn't mean the Webb family couldn't take their shot. Since Charlie had crossed paths with the young master of the influential Webb family, it was only a matter of time before they taught him a lesson he would never forget. With Shawn's request, Cain saw a dual opportunity, to get his revenge and to gain favor with his master, truly a win-win situation. A wave of anger surged within him as new grievances merged with old ones. With Shawn Webb backing him, Cain felt a surge of confidence and enthusiasm. Today, he vowed to confront Charlie. In fact, he even entertained the thought of getting rid of him completely. With that determination, he declared to Shawn, "Mr. Webb, I'm off to meet him now." The yard was filled with people. Zeke White, Graham Quinton, Albert Rhodes, Liam Weaver, and Doris Young all surrounded Charlie, greeting him with great respect. Zeke, Graham, Albert, and Liam referred to him as Master Wade, while Doris opted for Mr. Wade. Among them stood a striking woman in a light blue dress beside Graham. Charlie looked closer and was taken aback to realize that it was Aurora, the lively and energetic young woman he usually saw in sportswear. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Aurora, I almost didn't recognize you today." Aurora blushed at his compliment. Biting her lip, she shyly responded, "Hello, Master Wade." For Lord Moore's birthday banquet, she had chosen to dress in a more mature style. Being a college student and a few years younger than Charlie, she wanted to avoid being seen as merely a younger sister. She hoped that her more sophisticated appearance might capture Charlie's attention. Charlie smiled at her and replied, "Hello to you too." Liam approached with a bow, saying, "Master Wade, I've been looking forward to your inspection of Weaver Pharmaceutical. When would you be available?" Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "The company belongs to you now, manage it well. There's no need for me to inspect it. But Master Wade, everything I have is yours. If you need anything, just ask, and I'll be there to help." "Thank you, Liam. I truly appreciate that." Liam bowed deeply in response. "You're welcome, Master Wade. You've done so much for me, I can never repay you enough." At that moment, a sharp, mocking voice cut through the crowd. What a sight! Why are all these big shots in Oris Hill gathering around this underachiever and fawning over him? Are you all blind, or are you just curious to see what all the fuss is about? Cain's mockery was both unexpected and shocking. His insults not only targeted Charlie but also those who had come to pay their respects to him. Albert could hardly contain his fury when Cain, out of the blue, hurled a senseless insult at Charlie. With a fierce glare, he shouted, "Cain Lloyd, do you have a death wish? Do you want me to carve words into your forehead just like I did to your son?" Charlie immediately understood the source of Cain's mockery as soon as he saw the outraged expression on Cain's face. This man was Marcus Lloyd's father. Marcus, the wealthy young man known for his catchphrase, "pathetic fool," had been the one who provoked Charlie at the Champs Ellis resort, leading to a humiliating outcome. Albert had carved the words, "pathetic fool," on Marcus's forehead at Charlie's behest. Charlie never anticipated encountering the young man's father at the Moore family's banquet, let alone being insulted by him. Kane shot a glare back at Albert and retorted, "Albert Rhodes, don't get so confident. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Then, with venom in his voice, he pointed at Charlie and exclaimed, "I don't get it. Why is a man like you, who relies on your wife and in-laws, even here? And why are all these people calling you Master Wade? Are they blind to see your real character?" His crude remarks ignited anger in the crowd, who were ready to confront Kane, but Charlie intervened calmly, saying, "Everyone, today is Lord Moore's birthday. Let's not do anything foolish that could ruin this occasion." Turning to Kane with a smile, Charlie remarked, "I was curious about what kind of person raised someone as arrogant as Marcus, and now that I see you, it all makes sense." After a brief pause, Charlie added, "You should take a lesson from what happened to your son. My advice? Keep a low profile and tone down that arrogance. The skin on your forehead is so wrinkled that if we wanted to carve words into it, it wouldn't be as smooth as what we did on your son's forehead." Kane, indignant, shot back, "Hey, don't think I won't give you a chance to live. Kneel before me right now and let me carve 'pathetic fool' into your forehead, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it." Charlie smirked in disdain. "What makes you think you could actually harm me? You think you're so powerful just because you have Albert, that petty thug, at your side. But I have the Webb family backing me. Albert is a nobody, and I can handle him easily, let alone someone like you," Kane sneered. Albert's face flushed with rage, and he moved forward, but Charlie stopped him, smiling. "Kane, your master is quite reckless. It's fine for them to let their followers act, but shouldn't they supervise? What if the follower ends up getting defeated?" Kane scoffed, "Charlie Wade, don't think I don't know who you are. You're just a trickster fooling these people with your so-called mystical skills. They're unaware now, but when they realize the truth, I won't need to lift a finger, they'll turn on you themselves." He then turned to Jasmine, speaking seriously, "Miss Moore, you're recognized as a powerful and captivating entrepreneur in Oris Hill. How could you be deceived by someone like him? Besides, he's married. He lives with his wife's family. Associating with him could affect your reputation. If people hear that the top lady in Oris Hill has connections with a married man, it could cause a scandal." Jasmine's face contorted in thought. Yes, she liked Charlie, and he was indeed married, but so what? Was it wrong to have genuine feelings for someone? Moreover, who was Kane Lloyd to comment on her choices, even if she had made a mistake? However, Jasmine knew she needed to remain composed in the face of Kane's accusations. If she reacted angrily, people might think it was out of shame and that Kane's words held truth. Instead, Jasmine adopted a stern expression and rebuked him, "Kane Lloyd, right? We don't have you on our guest list. Who let you in?" Kane smirked arrogantly, saying, "Mr. Webb brought me in. Honestly, I'm now part of the Webb family. No one here has the influence to stand against them, right? The Webb family is far more powerful than all of you put together. If you even think about touching me, you're directly challenging the Webb family." With a cocky demeanor, Kane felt triumphant, fully aware that invoking the Webb family's name would intimidate anyone present. As he surveyed the room, exuding confidence, a dark shadow suddenly darted past him. Before he could react, he received a stinging slap across the face. The impact was so strong it felt like the world had dimmed and sparkled around him. He staggered backward but quickly regained his balance. When he looked up, he was shocked to see that Charlie had slapped him. With a broad grin, Charlie stated nonchalantly, "I couldn't care less if you didn't mention the Webb family, but since you did, I must give them a reality check." You slapped me!" Kane shouted, infuriated. He never imagined that mentioning the Webb family would lead to a slap in the face. To him, Charlie's action was equivalent to a slap directed at the Webb family itself. Charlie was just a clever man who knew a few tricks, yet here he was, challenging the most powerful family in the South region. Ignoring Kane's outburst, Charlie slapped him again. Did you think I wouldn't dare to hit you just because you're the Webb family's follower? Let me clarify, I'm addressing the Webb family's follower. If you're upset about it, go fetch your master. Before coming today, Charlie had made up his mind. Albert had warned him that the Webb family was searching for him for two reasons: he had embarrassed Kian, and he had caught Jasmine's attention. Eventually, the Webb family would discover his involvement. In fact, they probably already knew about Jasmine's interest in him and might have even instigated Kane's disruptive behavior toward him and the other guests. If that was the case, it would be better to draw the Webb family out directly instead of dealing with Kane, their pawn. Kane was seething with rage from Charlie's taunts. Despite clearly invoking the Webb family's name, Charlie still dared to provoke them. Did he have a death wish? Alright, Charlie Wade, if you're asking for trouble, I'll make sure you get it. Kane was aware that Shawn was observing from the second-floor terrace, so he raised his voice and declared, Charlie Wade, I've already made it clear that I'm affiliated with the Webb family, yet you still laid a hand on me. Do you even respect the Webb family? Noticing Kane peek toward the terrace, Charlie easily deduced that his master was nearby. He laughed heartily and replied, the Webb family. So what? A family that keeps followers like you must be just as ineffective. Why should I take them seriously? Shawn was furious upon hearing Charlie insult his family, prompting him to storm down the stairs to confront him. At the same time, Jasmine cast a disdainful look at Kane and his swollen face, signaling for her bodyguards. When they arrived, she pointed at Kane and ordered, get this guy out of here. Make sure he doesn't return. Yes, ma'am. The bodyguards advanced, seized Kane, and were about to drag him out of the yard when a cold voice rang out from the house. How dare you? Let him go. Shawn descended the stairs slowly, his expression a mix of indifference and anger, his hands clasped behind his back. He had initially wanted Kane to create a scene to humiliate Charlie, hoping it would tarnish Charlie's image in front of Jasmine. However, he hadn't anticipated Charlie's boldness. Charlie had slapped Kane twice without a hint of concern for the Webb family. This was not the ultimate insult, though. The worst was when Charlie called the Webb family worthless. That was simply intolerable. With Shawn now present, the bodyguards hesitated, aware that Shawn and his father were esteemed guests in the household, having stayed there for several days. A flicker of hope shone in Kane's eyes as he cried out, Mr. Webb, please help me. Shawn shot him a disdainful glare, muttering under his breath, useless man, what good are you if you can't handle such a trivial issue? Jasmine frowned, her contempt evident as she asked, Shawn, what are you doing? Are you involved in this? Shawn replied flatly, not at all. However, Kane is with me and my father. If you throw him out, it will be a humiliation for us. He then turned to Charlie, saying, and you? How dare you strike my man and insult my family? Kneel and apologize, or you won't like what I have in store for you. To Shawn, even though Kane was his subordinate, only he had the right to discipline him, this was a matter of pride, both for himself and his family. Charlie met his gaze and asked, why? Is your family really that powerful? Absolutely, Shawn sneered with arrogance. The Webb family is the top family in the South region and ranks among the best in the country. How dare you call my family worthless? Charlie smirked at Shawn's bravado, taking in his appearance. It was clear that he and his brother shared a striking resemblance. They were truly brothers. Before Charlie could respond, Jasmine stepped forward, interjecting, Shawn, it was Kane who instigated this. Please don't put Master Wade in a difficult position. Master Wade? Shawn's frustration boiled over at Jasmine's defense of Charlie. He's just an ordinary man, why do you call him Master? Jasmine replied earnestly, Shawn, show some respect. Master Wade is my idol, and I won't allow you to insult him. Shawn's annoyance grew. Jasmine was supposed to be the admired figure among them, yet here she was, defending Charlie, the so-called ordinary man. He growled in frustration, venting his pent-up anger. Why? What does this guy have that I don't? I'm the one who should be admired. You're so blind and ignorant. Shawn glared at Jasmine with contempt. Jasmine, don't say I didn't warn you. This man insulted the Webb family and even attacked our subordinate. Even if Lord Moore tries to smooth things over, we won't let him off the hook that easily. He then pointed at Kane, directing his shout at Charlie, I'll let you off the hook temporarily if you apologize to my subordinate and then kneel before me to apologize again. Kane was ecstatic upon hearing this. If he had a tail, he would be wagging it. Grateful for Shawn's support after enduring 2 slaps, Kane, while covering his bruised cheek, strutted over to Charlie and boasted, You heard him, right? Kneel before me right now. Charlie merely scoffed, and in an instant, he reached out, seized Kane by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. Shawn watched, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly believe that Charlie was able to lift a 150-pound man with just one arm, leaving Kane's feet dangling in the air. Kane felt the tight grip around his neck, his legs flailing helplessly as he struggled to breathe. Charlie fixed his cold gaze on Kane, saying, If you utter another word, I'll leave a mark to remind you of your mistake, just like I did with your son. With that, he tossed Kane down onto the floor. Kane let out a loud yelp as he hit the ground, feeling as if all his bones were shattered. Fearful of Charlie's strength and presence, he crawled over to Shawn, his mouth clamped shut. Jasmine, fuming, urged her bodyguards, What are you waiting for? Get this man off our property immediately. The bodyguards nodded and quickly moved in to restrain Kane. Kane shouted in desperation, Mr. Webb, help me. Shawn's fists clenched tightly, turning his knuckles white. This was a level of humiliation he had never faced before. Rage boiled in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and spoke to Jasmine, Do you realize this man is a married man and a live-in son-in-law? How dare you throw my people out for him? Jasmine replied icily, Master Wade is a respected guest in our family and someone I admire greatly. Regardless of your subordinate, if you continue to disrespect Master Wade, I'll personally throw you out. Shawn narrowed his eyes, glaring at Jasmine and then at Charlie with disdain. He sneered, So, you think you're powerful, huh? You're acting so arrogant just because Jasmine is on your side. Haven't you heard of the Webb family in Erith? Charlie responded with a faint smile, Oh, yes, I've heard of it. Shawn continued with a cold, disdainful tone, Good. You've insulted my family, calling us worthless. If you don't apologize to me right now and beg for forgiveness, our family will hunt you down. Not even God will protect you. I've heard of the Webb family because of a viral video I saw online. You know, the one where a young man ate an old man's waste in a hospital toilet? I also heard that the young man's name is Webb. He's one of your family members, right? Your family seems quite extreme. I can't believe he actually did that. Shawn grimaced in anger at the mention of Charlie's brother and the infamous incident. This was the most humiliating scandal in the Webb family's long history. At that moment, Albert humorously imitated a meme from the internet, exclaiming, Wow. That's ruthless. A wave of laughter erupted across the yard. Meanwhile, Shawn looked as though he wanted nothing more than to take revenge on Charlie. Shawn felt a surge of anger as mockery and laughter surrounded him. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked repeatedly. With a fierce glare aimed at Charlie, he shouted, Bastard, don't act like I didn't give you a chance to change. You brought this on yourself. My family will not let you off the hook. You'll never see the sun rise tomorrow. Before Charlie could respond, Jasmine interjected loudly, Shawn Webb, how dare you? Shawn retorted coldly, Why shouldn't I? Did you think I'd allow my family to be insulted in a rundown place like Oris Hill? Let me make it clear, everyone in Oris Hill must bow down to the illustrious Webb family. Jasmine's expression darkened with dismay as she demanded, Shawn, you're not welcome here. Please leave. What? You want to kick me out? Shawn exclaimed in shock, his scorn evident. You're throwing me out because of this useless loser? Yes. I'll repeat myself, please get out. Jasmine insisted firmly. At that moment, Reuben, Jasmine's cousin, suddenly appeared and quickly tried to mediate. Hey, Mr. Webb, Jasmine, let's all calm down. What's this argument about? Seeing Reuben, Shawn blurted out, "Reuben, thank goodness you're here. Your cousin is trying to kick me out because of this lowly piece of trash." Reuben glanced awkwardly at Charlie, feeling uncomfortable. Though he privately shared Shawn's disdain for Charlie's presence, he knew his grandfather held Charlie in high regard, so he refrained from showing any disrespect. Perceiving the tension between Charlie and Shawn, he quickly smiled and suggested, "Hey, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's all take a moment to cool off." He turned to Charlie and said, "Master Wade, allow me to introduce Shawn Webb, the eldest son and grandson of the Webb family from Erith." Then he turned to Shawn, explaining, "Mr. Webb, this is Charlie Wade. Master Wade has previously saved my grandfather's life." Shawn scoffed in disdain. "Master? Don't make me laugh. To me, he's just a fraud. He hurt my dog and insulted my family, and I won't let him off the hook, even if God himself begged on his behalf." Before Shawn could act on his words, Lord Moore and Donald approached from the house. Having heard the commotion, Lord Moore walked over with a frown of annoyance and asked, "Jasmine, Reuben, what's going on here?" As soon as Shawn heard Lord Moore's voice, he quickly replied, "Grandpa Moore, it's great to see you. Jasmine is trying to kick me out because of Charlie Wade. He insulted my family, and this is a complete humiliation for us." Before he could finish, Lord Moore strode forward, took Charlie's hands in his own, and said with utmost respect, "Master Wade, welcome." Both Shawn and Donald stood there, stunned by the absurdity of the situation. Why was the 80-year-old Lord Moore showing such reverence to a young man in shabby clothes? Charlie smiled gently at Lord Moore and asked, "Mr. Moore, you look rather pale and fatigued. Are you feeling all right lately?" Lord Moore gasped in surprise. "Oh, Master Wade, you truly have a keen insight. Yes, to be honest, the changing weather has given me a mild cold, and with my age, I've been feeling quite tired and weak." Charlie nodded. "That's because your core is currently weak. The medicine I gave you last time addressed the hidden ailments accumulated in your body over the years. While it resolved those issues, it didn't significantly boost your physical health." Lord Moore bowed gratefully and said, "Even so, I'm incredibly thankful for your help, Master Wade. Without you, I doubt I'd even be here for this birthday banquet today." Charlie smiled warmly and said, "I have a birthday gift for you today, and I believe it will be beneficial for your current condition." Lord Moore was taken aback, trembling with excitement at the thought of a gift that could aid his health. A birthday gift? One that would actually help him? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that the rejuvenating pill Anthony had taken was the key? Lord Moore had always dreamed of receiving a rejuvenating pill from Charlie, longing for the exhilarating sensation of turning back time. He wished for a chance to extend his life and support his family's future. But one thing he had learned throughout his extensive life was that opportunities were rare. He was hesitant to approach Charlie for the pill, fearing that Charlie might find him off-putting. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently for the perfect moment to arise. At first, he believed such a rare opportunity would only come after Jasmine and Charlie had made significant progress in their relationship. But now, based on Charlie's words, he sensed that Charlie might indeed have prepared the pill as a birthday gift for him. Unsure and too apprehensive to ask directly, he bowed his head at Charlie, suppressing his excitement and desire. "Thank you for your generosity, Master Wade." Donald, standing nearby, frowned in confusion and disbelief. Leaning toward Shawn, he whispered, "What's happening? Who is that guy? Why is the old man showing him so much respect?" Shawn clenched his teeth in indignation and replied, "Dad. That arrogant bastard is the guest Jasmine brought here personally. Plus, I think Jasmine is really into him." "Oh?" Donald frowned deeper. "So, is he the one we're after?" Shawn nodded vigorously, bitterness evident in his voice. "He's unbelievably arrogant and he just beat up Kane Lloyd. Jasmine ended up kicking Kane out." "What?" Donald growled in fury. "We brought Kane here, meaning we publicly endorsed him. How dare he lay a hand on Kane after everything we've done?" Shawn continued, "Not only that, Dad. He insulted us, called our family trash, and openly mocked Kian." I almost wanted to kill him just now." Donald's anger reached new heights upon hearing this. As the second-generation heir of the Webb family, he was poised to succeed his father as head of the family. He never imagined someone could be so disrespectful to the Webb family in a small town like Oris Hill. This was intolerable, and he couldn't let it slide. Turning to Lord Moore, he said, "Uncle, this man beat Cain Lloyd and insulted our family. Cain is one of us, and I won't stand by while my family's dignity is trampled. You must handle this matter justly." From Donald's words, Lord Moore quickly grasped the situation. He suspected that Shawn was the foolish one who let Cain provoke Master Wade. After all, given Master Wade's esteemed reputation, why would he lower himself to engage with someone as insignificant as Cain? Lord Moore found himself in a tricky predicament. With Master Wade on one side and the Webb family on the other, he knew he had to support Master Wade, but offending the Webb family, the most powerful family in the South region, would spell disaster for the Moore family. Yet, when he thought of the rejuvenating pill, all other concerns seemed to fade away. He sternly chastised Donald, "Mr. Webb, Master Wade saved my life. No one is permitted to tarnish Master Wade's reputation in my home." Lord Moore firmly believed that Charlie was the ideal choice for the son-in-law of the Moore family. With 80 years of life experience behind him, he could immediately see that Charlie was someone truly extraordinary. In fact, Charlie was the first person Lord Moore regarded as possessing abilities akin to a dragon walking the earth. His belief in Charlie's remarkable capabilities only deepened after witnessing the effects of the rejuvenating pill, and he felt an even stronger desire to form an alliance with Charlie. Building a solid relationship with the Webb family was merely a strategic decision to open new avenues for generating more wealth for the Moore family. While the Moore family was affluent, they still could not compare to the Webb family's immense wealth. In reality, the difference between a net worth of $100 billion and $200 billion was negligible. Both were amounts far beyond what anyone could spend in a lifetime. For Lord Moore, however, wealth had lost its appeal. What mattered most to him now were health and longevity. Thus, he earnestly hoped Charlie would marry into the family and become Jasmine's husband. He absolutely could not tolerate anyone looking down on Charlie on their home ground. Donald and Shawn were left speechless. After Donald's earlier words, neither had expected Lord Moore to choose Charlie over the Webb family. Donald felt a surge of anger, his face flushing with humiliation. He resented Lord Moore's bias and thought, "How dare you humiliate me in front of everyone? I'm destined to be the head of the Webb family, and you dare tarnish my reputation." Shawn was equally annoyed. Scowling, he muttered, "Grandpa Moore, in my opinion, this Charlie Wade is nothing but a feng shui fraud. Don't be fooled by his nonsense." Lord Moore's expression darkened immediately. He shot Shawn a cold glare and snapped, "I've lived for 80 years, I know how to judge people. I don't need your advice." Donald, equally displeased, added, "Uncle, are you truly siding with this outsider?" "Absolutely," Lord Moore declared firmly. "To me, Master Wade is a true dragon among men, no one else can compare." His powerful voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Donald was furious. What angered him most was the attack on his dignity, and Lord Moore had done exactly that. At that moment, he even considered cutting ties with the Moore family entirely. The Webb family was far more powerful than the Moores. If they severed their relationship, the Moore family could lose billions. But if he walked away now, he might never get a second chance, and his hopes of having Jasmine marry Shawn would be utterly destroyed. Having grown up in a wealthy family, Donald knew all too well the significance of choosing the right spouse. If Shawn married an ordinary woman, she would bring no advantages and might even stunt his ambition. If he married a celebrity, she could easily become a spendthrift, draining their wealth like a vampire and leading them toward ruin. If he married a spoiled heiress, she might drag him into a life of excess, squandering their billion-dollar fortune. Donald had seen too many wealthy men make disastrous marriage choices and regret it for life. Thus, he was determined that his son would marry the perfect woman, someone kind, elegant, supportive, and capable of aiding the family. Jasmine was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. But as he thought about the situation, he felt conflicted and uncertain. An uncomfortable silence filled the air as Donald's mood worsened. Reuben, observing the tension, discreetly clenched his fists in frustration. If both families clashed, it could create an irreparable rift, or worse, turn them into enemies. Such an outcome would be catastrophic for the Moore family. Moreover, it would make Jasmine even less likely to marry Shawn. If Jasmine refused Shawn, his future as the heir could be jeopardized. Even if he eventually became the head of the family, Jasmine would still be entitled to a share of the inheritance. Reuben was determined to prevent Jasmine from choosing the Moore family's side, which meant strongly opposing her marrying Charlie and allowing him to remain in their home. Trying to defuse the tension, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, Uncle Webb, Shawn, today is my grandfather's birthday, and he should be the focus. Let's calm down and enjoy the celebration without damaging our relationship." He hoped to give everyone room to breathe and de-escalate. Although Reuben tried to ease the situation, Donald remained in a foul mood. He didn't want to destroy the relationship between the two families, but he was still furious about being embarrassed. As the saying goes, you can't sell the cow and still drink its milk, yet Lord Moore wanted both. And if forced to choose, Lord Moore would undoubtedly choose Charlie. But since he hadn't been forced yet, he wanted to keep both sides. Thus, Reuben's intervention gave both sides an excuse to calm down temporarily. Clearing his throat, Donald said, "Reuben is right. Today is Uncle Moore's 80th birthday, and I don't want to spoil it. Uncle, I apologize for my earlier outburst, I acted too rashly. Please forgive me." With that, he created an exit strategy for himself and Lord Moore. As the younger one, he took the initiative to apologize on Lord Moore's birthday, showing respect for the elder while saving his own face. In his mind, the best thing to do was smooth things over with Lord Moore for now. As for Charlie, there would be countless ways to deal with him after the celebration. A warm smile appeared on Lord Moore's face as he nodded and said, "Indeed, harmony brings prosperity. I don't want anyone feeling uneasy on such a joyous occasion." He turned to Charlie and asked, "Master Wade, what do you think?" Although Charlie found Donald and Shawn unpleasant, he didn't want Lord Moore fighting his battles. He preferred to handle them himself. However, since it was Lord Moore's birthday celebration, he saw no need to cause a commotion in front of the guests. If he wanted to settle accounts with them, it should be done away from the festivities, out of respect for the host. Thus, he replied calmly, "Lord Moore, it's your celebration, the final say is yours." Lord Moore laughed heartily and said, "It was all just a misunderstanding. I'm glad it's resolved. Now, let's head to the banquet hall, the celebration is about to begin." Meanwhile, Shawn's simmering rage was unmistakable as he shot venomous glares at Charlie, yet he felt powerless to act since the elders had already come to an agreement. Scowling at Charlie, he silently vowed, "You'll regret this soon enough." The guests began to make their way toward the banquet hall, where the birthday festivities were set to unfold. Lord Moore shared a few words with Charlie before taking his seat at the head of the table. Beside him sat his eldest son, along with his third and fourth sons. Within the Moore family's second generation, Reuben's father held the title of the eldest son, while Jasmine's father was the second son, who sadly passed away at a young age, leaving Jasmine as the sole representative of that line. The families of the third and fourth sons were relatively young, with their children still in their teens or even in elementary school, thus, they were not involved in the competition for the inheritance. Meanwhile, the remaining guests settled into their designated tables. Charlie found himself at a table with the Quinton family, the White family, Albert, and others. Donald and Shawn were seated among several local families, some of whom were eager to win their favor, showering compliments on the Webb father and son. The table was filled with delicious dishes and an array of exquisite aged wines. Although Jasmine couldn't join Charlie at his table, her captivating gaze remained fixed on him, never wavering for a moment. Sitting to Charlie's right was Aurora, while Zeke occupied the seat on his left. Once Zeke settled in, he leaned in and whispered to Charlie, "Master Wade, the renovation of the Thompson First Villa will be wrapping up soon. When do you plan to move in?" "I'll move in as soon as the renovations are finished," Charlie replied. He had discussed this with Claire. The villa was significantly better than their current home, and more importantly, It would allow them to live on a separate floor from Elaine, giving them the privacy they desperately needed away from her constant interruptions. Zeke quickly added, "Master Wade, would you like me to purchase some furniture and appliances in advance? That way, you and your wife can simply pack your bags and move in without delay." Charlie considered this for a moment. While Claire was generally frugal, she had a refined taste when it came to lifestyle and interior design. Beyond the renovations, choosing and arranging furniture was crucial to making a house feel like a home. It might be convenient for Zeke to handle everything, but Charlie knew Claire would prefer to make those decisions herself. It would be best for Claire to choose the furniture and layout according to her own taste. So he replied, "No need to bother with that. I'll take my family shopping for furniture. Everyone has their own preferences." I understood your concern, which is why I didn't take the initiative to furnish the house. By the way, I've prepared a shopping cart worth 10 million for you. It can be used at any furniture and home appliance store in Oris Hill, Zeke informed him. Charlie waved dismissively with a smile. "Thank you, but I can't accept your money. It wouldn't be appropriate." In truth, Charlie was quite wealthy. He had barely touched the 10 billion given to him by the Wade family, and he had an additional 10 billion from his dealings with Japan's Kobayashi Pharma. With more than 20 billion in the bank, he struggled to even think of ways to spend it wisely. And this didn't include the substantial profits continuously flowing in from the Emgrand Group, which only added to his wealth. Seeing clearly that Charlie didn't need the money, Zeke quickly said, "I'll hold on to the card for you. Just let me know whenever you need it." Charlie nodded. At that moment, he received a text from Jasmine. "Master Wade, I hope you don't take what happened earlier to heart. With the Moore family present, the Webb family won't act too presumptuously." Charlie smiled and replied, "Not at all, I don't mind. They're just a bunch of clowns." Across the room, Donald and Shawn were seated in the VIP section, observing the scene. Shawn glanced between Jasmine and Charlie, noticing that both were engrossed in their phones. Whenever Jasmine put her phone down, Shawn would pick his up, and vice versa. It was obvious they were exchanging messages. Watching this back and forth filled Shawn with frustration. He had added Jasmine on Facebook, but she had set her profile to private. In fact, she rarely replied to his messages. Yet right now, as he watched her interact with Charlie, she seemed incredibly engaged, almost as if she were afraid of missing a single message from him. She even wore a sweet smile while looking at her phone. Shawn, who considered himself quite experienced in romance, recognized immediately that Jasmine was falling for Charlie. As he glared at the two of them, a deep fury began to boil within him. Leaning closer to his father, he whispered, "Dad, I want Charlie dead. Tonight." Donald sighed at Shawn's agitated tone and shook his head. "Do you know what disappoints me most about you?" Shawn shook his head, confused. Donald sighed again and said, "You're too impulsive and reckless. You need to prioritize what truly matters." He continued, "Charlie is a nobody without any real connections, we can deal with him anytime. Don't jeopardize our relationship with the Moore family over this. The priority is winning Jasmine's heart." Though still irritated, Shawn nodded reluctantly. "I understand. I'll wait 2 more days, then I'll arrange for someone to take care of him. Be patient and observe him first. While Charlie may look insignificant, he has allies in the city. Not only the Quinton family, the White family, and Don Albert, but even the Moore family supports him. He could become a significant obstacle for us. What's our plan, then? We need to devise a foolproof strategy if we want to eliminate him." Donald elaborated, "Even though Albert is just a gang leader, he commands many men. If we provoke him, he could summon an entire army in no time. Killing Charlie could trigger retaliation, and if that happens, we may not escape Oris Hill alive." "Albert?" Shawn frowned and snapped, "Then let's take him out first." Donald nodded. "Exactly. We'll catch Albert off guard and eliminate him before he even realizes what's happening. Then we can assist Kane Lloyd in taking over his position and become the new rulers of the underworld." A sinister glint flashed in Donald's eyes. "Once we establish a solid power base in Oris Hill, Getting rid of Charlie and those insignificant families will be child's play. Shawn felt a surge of excitement and blurted out, "So, Dad, when do we go after Albert? I can't stand him anymore." "Calm down. I already have a plan. My men will send Albert across the Rainbow Bridge tonight." Shawn felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of taking Albert's life tonight. His father had been correct. Don Albert was Charlie's muscle in Oris Hill. To launch an attack on Charlie, they first needed to eliminate his muscle. But they didn't just need to take him out, they had to seize his power for themselves. This way, Albert's power would serve as a stronghold for the Webb family as they aimed to establish themselves in Oris Hill in the future. When that time came, Charlie would face the ultimate consequence for disrespecting them and for pursuing Shawn's girlfriend. The Quinton family and the White family would also suffer for refusing to side with the Webb family. Donald glanced at Shawn and advised, "You need to learn to keep your composure and maintain a neutral expression. Don't let your true feelings be so obvious." Shawn quickly wiped the grin off his face. "Got it, Dad." "Good," Donald replied, shifting his focus away from Charlie and asking, "Have you prepared the birthday gift for Lord Moore?" Shawn affirmed, "Yes, I have. I found out that Lord Moore appreciates the works of Johannes Vermeer. He has a small collection, so I arranged for a copy of the geographer from our home gallery to be his birthday gift. It's valued at 2 to 3 billion, I'm sure he'll love it." Donald nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. The geographer was a true masterpiece in the Webb family's collection. With this painting as a strategic offering, he believed it would open doors with the Moore family, potentially paving the way for a marriage alliance. Finally, the birthday banquet commenced. Lord Moore stepped onto the small stage, expressing his gratitude to all the guests for attending his 80th birthday celebration. After a brief speech, the next segment involved guests taking turns to congratulate Lord Moore and present their gifts. 2 bodyguards in sleek black suits brought an imperial armchair onto the stage to help Lord Moore take a seat. Reuben's father, along with his third and fourth uncles, were the first to step onto the stage. They knelt respectfully before Lord Moore and presented their gifts one at a time. Oscar, the family's head butler, stood beside Lord Moore to receive the gifts, announcing each one along with its value for the audience. This was a long-established tradition among upper-class families. The eldest son, Theodore Moore, presents a tropical island in the Maldives, valued at 500 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the banquet hall. Theodore's generosity was indeed impressive, gifting an entire island. Theodore was Reuben's father and Jasmine's uncle. He addressed Lord Moore, saying, "Father, I heard you haven't been feeling well recently, so I got you a tropical island to escape the cold when winter arrives." Lord Moore smiled and nodded appreciatively. "Excellent, thank you, Theodore." The third son, Branson Moore, presents a villa in Hawaii, valued at 200 million. A younger middle-aged man, clearly not as old as Theodore, quickly added, "Father, I never expected Theodore would give you an island. My villa seems insignificant in comparison." Lord Moore responded warmly, "Nonsense, my dear son. I value your thoughtfulness. Thank you for your gift." The fourth son, Anders Moore, presents a luxury yacht worth 150 million. Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Father, Branson and I collaborated on the yacht and villa for you. When you visit Hawaii, you can spend a day or 2 on the yacht." He added with a smile, "But we didn't foresee that Theodore would outdo us with an island. We can always sail you to the Maldives." Lord Moore laughed heartily. "Excellent. When winter comes, we can vacation on the island in the Maldives." After the 3 sons presented their gifts, Jasmine and Reuben stepped onto the stage, knelt before Lord Moore, and showcased their offerings. Oscar then proclaimed. The eldest grandson, Reuben Moore, presents a pair of exquisite imperial jadeite ornaments, valued at 80 million. The eldest granddaughter, Jasmine Moore, presents a stunning painting, The Blinding of Samson by Rembrandt, valued at 70 million. Once the Moore family completed their presentations, the guests began to approach one by one, offering their gifts. While the guests' gifts did not match the immense value of the Moore family's offerings, they still carried impressive price tags, ranging from 10 to 30 million. Next, Donald and Shawn rose to present their gift. Shawn held the item delicately as he walked toward Lord Moore alongside his father. As they made their way, Shawn shot a disdainful glance at Charlie. He was about to present an authentic painting by Vermeer, which he was certain would be the most valuable gift from any guest. Confidently, he believed that Charlie's gift would be insignificant in comparison, highlighting the stark difference between their worlds. Shawn was filled with pride as he envisioned the moment. He carefully held the painting and bowed before Lord Moore, then confidently announced, "Grandpa Moore, this is my gift to you. I heard you admire the works of Johannes Vermeer, so I arranged for you to receive the Geographer, which is valued at hundreds of millions. I hope you enjoy it." Oscar then announced loudly, "The eldest son of the Webb family presents a rare copy of Vermeer's original The Geographer, worth over 100 million. This announcement captured the attention and curiosity of every guest present. Vermeer's paintings are rare and highly sought after, with each piece commanding significant prices. Even the most common Vermeer works start at 30 to 40 million, while the exceptionally rare pieces skyrocket in value. For instance, Vermeer's The Girl with the Pearl Earrings sold internationally for an astounding $3.6 billion. Among Vermeer's masterpieces, The Geographer stands out as one of his rare treasures. 5 years ago, it was auctioned for nearly $200 million to an anonymous wealthy buyer, and since then, little has been known about its whereabouts. No one expected that this painting would resurface at the Webb family's residence, leading many to believe that the mysterious buyer had indeed been the Webb family. Considering the painting was worth $200 million 5 years ago, it could now be valued at as much as $300 million, or potentially even $400 million if auctioned successfully. Lord Moore blinked in surprise upon hearing the announcement. He had never expected the Webb family to be so generous as to gift him the Geographer, worth over $300 million. Everyone in Oris Hill was aware of his fondness for Vermeer's art, making it impossible for the Webb family to overlook this detail. By offering Vermeer's The Geographer as a birthday gift, they were clearly showing immense respect for him, regardless of the cost. Unable to contain his excitement, Lord Moore exclaimed, "Shawn, thank you. Your generosity is overwhelming. I have been seeking this painting for quite some time. I truly appreciate your thoughtful gift." Shawn swelled with pride and joy upon hearing Lord Moore's words. He had been right, Lord Moore was indeed enamored with Vermeer's work, unable to take his eyes off the painting. However, trying to maintain a composed demeanor, he replied, "Grandpa Moore, it's my pleasure. This is merely a small token of my affection." He couldn't resist stealing a glance at Charlie. Charlie had yet to present his gifts. With Shawn now having delivered the most expensive gift, there was no way Charlie could outshine him. With a smirk, he added, "Brother Wade, I'm curious about the gifts you've prepared for Grandpa Moore. He holds you in such high regard, I trust you won't disappoint him, will you?" Shawn firmly believed that there was nothing Charlie, the notorious freeloader, could offer Lord Moore that would ever compare to Vermeer's exquisite painting. With that conviction, he was sure he would outshine Charlie and emerge as the standout gift-giver, delighting the guests and impressing Lord Moore the most. In Shawn's eyes, Charlie was nothing more than a pathetic loser who had merely married into his wife's family. He was convinced that Charlie would be unable to present a respectable gift, thus, whatever Charlie brought would never match the value of the precious painting he had given to Lord Moore. With a sneer, he remarked, "Grandpa Moore, I've heard that Master Wade has been dabbling in feng shui scams for quite a while. He must have raked in a fortune from all his tricks. I wouldn't be surprised if his birthday gift to you is a priceless treasure worth hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars." Turning to Charlie, he added, "The painting I gave is valued at 400 million, surely, your gift must exceed that." Lord Moore frowned at Shawn's sarcastic comment, his displeasure toward the young man growing. He replied coldly, "Regardless of what Master Wade gifts me, they are all invaluable treasures." Shawn was taken aback by the chilling response and unfriendly tone. What kind of enchantment could Charlie have cast on Lord Moore? Why was he always on Charlie's side? As this unfolded, Charlie stood up and made his way to the stage, having been mentioned by name. All eyes were on him, curious about what he would present. However, he appeared to be empty-handed, and it didn't seem like he had anything tucked away in his pockets either. Was Charlie really planning to show up empty-handed at such a prestigious event? Even if he wanted to give a painting, there was no way he could conceal it in his pocket, no matter how small. Since Charlie approached without any visible gift, the majority assumed he hadn't prepared anything. If he had, it was likely to be utterly worthless and nowhere near the value of the Vermeer painting. Meanwhile, Lord Moore was perched on the edge of his seat, anxiety churning within him. He focused all his attention on Charlie. In reality, he was filled with anticipation as he watched Charlie walk toward him empty-handed. His greatest fear was that Charlie would arrive holding a gift box or some other physical object. At a moment like this, what he truly desired was the rejuvenating pill. While Vermeer's painting was indeed a magnificent gift, perfectly suited to his love for antiquities, it was merely a hobby for him. When faced with the prospect of death, what good were all his favorite possessions? He would gladly trade everything for just a few extra days of life. Thus, Lord Moore eagerly anticipated Charlie presenting him with the rejuvenating pill. This was his most fervent hope at that moment. As Charlie paused in front of Lord Moore, calm and composed, Shawn interrupted mockingly, "Hey, Brother Wade, don't you think you're being a bit cheap? Today is Grandpa Moore's 80th birthday. How could you come to his celebration empty-handed? That takes some nerve." Charlie smiled slightly and replied, "Who said I didn't bring a gift? Then where is it? Show us." Shawn said derisively. "Did you just pick something up from a store? Take a look around, do you see any gifts here valued at 10 million or less?" Charlie flashed a smile, feigning ignorance, as he pulled out a small wooden box from his pocket. This wooden box had cost Charlie $5 at a street vendor. He thought it was better to use the box than to stash the pill directly in his pocket or wrap it in a napkin. Shawn's disdain was palpable when he caught sight of the box. He sneered, "Seriously? What is that? Did you really buy that for $10? Charlie maintained his smile. "You're close. I did buy it from the street, but it only set me back $5. The crowd gasped at Charlie's comment. Did he truly take Lord Moore seriously? How could he arrive at Lord Moore's birthday celebration with just a $5 wooden box? Even if something was inside, it was bound to be worthless junk, right? There was no way he'd place anything valuable in such a shabby container. As a result, the crowd started booing Charlie. Even Reuben covered his mouth, shaking his head in contempt. Shawn howled, indignation clear in his voice, "Charlie Wade, this is so disrespectful. How dare you present such junk to Grandpa Moore? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Charlie chose to ignore him and opened the small wooden box, revealing a black, round pill inside. He addressed Lord Moore, saying, "Mr. Moore, this is a birthday gift I prepared for you, the rejuvenating pill. I hope you enjoy it." He used the phrase, "prepared for you," to sidestep any potential trouble. Lord Moore trembled with excitement at the sight of the pill. He stood up, a rush of energy surging through him. As he rose, he shook uncontrollably, excitement coursing through his veins. For what felt like forever, he had wished that Master Wade would bless him with a rare opportunity like the one given to Anthony, though he kept it secret, knowing how precious it was. He never imagined that his ultimate dream would materialize, on his birthday no less. Master Wade had granted him his heart's desire. The guests watched intently as Lord Moore approached Charlie, his legs trembling. Those unfamiliar with Charlie assumed Lord Moore was enraged by Charlie's antics, having never faced such humiliation. They expected him to slap Charlie and throw him out. Shawn took a quick look at the unassuming pill in the box, failing to see anything remarkable about it. He scoffed, "Charlie, are you seriously going to give Lord Moore a lousy pill for his 80th birthday? Isn't that just some enhancement pill you picked up off the street? Are you sure it won't kill anyone who takes it?" Charlie ignored the remarks and explained to Lord Moore, "Mr. Moore, this rejuvenating pill has the power to extend your life and enhance your physical health. After taking it, you could feel 10 years younger, and your life expectancy could increase by at least a decade." Shawn couldn't help but chuckle, mockingly responding, "Oh, come on, Charlie. Do you really think you can fool the wise Grandpa Moore with that nonsense? What kind of ridiculous enhancement pill can actually make someone 10 years younger? Is this some kind of joke? You must think we're all fools. The guests nodded in agreement, all convinced that Charlie's claims were absurd and far-fetched. A pill that could make someone 10 years younger? Who was he trying to deceive? However, to everyone's surprise, Lord Moore approached Charlie, trembling, and suddenly knelt down on the floor. A chorus of gasps echoed through the banquet hall, leaving everyone stunned as if struck by lightning. It was unimaginable that the 80-year-old Lord Moore would actually kneel before Charlie. Typically, by the age of 80, most people have lost their parents and elders. In fact, it seemed that no one, not even God, should have the honor of having him kneel before them. Furthermore, Lord Moore was the head of the Moore family, the largest and most influential family in Oris Hill. The fact that their 80-year-old patriarch knelt before a young man in his 20s was nothing short of astonishing. This was truly extraordinary and bizarre. Shawn was equally taken aback. What on earth? Had the old man really knelt down for an enhancement pill? Why didn't anyone mention this sooner? He could have used the $400 million from the Vermeer painting to buy enhancement pills. It would have been enough to last until his 200th birthday. He never even asked Lord Moore to kneel to him, all he wanted was for him to betroth Jasmine to him. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the Moore family members varied greatly. Jasmine was brimming with excitement and joy. Having lost her parents at a young age, her grandfather had raised her, and their bond was incredibly strong. She remembered her grandfather mentioning that Dr. Simmons had received the rejuvenating pill some time ago, and she knew how desperately he wanted that pill for himself. For Jasmine, the hope was that her grandfather would seize this rare opportunity to obtain the pill and enjoy another healthy decade of life. However, the other family members had a different perspective, especially Reuben, the eldest grandson of the Moore family. He was filled with worry and disappointment at this scene. As long as his grandfather was alive and well, Reuben's father would struggle to take full control of the family, making it challenging for him to become the sole heir to the family fortune. In Reuben's eyes, Lord Moore had not made any will regarding the distribution of his wealth and estate, leaving everyone uncertain about how much would be allocated to his 3 sons and to Jasmine, whose parents were gone. If Reuben's father couldn't inherit the entire family business, Reuben would receive an even smaller share. Thus, he didn't want his grandfather to live longer than necessary. At that moment, Lord Moore knelt before Charlie, tears of astonishment streaming down his face. With a warm smile, Charlie handed him the box and said gently, "This pill is extremely precious and rare. It's the last one in existence, so I recommend you take it promptly before it spoils." Lord Moore accepted the wooden box with trembling hands, feeling overjoyed. As everyone watched in disbelief, he bowed down further, his forehead touching the ground. His hands were positioned on the floor, palms facing upward as he said sincerely, "Jonathan Moore, express my gratitude to Master Wade for his kindness and opportunity. I can never repay this incredible favor, and I vow to God that I will remain loyal to Master Wade for the rest of my life." Louder gasps filled the hall once more. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who could have believed that Lord Moore would actually kneel and speak such reverent words to a young man? Shawn was the most bewildered of all. He couldn't help but think that the old man must have lost his senses or taken a hard hit to the head. Why else would he kneel and bow to Charlie? Lord Moore was the most distinguished guest among everyone present today. Although the Webb family held a higher social status, Shawn's father lacked the power and wealth that the Moore family possessed. Additionally, Lord Moore had the advantage of age and experience. Most guests in attendance came from average to affluent families, each with fortunes exceeding 100 million. Yet in this gathering, one individual stood out as a clear underdog, Charlie. Despite this, Lord Moore chose to kneel before the so-called loser and even lowered his head in submission. Why on earth was this happening? What did Charlie possess that Shawn did not? Why was Lord Moore showing such humility toward Charlie? Essentially, it seemed he was considering giving his granddaughter to this loser, right? Shawn felt a wave of frustration and anger wash over him as he contemplated the situation. If he didn't act now to tarnish Charlie's reputation, Lord Moore might actually consider allowing Jasmine to become this loser's mistress. With gritted teeth, he indignantly exclaimed, "Grandpa Moore! How can you trust this loser and his nonsense? That pill is clearly something he picked up from a shady street doctor. The box costs $5, and the pill is worth at most 10. Please don't be deceived by him. You could endanger your health by taking it. Lord Moore shot Shawn a piercing glare, his voice cold as he replied, Shawn, you are a guest of my family, but Master Wade is my savior. He saved my life and has done me favors I cannot repay. If you dare to insult him again, I will take this very personally. Shawn, visibly agitated, stomped his feet in frustration. Grandpa Moore, are you out of your mind? How can you fall for such nonsense? Jasmine stood up, her anger evident as she admonished, Shawn Webb. Mind your words. Shawn frowned at her, questioning, your grandfather is confused, and you are too. That pill is just a worthless scam designed for gullible elderly people. You're supposed to be educated. You graduated from a prestigious university in the States, and yet you believe in Charlie's nonsense? Absolutely. Jasmine responded without hesitation. I will never doubt anything Master Wade says. And if you insult him again or disrespect my grandfather, I will kick you out of here. You! Shawn felt a surge of anger. What was happening? How could a simple, shabby pill turn Lord Moore and Jasmine into such foolish followers? He wouldn't even glance at that worthless item if it were handed to him. Why were they treating it like it was a priceless treasure? Lord Moore had merely thanked him for a $400 million painting, yet he knelt before Charlie for a useless enhancement pill. This was infuriating. If they were measuring gifts by value, Lord Moore should have been groveling at Shawn's feet. Turning to the other guests, he shouted in exasperation, Come on, let me hear your thoughts. What is the real value of an enhancement pill like this? Is it truly more valuable than my Vermeer painting? Moore family, why are you showing such respect to this loser instead of acknowledging me? Donald, equally furious that his son was being treated so poorly after giving such a valuable gift, stood up and retorted, Uncle Moore, while your family may be at the top of the social ladder in Oris Hill, you can't belittle our family like this. Why are you treating someone who offers worthless rubbish with such reverence while you disregard my son's generosity? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation today, I can only conclude that the Moore family looks down on us. Cradling the rejuvenating pill carefully, Lord Moore chastised sternly, Donald Webb, as the eldest son of the Webb family, I am surprised to find you so short-sighted. Do you genuinely believe this pill is worthless? If you understood its effects, you would be kneeling before Master Wade, begging him for one. Donald replied coolly, Really? Don't make me laugh. I'm not even 60 yet, do you really think I'm as confused as you are? Charlie smiled, observing Donald's determined and somewhat mocking demeanor. He turned to Lord Moore and said, There's a saying, miner's lady, a stranger to blue water. Just as a woman who lives near a coal mine would never know the ocean's blue hue, someone who has never witnessed miracles cannot believe in their existence. With an enigmatic chuckle, he added, So why don't you take the pill here, so everyone can witness the miraculous effects it brings? Lord Moore was filled with excitement upon receiving the rejuvenating pill, eager to take it the moment it was placed in his hands. Having witnessed the remarkable transformation Anthony experienced after taking the pill, Lord Moore couldn't help but worry about accidentally damaging it while holding it. The only way to completely set his mind at ease was to consume it. Following Charlie's encouragement, Lord Moore nodded appreciatively and said, All right, Master Wade, I'll take it now. He then carefully placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved, he felt a warm surge flowing through his limbs and veins, revitalizing his entire body and filling every cell with newfound energy. It was as though he had been transported back to his youth, brimming with vitality. Just like Anthony, Lord Moore felt that every inch of his being was rejuvenated, glowing with the radiance of lost youth. To his astonishment, he noticed that the old injuries and ailments that had plagued him for decades were gradually fading away. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and his skin began to tighten. He even felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, signaling the growth of new hair. Before everyone's eyes, Lord Moore was undergoing both internal and external transformation. Initially slightly hunched, he now stood tall and straight. While not all of his hair had changed, some strands were turning black again. The age lines on his face had significantly diminished, and his entire demeanor was revitalized. If Lord Moore had previously appeared to be in his 80s, he now looked no older than someone in his 60s. In fact, the energy in his eyes and the vigor in his movements made him look like a middle-aged man. Those who had doubted the power of the rejuvenating pill were left utterly speechless by his astonishing transformation. It was an extraordinary sight, one no one had ever witnessed before. Not even Jasmine, who was left completely stunned. The frail old man had transformed into a sprightly, youthful figure. This reminded Jasmine of how he comforted her when her father passed away a decade ago, reassuring her not to fear and promising he would always be by her side. Her grandfather had been in his 60s then, and now he appeared almost the same as he did back then. It felt as though the rejuvenating pill had turned back his biological clock. This also suggested that his life could now be extended by another decade. Could her grandfather actually live to see 100 years old? Overwhelmed with joy, Jasmine suddenly burst into tears. The other members of the Moore family were indifferent to her emotions. When her father passed away, they outwardly mourned but inwardly rejoiced, happy that there was one less competitor in the inheritance struggle. Her only true ally had always been her grandfather. Naturally, she wished for him to enjoy a long and fulfilling life. In his final days, Lord Moore had confessed that his greatest regret was not being able to walk her down the aisle. He told her that Jasmine was his greatest concern, having lost both parents at a young age, and that she cherished him because she was the only one who treated him with sincere affection and filial piety. His worry was that Jasmine would be left alone if he passed away before she settled down. Lord Moore longed to see her marry a loving, capable man who could care for and protect her. Only then would he be able to leave this world without regret. But now, Jasmine realized those worries were fading away. Not only would he be able to walk her down the aisle, but he would also witness her have children and build her own family. He might even experience the joy of 4 generations living together. As this thought passed through her mind, Jasmine couldn't help but glance at Charlie. In her heart, Charlie was the perfect partner, someone she could marry and start a family with. But an anxious question lingered. Would Charlie ever love her back? Was he ready to leave behind his current, unfulfilling marriage for her? Jasmine couldn't shake off her worries. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted with cheers. They were ecstatic to witness the incredible transformation of Lord Moore. How is this possible? How did Lord Moore suddenly become so youthful? Oh my goodness, is this really the effect of the rejuvenating pill? A pill that can make someone look 10 years younger, this is unbelievable. Master Wade is truly extraordinary. I want this pill too. Count me in. I'd pay 10 million for one. 10 million? That's nothing. I'll pay 100 million. Forget it. If Master Wade is selling, I'm willing to go as high as 200 million. The hall buzzed with awe and excitement. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed such a miraculous pill existed. This sort of thing only happened in movies or fantasy novels, yet here it was, happening right before them. Most of the guests were successful individuals in their 40s, 50s, and beyond. They had all felt the harsh realities of aging and longed for the vitality of their youth. Wrinkles on their faces and necks, diminishing physical strength, constant aches and pains, these were part of their daily lives. Not to mention hair loss, weight gain, sleepless nights, and declining sexual health. No one over 50 or 60 could escape nostalgia for their younger days. Many of these men had been healthy but financially struggling in their youth. Yet, as they aged and finally accumulated wealth, their bodies began to weaken. Not everyone was as lucky as Donald, who had enjoyed both vitality and wealth early in life. Many of the men who once couldn't attract women now had money and power, but their bodies no longer matched their youthful ambitions. Thus, seeing Lord Moore transform reignited a fierce desire within them. Even the affluent Donald stood on his tiptoes, mesmerized by the change. He remembered a time when he was charming, energetic, and adored by many, living a life of luxury and romance like a celebrity. But those days were gone. His vitality had faded. Looking at Charlie, Donald's resentment shifted into admiration and longing. He approached Charlie, bowed respectfully, and asked, "Master Wade, do you have any rejuvenating pills available? If so, I'm willing to pay $500 million for one." No one at the scene could have anticipated the sudden shift in Donald's demeanor. Moments ago, he had been reprimanding Charlie and pressuring Lord Moore for answers, yet now he was behaving in an unexpectedly polite manner. Even Shawn was taken aback by this change. In disbelief, he blurted out, "Dad, why are you being so courteous to a son-in-law who is nothing more than a casual, useless individual? Don't forget, he just called our family garbage outside." In response, Donald snapped, "Watch your mouth, you brat." There were many things Donald wished he could say in front of everyone, but he held them in, seething silently. "You fool! What do you know about real struggles?" Shawn, still in his 20s and full of youthful vigor, believed he could party, drink, and stay up late without consequence. But Donald knew those days were long gone for himself. Shawn enjoyed lavish meals of expensive fish and meat every day. How could he possibly understand the desperation of someone who hadn't eaten in 3 days, bending down in humiliation just to secure a tiny portion of rice? He had never experienced true hunger in his life. Shawn would never understand the panic of starvation, the physical toll, the weakness, the trembling, the uneven breathing. He would never comprehend why a starving man would kneel for a single bun. Though Donald wasn't old yet, he deeply felt the decline in his health compared to his younger days. He had wealth, status, and influence, but he no longer possessed the vitality he once had. Witnessing Lord Moore's astonishing transformation awakened a yearning deep within him. He would gladly pay $500 million for a miraculous medicine like that. In fact, he would even consider spending $5 billion on a single pill. Shawn's expression darkened after being chastised by his father. However, he restrained himself from arguing further. He knew his father's temper too well. Pushing any more might result in a humiliating public confrontation. As Shawn contemplated backing down, Donald noticed that Charlie had not responded to his offer. In a burst of frustration, he shouted at Shawn, "You fool! Come here and apologize to Master Wade immediately." Shawn's face twisted with disbelief as he said, "Dad, are you seriously asking me to apologize to him?" Donald's tone was cold as he replied, "Yes. You will apologize to Master Wade right now. If you refuse, you'll face the consequences." Shawn could hardly believe his father was reprimanding him in front of so many people. He felt utterly humiliated. Especially with Jasmine looking at him with that mocking expression. He felt as though he was suffocating. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Dad! Even if it costs me my life, I will never apologize to this pathetic loser." With that, Shawn spun around and stormed off. Donald was livid. He knew his son's greatest flaw was his inability to understand the importance of humility in certain situations. Even billionaires sometimes need to bow their heads. At a moment like this, kneeling should have been a choice made without hesitation. The rejuvenating pill was an extraordinary medicine. If he had never witnessed its effects, perhaps it wouldn't seem as crucial. But after seeing its miraculous power, he could not bring himself to walk away. He knew he would regret missing this opportunity for the rest of his life. What was his son's pride worth compared to this? Just as Donald was about to call Shawn back, Charlie, who had been quietly observing, smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Webb, since Shawn is clearly upset, forcing him won't accomplish anything. As the saying goes, compelled actions rarely bring good results. A forced apology would be meaningless." Charlie then turned to Lord Moore. "Lord Moore, the rejuvenating pill can potentially extend your life by another decade or more. I'm confident you'll reach 100 years old. Don't forget to invite me to your centennial birthday celebration." Upon hearing Charlie's words, Lord Moore's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. He knelt respectfully and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Wade. I will forever be grateful for your generosity toward an old man like me." Charlie smiled gently and replied, "Don't thank me alone. You should also thank your devoted granddaughter Jasmine. Without her, I wouldn't have had the honor of knowing you or the Moore family, nor would I have been able to offer you this precious rejuvenating pill. So remember to treat her well from now on." Jasmine trembled slightly upon hearing Charlie's words. She realized Charlie was giving her an enormous gift. This was a monumental gesture, one that could secure her rightful place as the future heir of the Moore family. Jasmine gazed at Charlie with eyes full of gratitude, admiration, and affection, her feelings for him deepening even further. She understood that no matter what she did, she could never fully repay Charlie's kindness, not even if she offered him her life. Reuben, hearing all of this, felt a surge of rage inside him. He was furious. He blamed Charlie for meddling. He blamed Charlie for prolonging Lord Moore's life. He blamed Charlie for giving Jasmine all the credit. Yet despite the hatred boiling within him, he dared not reveal a trace of it. Instead, he buried the murderous thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, Lord Moore nodded earnestly and said, "Yes. I will always remember Master Wade's instructions." He then bowed deeply before Charlie once again, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Charlie could have stopped him from kneeling and bowing again, but he didn't. His reasoning was simple: he felt Lord Moore should show this level of respect. After all, Charlie had given him an incredible gift, extending his lifespan by at least another decade. Such a blessing was so extraordinary that it wouldn't be unreasonable for Lord Moore to bow to him twice every day for the rest of his life. People pray to their gods several times a day, yet no god could grant them an extra decade of life. But Charlie could. Thus, it felt entirely appropriate for Lord Moore to offer these two bows. Witnessing this, the sons of the Moore family stepped forward one after another. Theodore, Lord Moore's eldest son, was the first, followed by his third and fourth brothers. The three brothers quickly knelt behind Lord Moore. With his hands raised respectfully, Theodore declared, "Thank you, Master Wade, for granting my father such a rare and precious opportunity. I, Theodore Moore of the Moore family, express my deepest gratitude to you, Master Wade." After speaking, he bowed deeply before Charlie and held the bow for a long moment. Following his lead, his third and fourth brothers also knelt and expressed their thanks. At this point, Reuben and Jasmine also approached and knelt behind them. Though Reuben was full of anger, he still said respectfully, "Thank you, Master Wade, for giving my grandfather this invaluable opportunity." "Thank you again, Master Wade." Jasmine looked at Charlie with gratitude, admiration, affection, and awe swirling in her eyes. After kneeling, she said softly, "Thank you, Master Wade, for all you've done for the Moore family. As Lord Moore's granddaughter, I offer my sincerest thanks." Other grandchildren and members of the Moore family soon followed, kneeling before Charlie to express their gratitude. Today marked Lord Moore's 80th birthday. Traditionally, he would be seated at the head of the table, receiving blessings from his descendants. Yet now, every member of the Moore family, from the 80-year-old patriarch to the youngest grandchild of 7 or 8, was kneeling in utmost respect before Charlie. This astonishing scene left all the guests utterly speechless. The Moore family was the most prestigious and powerful family in Oris Hill. Yet here they were, kneeling and bowing before Master Wade. No one found this inappropriate. On the contrary, many felt envious. Some even felt jealous. Why? Why hadn't this incredible opportunity been given to them? Donald had developed a deep-seated jealousy toward Lord Moore. If he truly understood how incredible this medicine was, he would have seized the pill himself, regardless of the price. Unfortunately, he had foolishly crossed Charlie. Previously, he had been scheming to eliminate Charlie so his son could have a better chance at winning Jasmine's heart. However, after today's events, his only desire was to obtain a rejuvenating pill from Charlie. As for who his son would marry in the future, that concern paled in comparison to the importance of the rejuvenating pill. Thus, when the members of the Moore family were all kneeling before Charlie, he seized the moment to rush out of the Moore family mansion and retrieve his resentful son, Shawn. Shawn confronted his father angrily. "Dad, do you even realize what you're asking? You want me to go back and apologize to that loser?" "Yes." Donald snapped. "You need to apologize to him right now. If that doesn't work, then you must kneel and apologize. If kneeling doesn't suffice, then you must kowtow and plead for his forgiveness. Whatever it takes, you must ensure he accepts your apology today." Why? Shawn shouted in disbelief. Why should I have to kowtow to him? If that's what you want, then just kill me instead. Can't you see that Jasmine is clearly in love with him? If I apologize and beg him for forgiveness, I'll have no chance of pursuing Jasmine in the future. Donald replied coldly, right now, the priority isn't whether you'll marry Jasmine. The priority is whether I can obtain Charlie's rejuvenating pill. Shawn exclaimed, Dad, you're still so young. Why are you obsessed with something like that? Young? Donald scoffed. I must get a rejuvenating pill from Charlie, no matter the cost. Nothing else matters more than this. Shawn stared at his father in shock. Dad! Have you forgotten our plan? We were supposed to eliminate Don Albert today and Charlie tomorrow. Are you really going to abandon our plan just for a rejuvenating pill? Donald glared at Shawn and replied icily, don't you understand strategy? If Charlie is a mountain blocking our path, we need to bring him down. But now that we've discovered a priceless treasure on that mountain, does it make sense to destroy it before claiming the treasure? At that moment, Shawn hesitantly asked, Dad, what do you mean? Donald's expression darkened as he stated, first, we will do everything possible to obtain the treasure before we take the mountain down. That's the decision of a wise man. Shawn's eyes lit up with excitement at his father's words. Dad, are you saying you want to get a rejuvenating pill from Charlie before eliminating him? Exactly. Donald confirmed coldly. Charlie mentioned he acquired this rejuvenating pill by chance. Since he's willing to give it to Lord Moore, that indicates he must have more. No one would give away their only rejuvenating pill. Donald continued with conviction, I'm sure Charlie has several rejuvenating pills. If we can obtain them, I can secure the Webb family's future for at least a century. Shawn quickly asked, Dad, after we get the rejuvenating pills, will we still go after Don Albert and Charlie as originally planned? Absolutely. Donald replied, his expression grim. Not only will I eliminate Charlie and Don Albert, but I'll also take out anyone who supports him in Oris Hill. And that includes Lord Moore, that arrogant old man. No wonder he's been so dismissive of me, he's been holding on to such a valuable treasure all this time. Shawn cautiously asked, Dad, are you planning something against the Moore family? Donald nodded slightly, ensuring no one was within earshot before saying seriously, first, we'll find a way to get the rejuvenating pill. Once we have it, we'll deal with both Don Albert and Charlie. After that, I'll give the Moore family a chance, if they agree to let Jasmine marry you. If they refuse my generous offer, they'll have no one to blame but themselves. He then added, but before we proceed with this plan, you must follow my instructions and stop acting so arrogantly. With sudden enthusiasm, Shawn exclaimed, I'll listen to you, Dad. Donald nodded, satisfaction crossing his face. Let's head inside and ask Charlie for one of the rejuvenating pills. Ask him for the pill? Shawn questioned hurriedly. How do you plan to do that? By kneeling. Donald stated bluntly. Since the entire Moore family has already knelt before Charlie, we'll have to do the same. Kneel? You want me to kneel in front of Charlie? Shawn jumped back in disbelief. You want me to kneel before him? Dad, I'd rather die. Donald frowned at his son. Did you even listen to what I just told you? With a sorrowful expression, Shawn replied, but Dad, you're asking me to kneel before him. I've only ever knelt before you and Grandpa. Didn't you teach me that men shouldn't kneel to anyone else? Donald smirked before responding, if Han Xin had thought like you when he faced humiliation, he wouldn't have earned his title as the god of war in Chinese history. He continued, what does it matter if you kneel before someone? A true hero can kneel before another right before striking the decisive blow. Shawn nodded slightly, taking in his father's words. Okay then, I'll trust you, Dad. Donald gently patted Shawn on the shoulder, smiling as he said, being adaptable is a significant improvement. With excitement in his voice, Donald urged, let's go into the Moore family mansion now. Meanwhile, Charlie had just helped Lord Moore to his feet. As Lord Moore regained his composure, the rest of the Moore family followed suit. They lined up to present their birthday gifts to Lord Moore, allowing Charlie to take a seat so the festivities could continue. After Charlie settled down, a crowd began to gather around him, buzzing with excitement. People rushed forward, eager to place their bids for a rejuvenating pill. Bids started at $300 million, quickly rising to $400 million, and reaching $500 million in an instant. However, Charlie calmly responded, "I'm sorry, everyone, but I stumbled upon the rejuvenating pill by chance. After giving it to Lord Moore, I don't have any more." One man in the crowd recognized Charlie. He was the esteemed Master Wade, known for striking down the feng shui Master Jack Yellman at the White family mansion's metaphysics gathering. He shouted, "Master Wade, you're the supreme leader of the metaphysics circle. Surely you must have refined this rejuvenating pill yourself. Please, have mercy on us and create a batch for the elderly. We'll pay any price." Charlie thought to himself, realizing he could never live in peace if people discovered his ability to refine the rejuvenating pill. He replied lightly, "Even as the supreme leader, there are limitations to my abilities." With a look of regret, Charlie added, "From my research, this rejuvenating pill was crafted by a brilliant doctor and warlock in ancient times, specifically for emperors and generals. Over the years, the knowledge of how to make it has faded, and it seems impossible to recreate it now. However, should I ever acquire the skills to refine the rejuvenating pill in the future, I promise to share it with everyone." Upon hearing Charlie's words, the crowd's hope dwindled, but they could only wish that he might be able to create the rejuvenating pill someday. Just then, Donald and Shawn entered the Moore family mansion. Upon hearing Charlie's statement, Shawn quickly told his father, "Dad, Charlie said he doesn't have any more rejuvenating pills." "Doesn't have any more?" Donald replied with a contemptuous smile. "I don't believe him." When Shawn noticed his father's unwavering conviction that Charlie possessed more rejuvenating pills, he looked at Donald and asked, "Dad, are you really planning to hunt down Charlie and plead with him for a rejuvenating pill?" "Exactly," Donald affirmed with a slight nod. "You'll join me later, and I'll apologize to Charlie on your behalf. After that, you'll kneel down and ask for his forgiveness. Once that's done, I'll take the opportunity to request a rejuvenating pill from him." Shawn's face reflected deep concern as he replied, "So, you want me to kneel before him, apologize, and admit my mistakes? Then, you'll use that moment to ask him for the pill?" Donald shot Shawn a sharp look and inquired, "Are you questioning my plan?" Startled by his father's intense gaze, Shawn quickly waved his hand, saying, "No. I have no objections." Pleased, Donald nodded and remarked, "As I've always said, a man must be adaptable. If your kneeling doesn't work, I'll kneel too. Anything for that rejuvenating pill. Is there anything in this world more valuable than life itself?" Well, Shawn realized his father was completely captivated by the allure of the rejuvenating pill, and he understood that any further argument would be pointless at this stage. As the father and son made their way back into the banquet hall, Charlie had already dismissed the crowd surrounding him. With the birthday banquet on the verge of starting, Charlie scanned the table he was seated at and noticed two empty chairs, one's meant for Anthony and his granddaughter, Zyla. A sense of unease crept over Charlie as he wondered if something had gone wrong. Knowing Anthony to be punctual and reliable, Charlie found it unusual for him to be late. Concerned, Charlie immediately pulled out his cell phone and called Anthony. The call connected almost instantly, but it was Zyla who answered. "Wade. Master Wade." Zyla's tone was filled with nervousness and distress. Charlie quickly asked, "Zyla, where is your grandfather? Why aren't both of you at Lord Moore's 80th birthday celebration?" Zyla responded, her voice laced with frustration, "Master Wade, my grandfather's clinic has been vandalized and destroyed. He's currently busy cleaning up the mess. We might not make it to the banquet today. He didn't want to inform you or Lord Moore, fearing it would dampen the mood." Charlie's mind raced as he questioned who would dare to attack the renowned Dr. Simmons' clinic. "Who did this?" he pressed. Zyla replied, "It was the father and son from the Webb family in Sudbury. They wanted my grandfather to go to their home to treat Kian's illness. But since my grandfather believes Kian is a vile person who deserves his fate, he refused. That's when they sent their men to smash and ruin his clinic." Charlie's expression darkened upon hearing Zyla's account. So it was the doing of Donald and his son? Rage surged within Charlie as he asked, "Are you and your grandfather hurt in any way?" Zyla quickly assured him, "No, I wasn't at the clinic when it happened. It was already a wreck when I returned, and the Webb family had already left with their men. My grandfather is fine, only the clinic was damaged." Relieved to hear they were safe, Charlie said, "Zyla, please tell your grandfather that I will take care of this situation." After ending the call, Charlie's face hardened with determination. The Webb family had become exceedingly arrogant, showing no restraint even in Oris Hill. Charlie couldn't believe they had the audacity to destroy Anthony's medical practice. The turning point at the banquet. Anthony opened the Serene World Clinic in Oris Hill primarily to express his gratitude for Charlie's kindness. This decision marked a significant change in Anthony's life as he settled into the community. However, things took a turn for the worse when Donald and his son, Shawn, had the audacity to vandalize Anthony's medical hall. The anger Anthony felt was overwhelming and difficult to contain. At an unexpected moment, Donald re-entered the banquet hall with Shawn by his side. Instead of returning to their own table, Donald headed straight for Charlie's table, bringing Shawn along with him. Upon arriving, Donald respectfully clasped his hands together and addressed Charlie with an apologetic tone. "Master Wade, I sincerely apologize if my son has offended you." He didn't fully grasp his words or actions earlier. "I've brought him here to express his regret and seek your forgiveness. I hope you can overlook this incident and accept his apology." Charlie had just finished a phone call and was still fuming with anger. He understood that Donald brought Shawn primarily to request a rejuvenating pill. With a wry smile, Charlie responded, "Mr. Webb, not long ago, both you and your son called me a useless son-in-law, a mere piece of trash. How can you expect me to accept an apology from either of you? Didn't you say I was someone you could insult and belittle whenever you pleased?" Donald instantly realized that Charlie wasn't inclined to forgive them easily. In frustration, he barked at Shawn, "You brat. Get over here and kneel down to apologize to Master Wade right now." His command drew the attention of many guests, who wondered if Shawn of the Webb family would truly kneel before Charlie. Shawn was filled with rage and humiliation. After all, he was the young master of the Webb family, one of the affluent second generation in the South region. How could he possibly kneel before a so-called useless son-in-law? The thought of this getting out was unbearable. As he hesitated, Shawn glanced at his father and was taken aback by the stern expression on Donald's face. Fearing that his father might physically punish him in front of everyone, Shawn reluctantly lowered his head and knelt before Charlie. "Oh my God! The young master of the Webb family is really kneeling before him," gasped a guest, sparking a wave of astonishment throughout the banquet hall. Shawn's face burned with embarrassment, and he felt as if he might collapse from the humiliation. Seeing his son kneeling, Donald didn't waste time. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Master Wade," he shouted. With no other option, Shawn uttered, "Master Wade, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Charlie replied coolly, "If your apology lacks sincerity, it's better to say nothing at all. That way, we can save time and avoid hard feelings." Donald quickly realized that merely having Shawn kneel wouldn't be enough. "Get down and kowtow to Master Wade now. Beg for his forgiveness," he ordered angrily. With gritted teeth, Shawn leaned forward and bowed his head, saying, "Master Wade, please forgive my impulsive actions. I truly regret my words and behavior." Charlie chuckled lightly and remarked, "Since you're apologizing so earnestly, let's consider this incident behind us." Relief washed over Donald as he heard Charlie's response. Then, he seized the opportunity to ask, "Master Wade, I have one more request. Would you be willing to sell me a rejuvenating pill? I'm prepared to pay $1 billion in cash for it." Gasps filled the room at the astonishing offer. Just moments ago, he had offered $500 million, and now he was willing to double it. Clearly, the Webb family possessed immense wealth, and for them, $1 billion was nothing. Charlie smiled slightly and replied, "Mr. Webb, you're overestimating your chances. I don't have any rejuvenating pills available, and even if I did, I wouldn't sell one for just $1 billion. In fact, even if I were inclined to sell it, I would never sell it to you." Then, with a cold snicker, Charlie added, "I'm someone who remembers grievances. You were just clamoring for me to take responsibility for beating up Cain and saying you would make me pay for it. Now you have the nerve to ask for a rejuvenating pill? Do you think I have the memory span of a goldfish?" Donald felt a tightness in his chest the moment Charlie spoke. He was well aware that Charlie wouldn't easily relent. Despite offering an astonishing $1 billion, Donald had hoped that Charlie would overlook their past disagreements for the sake of the money. To his surprise, Charlie seemed completely unfazed by the exorbitant offer. Instead, he was still preoccupied with their previous conflict. If this were a typical business negotiation, Donald would have walked away the moment he encountered such a stubborn adversary, regardless of how lucrative the opportunity was. Yet, leaving was not an option for Donald at this moment. This was primarily because he couldn't shake off the allure of the rejuvenating pill. It felt as if he was entirely entranced by the pill's promise, and its potential effects consumed his thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Donald knelt before Charlie, clasping his hands together. He addressed him with utmost reverence, saying, "Master Wade, I was ignorant of my actions. Everyone in Oris Hill regards you as a true dragon among men. Please, do not hold a grudge against someone as ordinary as myself." Donald was quite the orator. To prevent Charlie from belittling him further, he strategically lavished praise on him, making it difficult for Charlie to continue insulting him. However, Charlie was not angered by Donald and his son's earlier comments. Instead, he was furious about their audacity in vandalizing Anthony's Serene World Clinic. Charlie felt compelled to avenge Anthony. He couldn't rest until he did. Looking at Donald, Charlie smiled and remarked, $1 billion is indeed a generous offer, Mr. Webb. Yet, it seems your manners are somewhat lacking compared to your son's. Donald was momentarily taken aback, realizing Charlie was commenting on his lack of respect. At this point, he felt no shame in bowing before Charlie. After all, the rejuvenating pill was at stake. With this in mind, Donald quickly prostrated himself before Charlie. After rising, he said earnestly, "Master Wade, I implore you. If you will sell me a rejuvenating pill, I will transfer $1 billion to your account instantly." Charlie regarded him with a playful smile and replied, "The rejuvenating pill is indeed a simple matter. You're correct, I do have another one with me, which I initially intended to keep. However, given your generous offer, I am willing to seriously consider selling it to you." As he spoke, Charlie reached into his pocket and pulled out a wooden box, much like the one he had given to Lord Moore earlier. Upon opening it, he revealed another rejuvenating pill nestled inside. After taking out the pill, Charlie stood and addressed everyone present, "The rejuvenating pill is truly a priceless treasure. I had kept this information from you earlier, and I hope for your understanding. The truth is, I do possess another rejuvenating pill which I had no intention of selling. However, since Mr. Webb has been so sincere and offers such a high price, I will take his proposal into serious consideration." Even though the others were eager for the rejuvenating pill, they knew they had no real chance. How many of them could actually afford to offer $1 billion in cash for the pill? Probably no more than 5 people at the birthday banquet could manage that. Moreover, who would dare to challenge the Webb family in this situation? Both Donald and his son had already knelt and bowed before Charlie for this medicine. If anyone tried to snatch it away now, they would surely incur the Webb family's wrath. Donald gazed at the rejuvenating pill, captivated by its fresh medicinal aroma. With excitement, he stated, "Master Wade, if you're willing to sell this pill to me, I will immediately transfer $1 billion to your account." Charlie smiled slightly and replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Before we discuss the rejuvenating pill, there's another matter we need to address." "Another matter?" Donald asked, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean?" Charlie's expression turned serious as he replied coldly, "Anthony and I share a close friendship. How do you plan to rectify things with me now that you and your son have destroyed Anthony's Serene World Clinic?" Lord Moore, overhearing Charlie, furrowed his brow and spoke with a frown, "Donald. The talented Dr. Simmons is a renowned physician in Oris Hill, having saved countless lives. He's also a dear friend of mine. Why would you vandalize his clinic? Donald was taken aback by both Charlie's and Lord Moore's revelations. He hadn't realized that Anthony and Charlie shared such a strong bond. This situation was extremely difficult. He had no idea about their connection until now. Donald perceived Anthony merely as a distinguished and respected doctor in the nation. Since he couldn't physically confront him, he resorted to vandalizing Anthony's clinic, hoping to pressure the brilliant doctor into treating his youngest son. What Donald didn't anticipate was the additional complications he would encounter. Nonetheless, he was desperate to obtain the rejuvenating pill. In that moment, Donald turned to his son, Shawn, who was kneeling beside him. With indignation, he declared, "This is all my son's fault. He acted impulsively and disrespectfully. I apologize for not raising him better." Shawn couldn't help but flinch at his father's words. He never expected to be held accountable for his father's reckless actions. Although anger boiled within him, he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Reluctantly accepting the blame on behalf of his father, he sighed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Lowering his head, Shawn said, "I apologize for my impulsive actions. I shouldn't have vandalized Dr. Simmons' clinic. Please forgive me, Master Wade." Donald quickly added, "Master Wade, rest assured that I will compensate Dr. Simmons tenfold for any damages caused by our actions." Charlie responded calmly, "Some matters cannot simply be settled with money." Donald, eager for a resolution, asked, "Then how do you propose we handle this, Master Wade?" "Me?" Charlie replied, looking at Donald with a smile. "My solution is actually quite straightforward." As he spoke, Charlie deliberately slowed down, turning his attention to Shawn. Shawn felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he met Charlie's intense gaze. Just as he pondered what kind of solution Charlie might suggest, Charlie suddenly reached out and grasped Shawn's right wrist, twisting it gently. With a sharp crack, Charlie broke Shawn's wrist. "Ah!" Shawn screamed in agony, his face flushing red before paling. "Ah! My wrist is broken." "Charlie, you're asking for trouble." Charlie swung Shawn's broken wrist aside, replying coldly, "Since you vandalized Dr. Simmons' clinic, it's only fair that I break your hand. In return. This is a direct exchange." Shawn cried out in pain, shouting, "Dad! This bastard just broke my hand. I want him dead. Right now." Donald was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He never expected Charlie to retaliate directly against his son, let alone so ruthlessly. Yet, at that moment, Donald's thoughts were consumed by the rejuvenating pill in Charlie's possession. In his mind, if Charlie was willing to sell him the rejuvenating pill, he could accept the cost, even if it meant his son had to suffer the price. Donald figured he would deal with Charlie later, after acquiring the rejuvenating pill. Thus, with a stern expression, Donald said, "Master Wade, I believe my son has already paid the price for the damage done to Dr. Simmons' clinic. Can you now sell me the rejuvenating pill?" "The rejuvenating pill," Charlie said as he took the pill out of the small wooden box, waving it in front of Donald a few times. Donald's eyes lit up with excitement as he focused on the rejuvenating pill. He was taken aback when Charlie, with a faint smile, stated, "Honestly, I find it more beneficial to keep this pill for myself rather than accept the $1 billion you're offering." Without hesitation, Charlie raised the pill to his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. Donald stared at Charlie with a blank expression as he watched him swallow the rejuvenating pill, a surge of anger suddenly bubbling within him. It was only at that moment that Donald realized Charlie had been toying with him from start to finish. Charlie never intended to sell the rejuvenating pill to him, he was simply trying to humiliate both Donald and his son in front of everyone. What infuriated Donald even more was the realization that he had been foolish enough to think that Charlie would be moved by the $1 billion he offered. How could he have believed that an apology would sway Charlie into selling him the pill? Fury and frustration washed over Donald as he understood that Charlie had been playing him for a fool. To add insult to injury, Charlie had even broken his son's hand. In a fit of rage, Donald stood up and shouted, "Charlie! If I don't take you down today, I won't call myself a man anymore." Immediately after, he pulled out his cell phone and called for his bodyguards. His bodyguards were the finest of the finest, seasoned warriors who had retired from the military. Though they appeared to be ordinary individuals, they were actually elite killers in their own right. In fact, it could be said that all of Donald's bodyguards were top-tier fighters. Meanwhile, Charlie remained unshaken and composed. After swallowing the rejuvenating pill, he felt a warm wave of energy coursing through him. Having taken 6 of these pills, while they wouldn't make him younger, they significantly enhanced his physical abilities. At that moment, Charlie was brimming with strength and vigor, ready to unleash it. If any of the Webb family's bodyguards dared to approach him, he could easily take them all down. However, Charlie did not expect to hear Lord Moore snort coldly. He then stood up and shouted angrily, "Donald! While the Webb family is indeed powerful, the Moore family is not to be trifled with. I'm curious to see just how strong the Webb family really is. Who gave you the right to harm my esteemed guest in the Moore family mansion today?" Following that, Lord Moore commanded, "Men, gather here. Surround the banquet hall immediately. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Master Wade, I want that person to be beaten to death on the spot." Donald glared at Lord Moore, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Uncle Moore, he has been toying with both me and my son. He even broke my son's hand. Are you seriously going to protect him? Is the Moore family really ready to declare war against the Webb family?" Lord Moore coldly replied, "Master Wade is my benefactor, he has given me a new lease on life. If you seek trouble with Master Wade, you are also inviting trouble with the Moore family." "Good. Good. Good." Donald seethed as he replied, "The Moore family is truly impressive. It seems you have no respect for the Webb family at all. Do you really believe you can trample over us just because this is your territory?" Lord Moore responded firmly, "I am not the type to trample over anyone. However, if someone targets my benefactor on my property, I will show no mercy, regardless of who that person is." The crowd was left in shock at Lord Moore's declaration. This elderly man had faced countless challenges and battles in his life, exuding a strong and commanding presence. Now, filled with anger and enhanced by the rejuvenating pill, he was a force to be reckoned with. Donald felt a twinge of distress. He had arrived in Oris Hill with only a handful of bodyguards. While they were all skilled fighters, they stood no chance against the overwhelming numbers of the Moore family. After all, this was the home turf of the Moore family, and there were dozens of their bodyguards standing before him. Who knew how many were lurking out of sight? Realizing he could never win this confrontation, Donald understood that his elite bodyguards might take down a few of the Moore family's men, but he and his son would be powerless to defend themselves. Should the situation escalate, they could easily end up injured or detained by the Moore family. Even though the Webb family was powerful, they were based in South Haven. Donald knew that a slow response would do nothing to address the urgent crisis at hand. As he pondered this, Donald concluded that the only option was to avoid confrontation for now. Therefore, he sneered and declared, "Uncle Moore, are you essentially saying you're ready to go to war with the Webb family? Very well. I will represent the Webb family in severing all ties with the Moore family. From this day forward, the Moore family and the Webb family will have nothing more to do with each other." At that moment, Reuben sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Grandpa, the Moore family has enjoyed a long-standing friendship with the Webb family. Please reconsider your decision." Reuben was desperate to prevent any rift between the Moore and Webb families. After all, he still held on to the hope of marrying Jasmine into the Webb family. If the two families severed their ties, that dream would be shattered. Lord Moore glanced at Reuben and replied calmly, "There's nothing to reconsider. The Webb family is the most powerful and influential family in the South region, and the Moore family cannot afford to maintain this friendship. I hereby declare that the Moore family will cut all ties with the Webb family from this day forward." Everyone present was stunned by Lord Moore's proclamation. No one had anticipated a split between the Webb family, the leading family in the South region, and the Moore family, the top family in Oris Hill, especially during Lord Moore's birthday celebration. It seemed that significant changes were on the horizon for Oris Hill. Donald's icy gaze swept over Lord Moore and Charlie as he fumed, "Very well. Lord Moore and Master Wade, I'll remember this moment. Just wait and see how I will deal with both of you. Shawn, let's leave. With that, Donald assisted Shawn to his feet, and they turned to walk away. Charlie then spoke up casually, "Do you really think this matter is resolved just like that?" Donald turned back to Charlie, his face twisted with rage. "What more do you want, Master Wade?" he demanded. Charlie responded, "I broke your son's hand to teach him a lesson. However, since you destroyed Dr. Simmons' clinic, you will need to compensate him for his losses." He continued, "You have 3 days to pay 10 times the compensation owed to Dr. Simmons. I also expect you to apologize to him and seek his forgiveness. If you fail to comply, I'll ensure that Shawn's other hand meets the same fate." Donald's eyes narrowed at Charlie's words, filled with a cold fury. He was livid and shouted, "Charlie! Do you really think you're untouchable? Do you even grasp the status of the Webb family in the South region? If you keep provoking us, you'll wish you hadn't." Charlie sneered, "Save your threats. The Webb family holds no power over me. I advise you to leave Oris Hill after you settle Dr. Simmons' compensation. Otherwise, both you and your son will face dire consequences." "You?" Donald was taken aback by Charlie's audacity. He had considered eliminating Charlie, but the warning from Lord Moore held him back for the moment. In his heart, Donald had already resolved that Charlie must die. But now wasn't the right time. Once he returned to South Haven, he would devise a new plan. If that wasn't enough, he would enlist a group of hitmen connected to the Webb family to deal with Charlie and the Moore family. With these thoughts in mind, Donald waved his hand dismissively and said, "Shawn, let's go." He then led Shawn, who was nursing a broken hand, out of the Moore family mansion in a disheartened manner. Reuben watched Donald's retreating figure before turning to Jasmine and Lord Moore, who appeared rejuvenated, looking a decade younger. Anger bubbled within him as frustration clouded his expression. He felt he had suffered a significant loss today. His grandfather had seemingly gained 10 years of life. Charlie had also credited Jasmine for his actions. Most troubling was the fact that his grandfather had severed ties with the Webb family because of Charlie. If this trend continued, Reuben feared that his grandfather might one day declare Jasmine the next heir of the Moore family. If that happened, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? As Donald and Shawn exited the Moore family villa, they were engulfed in deep and intense resentment. Shawn, gripping his injured hand, cried out through his tears, "Dad! I told you not to go and plead with that pathetic loser, but you wouldn't listen. Now, not only have I broken my hand, but he also humiliated you in front of everyone. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Donald shot a dark look at his son and replied, "That Wade guy is asking for trouble. He has no one to blame but himself for what's coming. Don't worry, Shawn. I will make sure you get your revenge." Shawn impulsively suggested, "Can we just kill Charlie tonight?" "No." Donald snapped back coldly. "We need to stick to our plan. First, we have to eliminate Don Albert to neutralize his power. Once that's done, it will be much easier to deal with Charlie and the Moore family." Curious, Shawn asked, "What exactly do you have in mind, Dad?" Donald explained, "First, we need to find someone to treat your hand. After that, we can strategize and come up with a concrete plan." As they spoke, they made their way out of the Moore family compound. Meanwhile, Mr. Lloyd, who had been dismissed earlier, was anxiously waiting for Donald and Shawn. Upon seeing them emerge from the mansion, he quickly approached, wincing as he covered his swollen face. "Mr. Webb." "Young Master Webb," Mr. Lloyd hurried forward, eager to find out if they had dealt with Charlie on his behalf and avenged him. However, Mr. Lloyd soon noticed Shawn's pale face and how he was clutching his right wrist tightly. A pang of concern shot through him, sensing that something was seriously wrong. "Young Master Webb, what happened to your hand?" Mr. Lloyd inquired urgently. Shawn, sweating and fuming, responded, "It's that worthless Charlie's fault. He had the nerve to break my hand in public. I swear I'll make sure he pays dearly for this." Shawn had intended to use the birthday banquet to humiliate Charlie, especially after discovering that Charlie was the man Jasmine loved. He hoped that by exposing Charlie, Jasmine would see the truth and choose him instead. Instead of achieving his goal, both he and his father ended up looking foolish and were humiliated by Charlie. To add insult to injury, both Shawn and Donald had to kneel and apologize to Charlie. This ranked as one of the most humiliating moments for the Webb family, second only to his younger brother's disgraceful transformation into a poop-eating monster. What infuriated Shawn even more was that not only had Charlie embarrassed him in front of everyone, but he had also broken his wrist. Shawn realized that everyone in Oris Hill would remember how the eldest young master of a top family had been publicly humiliated by a nobody like Charlie. He felt like a complete laughingstock. Mr. Lloyd was taken aback by Shawn's revelation. He never anticipated that Charlie would have the audacity to harm Shawn. "Young Master Webb, you can't let Charlie get away with this," Mr. Lloyd urged. Donald replied with a chilling certainty, "Don't worry. Charlie won't be around for much longer." Turning to Mr. Lloyd, Donald stated, "Since you know Oris Hill well, I have an important task for you." Mr. Lloyd nodded eagerly. "Please, just tell me what you need, Mr. Webb." Donald instructed, "Take Shawn to the best orthopedic hospital immediately. Make sure they treat his hand properly, and don't make any mistakes." Realizing that Charlie was responsible for Shawn's injury, Mr. Lloyd quickly assured him, "Don't worry, Mr. Webb. I'll get the young master to the best orthopedic hospital right away." Upon hearing his father's words, Shawn couldn't help but ask, "Dad, aren't you coming to the hospital with me?" Donald responded, "I have a lot to handle today. Now that we've severed all ties with the Moore family, our first priority is to find a place to stay for the night. I plan to go to Shangri-La and book one of their presidential suites. After that, I will pay a visit to Isaac Cameron to show my respects. Once you're finished with your hand treatment, you can come to Shangri-La and meet me there. I'll share all my plans with you then." "You want to see Isaac Cameron?" Shawn asked, frustration evident in his voice. "Dad, why do you need to visit him? Isn't he just a pawn for the Wade family from Eastcliff? Is that really more important than my broken hand?" Donald frowned and replied, "What do you know? While the Webb family is indeed the most powerful in the South region, our wealth and influence can't compare to the Wade family. They are the true top family, with immense power. You can't just dismiss Isaac as the Wade family's underling. He is their representative in Oris Hill, the face of the Wade family here. It's essential for me to meet him today. If I can make a breakthrough in our relationship, it could open doors for us with the powerful Wade family." Even though the Webb family was the leading family in the South region, they couldn't match the true power of the Wade family, which operated from the shadows. If Donald could seize this opportunity to forge a connection with the Wade family, it might lead to significant success for the Webb family. Shawn stopped complaining as he absorbed his father's words. He nodded slightly and said, "All right, Dad, I get it. You go to Shangri-La first, and I'll see a doctor to get a cast for my wrist. After that, I'll find you." Donald replied, "Okay, Shawn. Head to the hospital first. I'll let you know once I have everything arranged." With a look of anticipation on his face, Shawn followed Mr. Lloyd into the car, heading to the hospital to treat his broken hand. Once Shawn and Mr. Lloyd were on their way, Donald took his assistant and bodyguards and headed straight for Shangri-La. During the drive, Donald thought about various ways to eliminate Charlie and settle his grievances. He also considered how to deal with Lord Moore, whom he regarded as a foolish nuisance. Did Lord Moore really believe he could act like a young man with a long future ahead just because he took a rejuvenating pill? Since he dared to speak to Donald in that manner, he would ensure that the Moore family faced the consequences of their actions. Before long, the convoy arrived at the entrance of Shangri-La Hotel. Donald instructed one of his bodyguards to retrieve the precious big red robe tea leaves he had acquired from Mount Woolly, intending to present them as a gift to Isaac. These tea leaves were harvested from the last 6 remaining mother trees on Mount Woolly and held immense value. The annual yield of big red robe tea leaves was only about 10 caddies, with a single caddy easily worth millions of dollars. This was not something just anyone could purchase with money. Due to their limited availability, most of these tea leaves were supplied directly to Eastcliff, with the remaining amount released to the market being less than 2 caddies. Donald possessed about 1 caddy of big red robe tea leaves, having invested considerable money and effort, and called in numerous favors to acquire them. As a result, he viewed his pot of big red robe tea leaves as his most prized possession, keeping them close so he could enjoy a cup whenever he wished. Since he had decided to visit Shangri-La, Donald felt it was important not to meet Isaac empty-handed. He intended to gift these valuable tea leaves to leave a strong impression on Isaac. Upon entering Shangri-La, Donald approached the front desk and said to the receptionist, "Hello, miss. Please let Mr. Cameron know that Donald from the Webb family in South Haven is here to see him." The receptionist was no ordinary staff member, she was well aware of the influential families in the South region. Upon hearing that a member of the Webb family was there to see Isaac, she quickly picked up the phone and called Isaac's office. "Mr. Cameron, Mr. Donald from the Webb family in South Haven is here to see you." Isaac was unaware of the ongoing tension between Donald and Charlie. Upon learning that Donald had come to visit him, Isaac was both respectful and polite. He knew he couldn't afford to dismiss someone of Donald's stature, especially considering he was the eldest son of one of the top families in the South region. Since Donald had taken the initiative to visit, Isaac felt it was only right to extend a warm welcome. With that in mind, he promptly instructed, "Please ask Mr. Webb to come to my office now." The receptionist wasted no time and quickly informed Donald, "Mr. Webb, our chairman, Mr. Cameron, invites you to his office. Please follow me." Donald nodded in acknowledgement and followed the receptionist as she guided him to the chairman's private elevator leading to Isaac's office. As the eldest son of the Webb family, Donald made sure to stay at the finest hotel in Oris Hill, which happened to be Shangri-La. He saw this visit as an opportunity to strengthen his connection with Isaac. When Donald entered Isaac's office, Isaac rose to greet him with a smile and extended his hand for a handshake. "I've heard you're usually active in South Haven, Mr. Webb. What brings you to Oris Hill this time?" he asked. Donald let out a sigh and explained, "It's quite a story. My youngest son, Kian, has fallen ill in a rather peculiar way, and I'm here in Oris Hill hoping to find a solution." Isaac nodded, having heard about Kian's condition and even seen the disturbing video circulating online. The memory of that video made him feel a wave of nausea, and he instinctively retched. Seeing Isaac's reaction, Donald felt a tinge of embarrassment. He understood why Isaac was feeling unwell, he too felt uneasy just thinking about the video involving his youngest son. To shift the focus, Donald quickly said, "Let's not dwell on that. I came here primarily to visit you, Chairman Cameron. I also brought you a gift, and I hope you like it." With that, Donald presented a pot of big red robe tea leaves to Isaac. "Mr. Cameron, this is big red robe tea from the mother trees on Mount Woolly. It's one of my most prized possessions, and I don't offer it to just anyone. If you enjoy tea, I believe you will appreciate this," he said. Isaac recognized the value of the big red robe tea leaves and quickly responded, "This tea is extremely rare and valuable, especially since it's one of your prized possessions, Mr. Webb. I can't possibly accept such a generous gift." Donald insisted, "Mr. Cameron, please don't be so formal. You represent the Wade family in Oris Hill and the South region. The Webb family looks forward to collaborating with the Wade family. I hope to rely on your support in building this relationship." Isaac shook his head, saying, "I'm just a representative for the Wade family, my actions are merely part of my responsibilities." "You're overestimating my role, Mr. Webb." Donald replied earnestly, "Mr. Cameron, you are too modest." Seeing Donald's sincerity, Isaac decided to reciprocate, saying, "Since you're so thoughtful, I won't hold back any longer. I have a few bottles of Collector's Louis XIII here, and I'd like to give you some to enjoy later." Donald was visibly touched and quickly expressed his gratitude, "Thank you so much, Mr. Cameron. I truly appreciate it." Isaac smiled and remarked, "Mr. Webb, you don't need to be so formal with me." After a brief pause, Isaac curiously asked, "By the way, Mr. Webb, where is your son? Why didn't he accompany you today?" Feeling too ashamed to inform Isaac that his son had suffered a broken wrist, Donald opted for a vague explanation, "He has to step out for a while. He'll come over later. I'll bring him to visit you when he returns." Isaac nodded thoughtfully and replied, "All right then." How about I arrange for someone to escort you to your presidential suite now so you can get some rest? When your son comes back this evening, we can enjoy dinner together. I'll host and pick you up for dinner tonight." Donald felt a surge of happiness and quickly responded, "That sounds great, Mr. Cameron." Although he and Isaac had only been casual acquaintances in the past, Donald felt that with Isaac accepting his gift during this visit, he had taken a significant step closer to the Wade family. This was precisely what Donald desired. As the representative of the Wade family in Oris Hill, Isaac was a valuable connection for Donald in securing his future. He believed that by nurturing and strengthening his relationship with Isaac, he would be well positioned to leverage this connection with the influential Wade family in the future. Additionally, Donald had carefully considered his next moves. If the Webb family was unsuccessful in finding a treatment for Kian's unusual illness, he thought he could eventually seek help from the Wade family once he established a strong bond with them. Donald was confident that no one would dare refuse a request from the Wade family. Isaac, on the other hand, didn't ponder this matter deeply. After all, the Webb family was the most prominent family in the South region, and it was only natural for him to show them respect. After a brief conversation with Donald, Isaac had a team arrange for him to be taken to his presidential suite to rest. Donald entered the lavish suite accompanied by a few bodyguards. He then called Shawn, instructing him to meet him at Shangri-La as soon as possible. At that moment, Shawn had just completed his treatment and received a cast at the hospital. Upon getting his father's call, he and Mr. Lloyd promptly made their way to the Shangri-La hotel. Shawn wore a gloomy expression, clearly distressed during the ride. Noticing this, Mr. Lloyd quickly remarked, "Young Master Webb, the doctor advised you to keep your spirits up and avoid getting angry after having the cast put on. Otherwise, it could hinder your healing process and lead to complications." Shawn retorted angrily, "I won't let Charlie get away with this. When I see him, I'll make sure he pays." Mr. Lloyd felt a rush of delight at Shawn's words. In fact, he was quite pleased that Shawn had been injured by Charlie. This incident meant the Webb family would certainly seek vengeance against Charlie, and it would finally settle the score for Mr. Lloyd regarding the words Charlie had carved on his son's forehead. However, Mr. Lloyd maintained a facade of concern for Shawn, saying, "Young Master Webb, you need to prioritize your health. You can always take your revenge once you've fully recovered." Shawn sneered and vowed, "Just wait. Charlie won't be around much longer." Upon arriving at Shangri-La, Shawn and Mr. Lloyd headed to the presidential suite where Donald was waiting. After knocking, a bodyguard opened the door for them. Once inside the expansive living room, Shawn quickly approached his father, who was seated on the sofa. "Dad, I'm back," he greeted. Donald nodded and asked, "How's your hand? What did the doctor say?" With a dark expression, Shawn replied, "The doctor confirmed it's broken, and I've got a plaster cast on it. He said it'll take several months for it to heal fully." Donald nodded, responding, "You need to be careful and take good care of your hand. We don't want any lasting effects from this." Shawn interjected, "Dad, my hand isn't the main concern right now. Can we focus on how we're going to deal with Charlie?" Donald smirked and replied, "If you're set on getting rid of Charlie, we first need to deal with Don Albert tonight." When Mr. Lloyd overheard Donald declare that they planned to eliminate Don Albert that very night, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He had long anticipated and wished for Don Albert's demise. Yet, he never imagined that his desire would come to fruition so soon. Furthermore, once Don Albert was out of the picture, not only would Mr. Lloyd have the chance to exact his revenge, but the Webb family would also leverage the situation to elevate him to a prominent position within the underground world. If that happened, could he potentially become the next kingpin of the underground scene in Oris Hill? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Mr. Lloyd found himself trembling with anticipation. Shawn quickly interjected, "Dad, Don Albert has a significant number of men in Oris Hill. Do you really think it will be so simple for us to take him out?" Donald responded casually, "Son, remember this, we don't need to eliminate all of his men to get to Don Albert." "What do you mean, Dad?" Shawn asked, puzzled. Donald replied coldly, "While Don Albert commands many followers, they aren't always by his side. All we need is to pinpoint the right time and place he'll be, and then we can strike directly." Mr. Lloyd quickly chimed in, "I'm aware. Even though Don Albert's movements are unpredictable during the day, he always frequents Heaven Springs at night. The venue is quite popular in Oris Hill, and he often dines there with his associates. Donald then inquired, "How many security guards are stationed at Heaven Springs?" Mr. Lloyd pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe there are around 10 security guards on duty, while the rest are waitstaff." Donald scoffed, stating, "10 security guards don't pose a threat to us. My bodyguards are highly trained veterans from the military. Any one of them could easily handle just 10 guards." With that, Donald turned to a robust middle-aged man, the leader of 5 of his bodyguards, and said, "Jones Zijo, you've been with me for the longest time and you're my strongest and most reliable bodyguard. If I instruct you to take your team to Heaven Springs to eliminate Don Albert tonight and deal with anyone who interferes, can you manage that?" Jones clasped his hands and confidently replied, "Mr. Webb, you need not worry. A handful of security guards are no match for us. We will certainly handle Don Albert." Donald nodded, pleased with the response, and then turned to Mr. Lloyd, saying, "Mr. Lloyd, don't you harbor a deep-seated grudge against Don Albert? I'm giving you the chance to avenge yourself tonight. You will lead all my men to Heaven Springs to eliminate Don Albert. You will have the full support of the Webb family, and once Don Albert is gone, I will appoint you as the new underground mob boss in Oris Hill." As Mr. Lloyd absorbed Donald's words, he felt the intensity of his hatred for Don Albert mingle with excitement at the prospect of action. What had driven him to toil tirelessly for the Webb family? It was his thirst for revenge against Charlie and Don Albert. Now, Donald was offering him an incredible opportunity to ascend to the position of underground mob boss in Oris Hill. How could he possibly refuse such a remarkable chance? Moreover, Mr. Lloyd understood that all of the Webb family's bodyguards were seasoned soldiers. Sending just 5 of these elite guards to Heaven Springs to terminate Don Albert would surely suffice. Once Don Albert was eliminated, his followers would be left leaderless. At that moment, the Webb family would stand behind him. It would be a straightforward path for him to claim the title of the new underground mob boss in Oris Hill. As long as he continued to leverage his connections with the Webb family, he was poised to reach the heights of success in his life. At Lord Moore's birthday banquet, Charlie was eagerly anticipating the official start of the festivities. He was keen to propose a toast in honor of Lord Moore, as he had plans to visit Anthony Serene Medical Clinic to assess the situation there. Seated around the dinner table were Zeke, Graham, Aurora, Don Albert, Liam, and even Doris, all of whom gazed at Charlie with newfound admiration and respect. The remarkable results of the rejuvenating pill were truly astounding. Despite their awe, none of them had mentioned the rejuvenating pill directly to Charlie at that moment. Although Charlie still possessed about 20 rejuvenating pills, he wasn't prepared to distribute them as gifts just yet. Considering that Zeke, Graham, and Don Albert were not quite elderly, Charlie felt it unnecessary for them to take the rejuvenating pill at this time. He believed that if they continued to work diligently and loyally alongside him, he would eventually reward each of them with a rejuvenating pill when the moment was right. Charlie then turned his attention to Liam, who sat at the table. After not seeing him for a few days, he couldn't help but ask, "How is Weaver Pharmaceuticals doing these days?" Liam responded promptly and respectfully, "Master Wade, the progress at Weaver Pharmaceuticals is going well. I'm also coordinating with some seasoned Chinese medicine practitioners and pharmacists to explore ancient Chinese prescriptions. My goal is to integrate some of this traditional medicine into Western practices." As he spoke, a look of regret crossed Liam's face. Our Chinese ancestors left behind a treasure trove of ancient prescriptions. Unfortunately, many have been lost or misappropriated by foreign pharmaceutical companies without any recognition of their origins. It's a real shame, and I'm determined to do my part to introduce ancient Chinese medicine into the pharmaceutical market. Charlie nodded in agreement, saying, "I think that's a fantastic initiative. Many valuable contributions from our ancestors have unfortunately been claimed by companies in Japan and Korea. If we don't take action, these ancient prescriptions may just become bragging rights for those nations." This brought to Charlie's mind Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals in Japan. He had previously extracted over $10 billion from them, leaving the company vulnerable and fragile. Yet, he had also left them with a hidden threat. Jiro, the second son of the Kobayashi family, mistakenly believed his elder brother was dead. Little did he know that Ichiro was alive and currently working at Don Albert's dog farm, feeding dogs and handling waste. If Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals were to falter, Charlie would be fine with that. However, if they began to recover, he would arrange for Ichiro to return to Japan to reclaim control of the company from Jiro. Reflecting on this, Charlie inquired about Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals, asking Liam, how are they faring in Japan these days? Liam replied, Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals faced some challenges recently, having lost a significant amount of capital. This has created some difficulties in their cash flow. However, with their range of popular drugs, I believe they will stabilize and regain their footing soon. Charlie nodded thoughtfully. Once Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals was back on track, he would send Ichiro back to Japan to attempt to reclaim the company from Jiro, effectively making it his own. With this plan in mind, Charlie instructed Liam, please keep me updated on any developments or changes at Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals. Of course, Master Wade, Liam responded respectfully. I will keep a close eye on it. At that moment, Charlie asked, by the way, how are your father and brother managing on Mount Gollum? Liam smiled slightly as he replied, Don Albert and I are taking turns sending people to monitor them on Mount Gollum. I've heard that the temperature has dropped significantly, and a heavy snowfall has covered the mountain. Consequently, they're struggling to harvest enough ginseng and will likely face shortages of food and clothing for a while. Charlie nodded, saying, as long as they stay alive, the rest doesn't matter. Liam quickly assured him, Master Wade, you need not worry. Despite my deep-seated animosity towards them, they are still my family. I will ensure they don't perish, so they can continue to reflect on their actions while they dig for ginseng on Mount Gollum for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the lively Lord Moore arrived with a gathering of his family members to raise a toast for Charlie. The group closely followed Lord Moore as they respectfully greeted Master Wade. Charlie stood up, lifted his wine glass, and declared, Lord Moore, there's no need for such formalities. I'd like to propose a toast to your long and healthy life. After finishing his words, Charlie tilted his head back and emptied the glass of wine. He then added, I'm heading to the Serene Medical Clinic to check on Anthony after this, so I'll be leaving shortly. With a sigh, Lord Moore responded, it's truly unfortunate to see Dr. Simmons' clinic in ruins. I should go see it myself. However, with so many guests here today, I can't possibly leave. Charlie nodded slightly, smiling as he said, Lord Moore, it's your birthday today, so it's only right for you to stay and enjoy this special occasion with everyone. I reached out to Zyla earlier, and she assured me that they weren't injured in the incident, only the clinic suffered damage. So, there's no need for you to worry. Lord Moore quickly replied, that's good to hear. Master Wade, why don't you let Jasmine accompany you? She was the one who picked you up today, so it wouldn't be convenient for you to go to Dr. Simmons' clinic alone. Charlie accepted Lord Moore's suggestion with a nod. He then turned to the friends gathered at his table, saying, Dear friends, please enjoy your meal and drinks. I'll take my leave now. Everyone stood up to see Charlie off, but he gestured for them to sit back down, which they did, one by one. As Charlie departed the banquet hall, he instructed Don Albert, my father-in-law is planning to dine at Heaven Springs tonight. If you're heading there, please look after him for me. If not, could you inform the manager to keep an eye on him? Don Albert promptly replied, Don't worry, Master Wade. I'm usually at Heaven Springs in the evenings. I'll ensure your father-in-law is well taken care of when he arrives. Thank you, Charlie nodded, adding, I appreciate your help. Don Albert responded, Master Wade, there's no need to be so formal. It's simply my duty. Charlie regarded his father-in-law, Jacob, as a decent person. After learning about some of his past, Charlie felt a sense of pity for him, which motivated him to look after him more diligently. After saying his goodbyes, Charlie left the Moore family mansion with Jasmine by his side. Jasmine guided Charlie to her car, personally opening the door for him. She waited until he was comfortably seated before getting in herself. Once inside, Jasmine gazed at Charlie with gratitude, saying sincerely, Master Wade, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done today. Charlie offered a slight smile, replying, Jasmine, there's no need for thanks. I gave the rejuvenating pill to your grandfather, and that's thanks enough. Jasmine quickly clarified, Master Wade, I'm not just thanking you for that. I'm also deeply grateful for how you spoke to my grandpa earlier. Her gratitude stemmed from Charlie's words to Lord Moore. Jasmine had lost her parents at a young age, and while she was well cared for in the Moore family, she often lacked familial affection as she grew up. She had never truly known what it felt like to be cared for or protected. However, Charlie's support and acknowledgement of her contribution with the rejuvenating pill made her feel seen and valued in the Moore family. To Jasmine, it felt as if Charlie was safeguarding her, bringing a warmth and affection to her heart that she had never experienced before. Having navigated her life in the Moore family largely on her own, this gesture meant the world to her. Looking at Jasmine, Charlie smiled gently and said, I genuinely believe that you are the best candidate among the Moore family's third generation to inherit the family legacy. As for your cousin, I honestly think he isn't fit to lead. If your grandfather entrusts the family to him, it could spell disaster for the Moore family. Jasmine waved her hand dismissively before saying, You know, my cousin is quite competent too. To be honest, I have no plans to inherit the Moore family legacy. My main concern is ensuring that my grandfather won't be thrown out of the house after he passes away. Charlie gave a slight smile and responded earnestly, As long as I'm here, I will make sure that never happens. Feeling overwhelmed with gratitude, Jasmine wiped her eyes and said, Master Wade, let me take you to the Serene Medical Clinic now. With that, Jasmine started the car and drove away from the Moore family mansion. Meanwhile, at the Serene Medical Clinic, Anthony and Zyla were busy cleaning up the herbs and materials that had been scattered on the ground by the Webb family's bodyguards. Upon seeing Charlie and Jasmine enter the clinic, Anthony quickly approached them, surprised. Master Wade. What brings you here? And Miss Moore, isn't it your grandfather's birthday today? Charlie smiled slightly and replied, Zyla informed me that the Webb family caused some trouble for you, so I came to check on the situation. Did you incur significant losses? Anthony waved his hand dismissively, saying, Not at all. We just lost some medicine cabinets, herbs, and supplies. Charlie nodded and said, I've already dealt with Shawn. I broke his right hand as a small punishment for what he did. I also made it clear that they need to come and apologize to you within the next 3 days. Anthony quickly interjected, Master Wade, you really didn't need to escalate matters with the Webb family over someone like me. They are the most powerful family in the South region, and I worry they might seek revenge on you. Charlie replied calmly, Don't fret. If the Webb family wants to retaliate, they can come at me. When that time comes, I'll show them that Oris Hill isn't South Haven, and there are consequences for their arrogance. Zyla looked at Charlie with admiration and said, Master Wade, thank you for helping my grandpa and for dealing with those bullies. The Webb father and son duo are really something else. I'm so glad you taught them a lesson. Anthony shot Zyla a disapproving look. What are you saying? How many times have I told you not to cause issues for Master Wade? Why can't you just listen to me? Zyla lowered her head, looking dejected, not daring to say anything further. At that moment, Charlie spoke up, Dr. Simmons, I must admit, the trouble caused by the Webb father and son is somewhat connected to me. Anthony, Zyla, and Jasmine exchanged surprised glances, unsure of what he meant. Charlie smiled slightly and explained, Since you're all close to me, I'll be honest. The reason Kian from the Webb family acted the way he did in that viral video is because I subtly suggested to him that he needed to behave that way to survive. What? The three of them were taken aback. No one could have imagined that the mastermind behind Kian's embarrassing behavior was Charlie. Zyla asked, Master Wade, did you have a confrontation with Kian? Charlie replied indifferently, No, I haven't had any conflicts with him. However, I simply can't tolerate someone like him. He continued, This guy neglects his studies at university and instead harasses female students. He even tried to manipulate one of Graham's daughter's best friends into committing suicide over him. I couldn't let that go unpunished, so I decided to teach him a lesson that would prevent him from mistreating any girl ever again. Zyla felt even more admiration for Charlie and exclaimed, Master Wade, you are truly my idol. I've heard terrible things about Kian. many people are celebrating the news of his downfall. I can't believe it was you who put him in his place. Jasmine added, Master Wade, Donald is still lingering in Oris Hill because he's trying to find out who did this to Kian. I never expected it would be you. While Jasmine, Zyla, Charlie, and Anthony were engaged in conversation about Kian's affair, Charlie's father-in-law, Jacob, stepped out of his house dressed in a suit, radiating happiness as he hailed a cab to Heaven Springs. Planning to indulge in some wine that evening, Jacob opted to leave his BMW parked at home. He had already handed Charlie his car keys so that Charlie could drive to Heaven Springs to pick him up after dinner. During this period, Jacob had no particular hobbies. Instead, he found joy in exploring antiques, cultural relics, and the art of calligraphy and painting. This passion led him to join the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Jacob's decision to treat everyone to dinner that night stemmed from his desire to compete for the position of standing director within the association. To demonstrate his respect for the association's leaders, he intentionally brought along the $20,000 that Charlie had transferred to him, which he used to book a bronze room at Heaven Springs. Although this was the most economical option at Heaven Springs, it still surpassed the quality of most other restaurants in the city. Upon arriving at Heaven Springs, Jacob discovered that Don Albert was still en route. Unaware of Jacob's identity, the waiter led him straight to the bronze room he had reserved for the evening. Seeing that he was the first to arrive, Jacob felt a wave of calm wash over him. He settled into his seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of his guests. A few moments later, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who appeared to be around Jacob's age. Upon noticing Jacob, the man approached with a smile, saying, "You're early, Brother Jacob. When did you get here?" Jacob quickly replied, "Brother David, I've only been here a short while. Since the president and executive directors are all attending this dinner I'm hosting, I feel truly honored and excited. That's why I arrived early to await everyone's arrival." The middle-aged man was David Phillips, a standing director of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Jacob and David shared a strong bond, united by their mutual interest in antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. They often explored Antique Street together, which solidified their friendship. When David learned that Jacob wished to compete for the role of executive director, he was the first to offer his support. Moreover, the fact that many leaders and committee members agreed to join Jacob for dinner today was largely due to their respect for David. Seeing Jacob's polite demeanor, David chuckled, "Jacob, you're being far too courteous." Jacob quickly gestured for David to take a seat, saying, "Brother David, please, have a seat." However, David wasn't in a rush to sit down. Since the other guests hadn't arrived yet, he seized the opportunity to quietly advise Jacob, "Brother Jacob, I'm genuinely pleased that you're interested in the standing director position. However, not everyone in the association may share your enthusiasm." Jacob felt a twinge of concern upon hearing David's words and urged, "Brother David, please elaborate." David sighed and explained, "The executive director position is highly coveted, as it carries considerable authority and respect. Additionally, the executive director receives appearance fees of tens of thousands of dollars for participating in antique programs. Thus, many individuals are vying for this role." David continued, "Take Samuel Yount, for example. I've heard he's been privately bribing the chairman and other directors, showering them with gifts. In my opinion, he is currently your biggest competitor." "Samuel Yount?" Jacob's expression soured as he inquired, "Are you referring to that old man who bragged so much that he can't even recall his last name, all because he has a bit of money?" David nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes. My support alone won't suffice. When the other guests arrive later, it's crucial for you to win over the president and the other directors. That's your best shot at defeating Samuel in the internal voting and securing the position of executive director. Do you see what I'm getting at?" Jacob quickly nodded, sincerity evident in his voice as he responded, "Brother David, I truly appreciate your heartfelt advice. You're such an inspiration. Thank you immensely." David offered a slight smile and said, "Brother, why are you being so formal with me?" He then checked the time on his watch and added, "The chairman and the other guests will be arriving soon. Let's wait for them at the door. This way, it will appear that you are more genuine today." Jacob nodded vigorously, refraining from returning to his seat. Instead, He accompanied David to the door of the private room, where they stood waiting for the president and the directors of the Calligraphy and Painting Association to arrive. Before long, several members of the Calligraphy and Painting Association began to trickle in. Eventually, an elderly man appeared at the door, surrounded by a crowd like stars orbiting the moon. As soon as David spotted the old man, he stepped forward with a smile, exclaiming, "President." Jacob quickly followed suit, respectfully saying, "Mr. Price, it's great to see you." Mr. Price nodded slightly, feigning annoyance as he remarked, "Jacob, what's all this fuss about? Don't you know the Calligraphy and Painting Association values simplicity? You could have easily hosted the dinner at a regular restaurant instead of going through the trouble of booking a private room at Heaven Springs." While Mr. Price's words seemed to criticize Jacob for being extravagant, they were merely polite formalities. Deep down, he knew that if Jacob had indeed chosen a regular restaurant, he wouldn't even have bothered to show up today, nor would he have wanted any future engagement with Jacob. In response, Jacob quickly replied, "All of my guests today are esteemed leaders. With such an important gathering, how could I possibly be casual or neglectful?" He then chuckled and suggested, "Now that everyone is here, shall we take our seats inside the room?" Mr. Price nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. Everyone, please come in and sit down." At that moment, a middle-aged man who had been silently following Mr. Price suddenly scoffed, "Jacob, how could you choose the cheapest bronze room in Heaven Springs for tonight's dinner? Don't you realize that it's rather disrespectful to the president and the other directors?" Jacob's demeanor shifted immediately upon recognizing the man. He retorted, "Samuel, I invited the president and the rest of the directors here tonight, but I didn't extend an invitation to you. What brings you here? And besides, the choice of private room is none of your concern. Who gave you the authority to make such reckless comments?" The man standing before him was indeed his fiercest rival for the executive director position, Samuel Yount. Samuel responded with a sneer, "You're mistaken if you think that way. Are you aware of the significance of the president and the other directors gathered here today?" With a dismissive snort, he continued, "Do you genuinely believe that no one is aware of your intentions in hosting this dinner? Isn't it just to vie for the executive director position within the Calligraphy and Painting Association? Do you think booking the cheapest bronze room will win you the support of the president and the other directors? Your insincerity is glaring. You're treating everyone here as if they've never experienced the finer things in life." After finishing his tirade, Samuel looked around at the gathered crowd before smiling and saying, "A bronze room hardly befits people of your stature. To genuinely honor the president and all the directors, I've reserved a gold room upstairs for dinner. Why don't we move to the room I've prepared instead?" When the news broke that Samuel had successfully booked a gold room upstairs, shock rippled through the crowd. Heaven Springs stood out as one of the premier dining establishments in all of Oris Hill. Even the most influential and affluent members of Oris Hill's elite rarely had the chance to secure a gold room, no matter how much they spent or leveraged their connections. Among those gathered this evening, even Mr. Price, who held the highest status, had never set foot in the gold room for a meal. The allure of its opulence had always eluded him. Now, Samuel was graciously inviting all his guests to experience the gold room at Heaven Springs tonight. The attendees were taken aback and thrilled at the prospect of finally witnessing its grandeur. In comparison, Jacob's modest bronze room paled in significance next to the gold room that Samuel had arranged. This stark contrast made the guests feel a twinge of disappointment toward Jacob. However, their admiration and respect for Samuel grew immensely at that moment. Mr. Price also felt a stir of emotion at Samuel's generous invitation. Since he had already committed to Jacob's dinner, he hesitated to make a direct decision. Instead, he sought input from the group by asking, "What are your thoughts on Samuel's kind offer?" At that moment, someone quickly chimed in, "President, I've never had the chance to visit the gold room at Heaven Springs. I would love the opportunity to experience dining there." "Absolutely, President. It would be fantastic to visit the gold room and capture a few photos to share with our friends." Seeing the eagerness among the guests, Mr. Price smiled and replied, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, why don't we go and check out the gold room?" "Yes, yes," everyone exclaimed in unison. Samuel beamed with delight, saying, "Everyone, please follow me upstairs." Meanwhile, Jacob was visibly disheartened. He had meticulously planned this dinner, never anticipating that Samuel would steal the spotlight midway through. Samuel had not only reserved the coveted gold room but had also disrupted Jacob's carefully laid plans by inviting everyone to his dinner instead. Jacob had spent $20,000 to secure the bronze room for the night. While the money was a loss, what stung even more was the feeling of being belittled by everyone because of Samuel's unexpected entrance. This situation left Jacob feeling extremely frustrated. It seemed he had truly brought this trouble upon himself. As everyone started to make their way to the gold room, Samuel cast a smug glance at Jacob and taunted, "Jacob, you look so disheartened. I bet you've never even seen the luxurious gold room, right? Want to join us for dinner?" Jacob's embarrassment and anger flared at Samuel's words. He retorted hotly, "Samuel, who says I'm inexperienced? Do you really think I haven't seen the world? Let me tell you, I've been to a private room on the 10th floor of the Glorious Club. Why do you act like the gold room at Heaven Springs is superior to a royal palace?" Samuel chuckled before responding, "Oh, Jacob. Are you really trying to be funny? You claim to have visited the Glorious Club. And you say you've been to the 10th floor, which is only for VIP members. Were you there for the experience or to serve the place?" The crowd erupted with laughter at Samuel's jibe. In truth, everyone shared Samuel's perspective. While anyone could book a bronze room at Heaven Springs, access to the Glorious Club was reserved for its elite members. Moreover, becoming a member of the Glorious Club required meeting stringent criteria. If someone didn't possess the right qualifications, skills, or financial means, they would never even get the chance to set foot in the Glorious Club. Among all the individuals gathered here today, not a single person had ever ventured to the 5th floor of the Glorious Club. Even Samuel could only afford the most basic classic membership at the Glorious Club. As a result, it was no surprise that everyone was skeptical when Jacob claimed he had been to the 10th floor of the Glorious Club. Jacob hadn't anticipated that his honest statement would be dismissed as mere bragging. Feeling uncomfortable, he clarified, "My son-in-law arranged for me and some of my old classmates to visit the 10th floor of the Glorious Club that night." Samuel chuckled and remarked, "I know who your son-in-law is. He's just an idle man living in Oris Hill, isn't he? I've heard he drifts through life relying on his family. If he's as unremarkable as you are, how could he possibly afford to take you to the Glorious Club?" Jacob scoffed coldly, responding, "Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you." With a smile, Samuel shot back, "If you really had such connections, why didn't you invite the president and the other directors to the Glorious Club for entertainment tonight? Instead, you chose to take them to the least expensive bronze room at Heaven Springs." As if struck by a revelation, Samuel continued, "Oh, I get it now. You don't see the president and the directors as worthy enough. You think they belong in the bronze room, rather than the Glorious Club, don't you?" Jacob found himself speechless, unable to counter Samuel's accusations. Samuel was truly insufferable, quick-witted enough to conjure up excuses that left Jacob with no room to argue. Even though Jacob was fuming with anger at Samuel, he couldn't find the words to respond. He could only retort, "That's not what I meant." Noticing Jacob's weak defense, Samuel waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with someone so inexperienced. Do you honestly think you deserve the role of executive director? You'd just end up being a laughingstock." With that, Samuel turned to Mr. Price and the other directors, greeting them with a warm smile. "Mr. Price, please come with me." Having reserved a gold room at Heaven Springs for the evening, Samuel had already garnered the favor of many present. Even the typically neutral directors were now smiling at him. Jacob felt a surge of frustration as he watched this unfold. He felt utterly helpless. At that moment, David quickly pulled Jacob aside and whispered, "Brother Jacob, don't be discouraged. What's happening now is just a minor dispute. Don't give up so easily." Leaning closer, David advised, "You can't afford to lose your temper. Instead, join us in the gold room and shine in front of the president and the other directors. You must keep fighting for what you want. If you give up now, the position of executive director will definitely slip through your fingers and into Samuel's grasp. Jacob felt a sudden clarity, as though awakening from a dream. David was absolutely right. Even though he had lost to Samuel in tonight's dinner arrangement, that didn't mean Samuel would ultimately win. If Jacob chose to surrender due to his anger, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. With newfound resolve, Jacob expressed his gratitude to David, saying, "Thank you, Brother David, for your wise words. I will join everyone else in the gold room to see what Samuel is truly capable of." Jacob then approached Samuel and said, "Since you're so eager, I'll accompany you to the gold room to gain some insights and experience it myself." Samuel sneered, saying, "I've already told you that you're inexperienced. Yet you refuse to accept it. If you miss this chance to join me in the gold room tonight, I'm sure you'll regret it and wake up several times in the night, filled with remorse." Jacob's expression was clearly unpleasant after being mocked by Samuel. Yet, Jacob remembered David's advice and kept his focus on the ultimate goal, securing the position of executive director. He knew that losing his temper with Samuel would not help his cause. Suppressing his anger, Jacob chose to remain silent. He simply followed the group as they trailed behind Samuel to the gold room he had reserved upstairs. Upon entering the gold room, everyone was taken aback, admiring its opulent decor. In the midst of their admiration, one of the directors exclaimed, "We owe it all to Samuel for allowing us this chance to see the gold room at Heaven Springs today." Another person chimed in, "Exactly. Not long ago, a friend of mine with tens of millions wanted to book the gold room but ended up with the silver room after trying every possible way to reserve it." This revelation piqued everyone's curiosity, prompting several to ask, "Samuel, how did you manage to secure the gold room? Did someone assist you?" With a hint of arrogance, Samuel replied, "Why would I need help to book a gold room? Frankly, if I want a room here, I can get it whenever I want." He went on to elaborate, "Honestly, I'm a frequent customer at Heaven Springs. I dine here often, and I'm also close friends with Don Albert. So, whenever I wish to book a room below the diamond level, all the rooms are at my disposal." Everyone in the room was left astonished by Samuel's claims. Mr. Price responded with disbelief, "Samuel, you're incredible. You're actually friends with Don Albert, the renowned figure in Oris Hill?" "Absolutely," Samuel retorted with pride. "If I weren't acquainted with him, would I have the audacity to book the gold room so easily?" While Samuel boasted about his friendship with Don Albert, the truth was that he knew of Don Albert, but the man had no idea who he was. Samuel's ability to book the gold room that night stemmed not from any connection to Don Albert, but rather from the fact that he had paid significantly more than the usual price to acquire the room from someone else for the evening. Moreover, Samuel was deliberately flaunting his supposed association with Don Albert to appear impressive and influential in front of the others. Given that everyone was already seated in the luxurious gold room, no one doubted his assertions. They accepted his story and showered him with compliments. In this moment of inflated pride from all the praise, Samuel turned to Jacob and mockingly remarked, "Jacob, can't you see that the president and the directors are already seated? Are you really that slow? Why aren't you serving us tea?" Jacob's expression darkened as he responded, "Samuel, what do you mean by that?" Samuel sneered, "What do I mean? Look around. Every guest here holds a higher status than you. You're just inexperienced. If you won't serve us tea, do you really expect us to serve you?" Jacob's expression grew even more sour as he shot back, "I might acknowledge that my status isn't as high as the president or the directors here, but do you know your own status? You're just another ordinary member of the Calligraphy and Painting Association like me. Don't expect me to serve you tea." At that moment, David, seated beside Jacob, also felt annoyed. "Samuel, don't you think you're being a bit excessive?" Samuel laughed dismissively, "Why should I hold back? Jacob can only blame himself for being unprepared. If he had the means to book the gold room tonight, I wouldn't mind serving him tea all night long. But the sad truth is, he simply doesn't have that capability." Turning his attention back to Jacob, Samuel coldly stated, "Do you really think I invited you to the gold room to enjoy a meal with us? Honestly, it's quite generous of me to even let you come here to serve us tea." Jacob clenched his teeth in frustration. If he had known that Samuel would be relentless in his insults and humiliation, he would never have agreed to come to the gold room in the first place. Jacob found himself completely at a loss for words. At that moment, Don Albert had just parked his car at the entrance of Heaven Springs. The first thing he did after stepping out was to quickly inquire of the manager who had opened the door for him, "Is there a customer named Jacob Wilson who reserved a room at our restaurant today?" "Yes, he booked the bronze room number 3. The manager kept meticulous records of the guests visiting the restaurant each day, so he was well aware of everyone who had made reservations at Heaven Springs. Don Albert nodded slightly, urgency in his voice as he said, "Come on. Let's head to bronze room number 3 right now." While he was still at Lord Moore's birthday celebration, Master Wade had informed him that his father-in-law would be hosting a dinner at the restaurant that evening. Additionally, Charlie had instructed him to take excellent care of his father-in-law. There was no way Don Albert could allow Jacob to hold his dinner in the modest bronze room. He needed to upgrade him to the diamond room. Rushing toward bronze room number 3, Don Albert was surprised to find the door ajar and the room empty. Taken aback, he quickly asked a nearby waitress, "Where is Mr. Wilson, who reserved this room?" The waitress replied promptly, "Don Albert, Mr. Wilson was here just a short while ago, but he was invited to the gold room upstairs by one of his guests. He's currently in gold room number 2. Albert nodded and immediately instructed the manager, "Come on. Follow me." Meanwhile, in the gold room, Samuel glared at Jacob with contempt as he sneered, "Jacob, with your skills, I doubt you even qualify to join the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Don't you feel embarrassed even thinking about competing for the executive director position?" Jacob shot back coldly, "You think I lack qualifications? I'd argue you're the one who's unqualified. Even if I'm not, I once found an item on Antique Street for a few $1,000s and sold it for hundreds of thousands." Samuel scoffed, "You're just boasting. Your mouth can say anything, but that doesn't mean anyone will believe your story. You could claim you found a piece of junk worth millions, but that doesn't make it true." Jacob retorted, "If you don't believe me, just ask Zachary about it. He's the one who bought the antique from me for a few $100,000. "Zachary?" Samuel frowned. "He's a notorious profiteer on Antique Street, known for being a cunning salesperson. You really expect me to believe he'd waste hundreds of thousands on something worthless?" Jacob replied disdainfully, "You can ask him tomorrow if you doubt me. I'd be foolish to take your word for it." Samuel smirked. "I don't want to waste more time on this. Do you really think someone like you has the right to dine with us? Why don't you serve everyone some tea? If you can't handle something as simple as that, then you should step aside and stop causing trouble." Jacob's anger boiled over, but before he could respond, a loud, furious voice erupted from behind him. "Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak to Mr. Wilson like that? Are you looking to get yourself in trouble?" As soon as the voice echoed, everyone turned to the door. They watched as Don Albert entered the room, accompanied by the manager. Samuel recognized Don Albert immediately. Realizing the significance of his presence, he quickly stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Don Albert, what brings you here in person?" To Samuel's surprise, Don Albert shot him a cold look and asked, "Were you the one who called Mr. Wilson an incompetent fool earlier?" Samuel was taken aback. What was going on? Did Don Albert know Jacob? Rushing to clarify, he said, "Don Albert, this must be a misunderstanding. Jacob and I are both members of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and we share a close bond. It's only natural for us to tease each other from time to time." Don Albert frowned slightly, then turned to Jacob and said with respect, "Mr. Wilson, I truly didn't expect your presence at Heaven Springs today. Please accept my apologies for the lack of proper welcome." The scene left everyone in shock. Samuel, in particular, was sweating profusely, utterly astonished by what he was witnessing. How could someone as notorious and esteemed as Don Albert show such deference to Jacob, whom he had just insulted? Wasn't this all a bit too absurd? It wasn't just Samuel who was taken aback, even Mr. Price and the other directors were left speechless. Jacob, clearly surprised, asked, "Do you know me?" With a humble demeanor, Don Albert replied, I had the privilege of meeting you when Master Wade instructed me to deal with Aaron Phillips and his son-in-law, Jake, at Glorious Club. Jacob pressed further, when you mention Master Wade, are you referring to my son-in-law, Charlie? Don Albert affirmed, yes. I mean Master Charlie Wade. Suddenly, Jacob understood. Initially shocked by the respect shown by someone of Don Albert's stature, Jacob realized it was all due to his son-in-law, Charlie. Despite being a conman, Charlie had connections that Jacob could now benefit from, at least until the truth about him came to light. At that moment, Don Albert pointed at Samuel and asked Jacob, Mr. Wilson, I heard this person disrespecting you earlier. Would you like me to give him a lesson? Samuel's face drained of color, and he quickly exclaimed, Jacob, brother Jacob, we're both members of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Since we're such good brothers, can't you put in a good word for me? Why should I defend you? Jacob shot back, glaring at Samuel. You were the one who called me incompetent and foolish, claiming I should be serving you tea. So, why should I speak on your behalf? Samuel pleaded, oh, come on, dear brother. I was just joking around. Jacob chuckled, a foolish person like me would never consider you my dear brother. I think it's best we draw a clear line between us now. Samuel realized Jacob was still furious and filled with resentment. He regretted his earlier behavior. Had he known Don Albert would show such respect to Jacob, he would have thought twice before belittling him. Don Albert glared at Samuel and said coldly, you're on my turf, yet you dare to disrespect Mr. Wilson. Do you even understand the consequences of such behavior? Samuel turned pale, looking utterly cowardly, unable to form a coherent response as his lips trembled in fear. Don Albert pointed an accusatory finger at Samuel as he commanded his men, gather around. Take this person away and teach him a proper lesson. Upon hearing Don Albert's orders, Samuel's fear escalated, prompting him to drop to his knees. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, Don Albert, I'm so sorry. I had no idea Jacob was your esteemed guest. This is entirely my fault. I acknowledge my mistake and sincerely apologize. Please, forgive me just this once. Samuel was taken aback by how remarkable Jacob's son-in-law was. He never imagined that even the notorious figure of Oris Hill would be so respectful toward him. Before Samuel could continue his desperate pleas, several of Don Albert's men advanced and restrained him firmly. Reeling from the shock, Samuel stumbled to the ground as Don Albert's bodyguards ensured he would not continue causing trouble. In that moment, he looked utterly defeated. Don Albert coldly regarded Samuel and inquired, why have you been targeting Mr. Wilson? With blood filling his mouth from the earlier scuffle, Samuel cried out, I'm sorry, Don Albert. I was simply competing with Jacob for the position of Executive Director of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. That's why I kept attacking him, please forgive me. Ignoring Samuel's pleas, Don Albert scanned the room and asked, who is the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association? Mr. Price quickly stepped forward, declaring, Don Albert, I am the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. With a slight nod, Don Albert pointed at Samuel and demanded, do you really believe this person deserves a place in the Calligraphy and Painting Association? How did you become president? Do you even comprehend how to conduct yourself? If you can't, you should step down. Mr. Price trembled in fear at Don Albert's words. Eager to save himself, he blurted out, I will resign as president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association tomorrow. I will make sure to recommend Jacob as the next president. Upon hearing this, Jacob quickly waved his hands, saying, no, Mr. Price. I'm not qualified to be president. I would be more than satisfied with the role of an executive director in the association. Mr. Price insisted, if Don Albert believes you're worthy, then you certainly are. Jacob shook his head fervently, insisting, no, I haven't achieved much in this association yet. I don't deserve that position. At that moment, Don Albert turned to Mr. Price and said, since you're the president, let me give you some advice. After a brief pause, Don Albert pointed at Samuel and instructed, first, you must permanently expel this individual from the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Mr. Price responded, absolutely. I will ensure he is completely removed from the association by tomorrow. Don Albert nodded approvingly before indicating Jacob, saying, Mr. Wilson possesses extensive knowledge in antiques as well as in calligraphy and painting. Since he's modest and reluctant to take on the presidency, you should appoint him as the executive director. Do you understand? Mr. Price eagerly promised, yes. I will certainly follow your instructions. Afterwards, Mr. Price's demeanor shifted as he glared at Samuel, declaring, Samuel Yount, I hereby announce that you are officially expelled from the Calligraphy and Painting Association and will never be allowed to rejoin. Feeling utterly defeated, Samuel couldn't help but feel despondent. Truth be told, Samuel had never been particularly skilled at appraising antiques. He had only gained membership in the Orris Hill Calligraphy and Painting Association by spending a significant amount of money. For years, he had relied on his status within the association to impress others. He had envisioned that becoming the executive director would make it even easier to manipulate people for profit. Little did he know that offending Jacob would lead to his permanent removal from the association. However, Samuel dared not voice any discontent. He fully understood the grave consequences of crossing Don Albert. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, Don Albert looked at him with a steely gaze and remarked, I've heard you hold yourself in high regard, believing you possess a significant status. If that's the case, I'll make arrangements for you to understand your place. With that, Don Albert ordered his men, take him away. Leave him in the simplest quarters and let him experience humility for a week. He will eat and sleep under strict conditions. I want him to truly understand what it means to respect others and recognize his own limitations. At that moment, Samuel's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, fear gripped him, and he was overwhelmed with desperation. How could he possibly bear to live and sleep among pigs? How could he even think of eating what they consumed? It was utterly revolting, wasn't it? On top of that, the pigsty was an incredibly filthy and unpleasant place. The stench from the pigs was unbearable. He could only imagine how sick he would feel if he were forced to sleep among those dirty, smelly animals. Additionally, the food given to the pigs was always just scraps. With the poor air circulation and the sweltering heat in the pigsty, those leftovers would usually rot within a few hours. What would become of the health and body he had taken care of for so many years if he had to eat such spoiled food? He was expected to live with the pigs for an entire week. He dreaded the thought of enduring such a miserable time. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Samuel hurriedly pleaded with Don Albert, Don Albert, please show some mercy. I really cannot bear the idea of sleeping and living in the pigsty. It's just too filthy and revolting. I can't stand it. Don Albert chuckled before replying, you can't stand it? Very well. I'll double your punishment. You'll spend 2 weeks living with the pigs. Samuel couldn't help but cry out in despair. Don Albert warned him, are you crying? All right then, I'll add another week to your punishment. Jacob, seeing that Samuel had already endured enough suffering, interjected, it's all right. I don't think he needs to be sent to the pigsty for 3 weeks. That place is truly awful and dirty. Don Albert agreed, saying, yes, you're correct. The pigsty is indeed unpleasant. That's precisely why I've never wanted to run one. Suddenly, Don Albert had a thought and said excitedly, by the way, I own a dog farm in the suburbs where I keep my prized fighting dogs. I could send this man there and let my dogs deal with him instead. That would save us all a lot of trouble. Plus, my dog farm is very clean and hygienic. I'm sure he'd prefer it there. Upon hearing this, Samuel was so terrified that he nearly lost control of himself. If he had the choice to live, why would anyone want to die? Living, even if it meant sleeping and eating with pigs, was preferable to death. Driven by a desperate will to survive, Samuel immediately pleaded, Don Albert, please have mercy. Just send me to the pigsty to live with the pigs. Don Albert nodded in satisfaction and instructed, take him to the dirtiest pigsty you can find in the city. With that, a few strong men stepped forward and dragged the bruised and swollen Samuel out of the room. The guests at the table watched in shock. Mr. Price and the other directors couldn't help but twitch at the sight, feeling that Samuel was facing a truly grim fate. However, Samuel had only himself to blame for his predicament. If he hadn't treated Jacob so poorly, would he have ended up in this situation? As Samuel was taken away for his 3-week, luxurious stay at the pigsty, Don Albert respectfully addressed Jacob, saying, "Mr. Wilson, that man just soiled himself out of fear. To ensure you and your guests have a pleasant dining experience, I'd like to invite you to the Diamond Room at Heaven Springs. Furthermore, all your expenses tonight will be covered by Heaven Springs." The shock among Mr. Price and the other directors was palpable upon hearing Don Albert's statement. What? Did they hear that correctly? It was already astonishing that the notorious figure of Orris Hill would show such respect to Jacob. But now, Don Albert was even offering him the luxurious Diamond Room at Heaven Springs for free? Only a handful of individuals in Orris Hill would have the privilege to book the Diamond Room. By extending this invitation, Don Albert was clearly showing his desire to favor Jacob, allowing him to enjoy the Diamond Room without charge. Who would believe it if news of this spread? Jacob found himself taken aback. After a brief pause, he asked, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Don Albert replied with a serious demeanor, "Mr. Wilson, as Master Wade's son-in-law, it is entirely fitting for you to dine in the Diamond Room." Hearing this, Jacob felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he quickly said, "Don Albert, you are being far too kind." At that moment, Mr. Price and the other directors began to recognize Jacob's significance. They realized that cultivating a good relationship with him could save them a lot of hassle down the line. Following this, Don Albert personally led them to the luxurious Diamond Room. Mr. Price and the directors trailed quietly behind Jacob, their expressions filled with respect. They didn't dare utter a word. Jacob noticed their reverence and felt an unexpected thrill of happiness welling up inside him. Although he had originally been eager to invite these individuals to dine with him, it now seemed they were in awe of him. In this moment, Jacob couldn't help but think how much he had gained in status and advantage thanks to his son-in-law, Charlie. As Jacob was escorted to the opulent Diamond Room by Don Albert, Mr. Lloyd, along with his son and 5 bodyguards from the Webb family led by Jones, arrived at the entrance of Heaven Springs. Mr. Lloyd's face was icy, radiating a cold, vengeful intent. Recently, the label of unfortunate incident had been a constant reminder of his son Marcus's disgrace, making life unbearable for him. Previously, Mr. Lloyd had refrained from taking action against Charlie and Don Albert, knowing full well that provoking them would be unwise. To add to his humiliation, Marcus was required to visit Heaven Springs weekly for Don Albert to inspect the lettering and scar on his forehead. This humiliation weighed heavily on both father and son. However, tonight was different. Mr. Lloyd intended to seek revenge and ensure Don Albert faced consequences for his actions. The reason Mr. Lloyd had brought his son along was due to Marcus's mandatory weekly report to Don Albert at Heaven Springs. This provided the perfect cover for Mr. Lloyd to gather information about Don Albert's location and his men. Mr. Lloyd knew that rushing in without a clear plan could allow Don Albert to escape. Turning to Marcus, he instructed, "Son, when you meet with Don Albert later, act naturally. But don't forget to observe his surroundings. I need you to gather details about his exact location and the number of men he has with him here. Once you have that information, come back and report to me. Can you handle that?" Marcus clenched his teeth and replied, "Yes, I understand, Dad. I'll figure it out." Mr. Lloyd gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, his face reflecting satisfaction. "You're my good son. Tonight, I will seek vengeance for you. Don Albert will pay for what he's done. Don't forget about Charlie," Marcus rushed to add. "He's just as responsible for my humiliation. I want him held accountable too." "Rest assured," Mr. Lloyd replied earnestly. "Once we deal with Don Albert tonight, I'll rise as the next underground boss of Orris Hill. Then, we can partner with the Webb family to take down Charlie and hold him responsible alongside Don Albert." Marcus's heart raced at the thought of avenging himself for the humiliation he had endured, tears streaming down his face. Touching the scar etched into his forehead by Don Albert, he sobbed, "Dad, do you think this scar can ever be removed?" Mr. Lloyd responded darkly, "Don't worry, son. After we deal with those two, I'll take you to Korea to find the best plastic surgeon to erase that scar for good."